technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shining brighter than the sun.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Taos fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to the Modern Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It's time for another Modern Glory live stream, and we've got loads to talk about. Loads. Yesterday, basically spent the entire time just, you know, catching up, getting back into the groove of things, getting back into the flow of things. But today, we've got lots and lots to talk about. I need to talk about what the fuck has been going on with 11th edition whilst I've been away. Apparently, there's like all sorts of new rules that need to be covered, like indirect fire has changed a bit. We definitely need to get into that. We touched upon it yesterday, but we didn't get into it properly. We've had a new like guard infantry squad revealed, the Spectre squad. Apparently they look really good, like proper like meta and everything. Look forward to them getting nerfed in a week or so. And we've got also all sorts of things to get into. So, and apparently there's been some new fly rules that have been revealed and all that kind of bollocks. So, you know, we've got a lot to get into. And I've actually also got some pretty hype news for Konflikt 47 and for Warlord games and all of that good stuff as well. So we've got loads happening on all the fronts. On the Konflikt, on the Rift front, on the Guard front, on the 40k front in general. Loads and loads of stuff going on. And I'm really, really excited for it. And hopefully we'll get to talk about lots of stuff today. And we'll be able to, if you can't watch the entire stream, hopefully we'll be able to make lots of like stream highlights and all that kind of stuff. But the point is, we're going to have a proper bloody chinwag. There we go. The people, they need the hype. They need the beef and the salt. And today, we will give it to them raw and wriggling. You guys know what, at this point, you know why you tune into the stream. All right, don't blame me. All right. So yeah, we're gonna have a good old catch up today, and we're gonna talk about a bit of everything, and it should be a good one. So strap in and strap on, because we are going balls deep today, and we're getting into all the good topics. So with that said, let us now saunter with a jaunt, a swagger. let us walk into the stream proper and let us begin with our traditions. Traditions are very important in the Mord and Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! We've got Gaming Stuka, Spriggs, 6 foot tall angry dwarf, T-Buck, Chicken Detonator, Patrick H, Florida Eccentric, Chicken Detonator, Prep Cook Survives, Sabin Wilson, Creeds on Vacation, Rocket Man, Tank Charmer, Matthew Edwards. I've already lost my place. 1 minute. Samuel Phoenix, Dan's 804, Bob M, Patrick H, Mark Cole, Snopey's T, Baron Kaza, Azure Azeroth. We've got RK, Witherland Forever, Lord Pulpy, Frankazoid, Eric, Atorombus, Goblin Box, Lower Decks, and Game Stuka, and Orcish Bard, and Dreamer's Dogman, Russell W, and Tops Move Station, and Starbucks Smeg, and Sam Wilson, and T-Troll, and Katajan, and Ryan Tomlinson, and Death Noise Marine, and Princess Drusus, and Whispering Monk, and Sir Nubi, and AK Samija, and Funky Chicken, and Rocket Man, and Ibram Gaunt, and Reagan, and Iron Maud, and Morpheus, and Stack Slot, and Mercy Hans, and Mr. Cooper, and Emma Zayden. Hey! I think I got everybody. And Johnny Johnson and Mad Larkin. There we are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you to all of you beautiful bastards for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. If I could go and bully you all, do it, you fucking pussies. Press the fucking like button. Press it. Smash it. Smash it. Like it's your stepsister trapped in a washing machine. It had to be said. Smash that like button, or Marnius Cowguard's going to come along and smash your back doors in. That I just said it. There you go. You're going to get ultra cooked. That's what's going to happen. Now, we're taking the degeneracy to new heights. There we are. All right. Also, don't forget to subscribe to so you can never miss these cancelable moments that happen on these live streams. And also, I want to say a big thank you to all of you guys who have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and memflex and gifted memberships. Let's take a moment now and go through all of the support and see who has gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. Starting off, we have got Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Florida Eccentric. Thank you, Super Chat Man. New toys in stream discussion. I saw these come in, man. Holy shit, bro. Someone has been getting busy with with bolt action. My God, sir. So we've got Cross of Iron, German Grenadier Starter Army, the Reichspraetorians, Waffen SS Starter Army, Lions of, I would say Folgore, but with it being Italian, it's probably Folgore. And we've got the Italian, that's the Italian Paracaduzzi Starter Army. And then we've got the armies of Italy and the mod that comes with them. And we've got a free sprue of German Grenadiers as well. My God, sir. That's a hobby haul and a half. That is 1, 2, 3 full armies for bot action. Do you want to know what's crazy? Look at all of that stuff. What if I told you? What if I told you that those 3 full armies right there cost less than, I think this is a fair statement to make. Cost less than 1,000 points of Imperial Guard. If you're buying a well balanced force, because if you just bought 2 Bane Blades, that would be different. But there you go. There you go. You get a lot of bang for your buck. There we are. So each one of these boxes is £104. So it's less than 3. If you bought the Kree Combat Patrol, the shitty Combat Patrol, and the new and the old Canadian Combat Patrol, you would have less than 1,000 points of guard. Or you could have 3 full armies. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm washing the balls, baby. I'm washing the balls. To be fair, though, Imperial Guard, if I'm being honest, Imperial Guard is a money-intensive army to collect. I'm sure you could, that's probably, those 3 full armies is probably the equivalent of getting like 1,500 points with the Space Marines. So, you know. It depends on, you know, there's a spectrum to these things. Look, bot action is still phenomenally affordable, however you look at it. But you know, for some people, it's like it doesn't matter. It's all about the Warhammer, and that's fine. That's what you're into. That's what you're into. There you are. Gaming still going through the buying every starter of bot action. You could do. It would probably cost. I mean, I don't know how much it would cost you. I think you could, if you got one of every starter army, it's probably, there must be like 20 or 30 of them, so it's going to cost you a lot of money. Do you need like 30 starter armies? Who knows? I guess we'll find out, right? There you are. Florida Extended, that's a hell of a haul, man. That's a hell of a haul. That's awesome to see, bro. I didn't even realize those armies were out yet. My God, time flies. I thought they were still on pre-order. Are they not still on pre-order? Maybe they had a quick turnaround on them. I don't know why I thought they were still on pre-order for some reason. Or maybe Warlord just went to producing them straight away. I'm gonna have a look. I think they are available, you know. Oh, it's on Wait, no, it's on pre-order. How's he done it? He's the Warlord spy. He's the bloody Warlord spy. Somebody get that man. No. It's funny. It's kind of funny. If you pre-order stuff in America, you actually tend to get it before the British people get it. Because Warlord sends things out like Warlord sends things out like with a couple of weeks early to America in case it gets like hung up in like customs and stuff like that. Yeah. So you tend to get, it's not always, but they err on the side of caution. So if ironically, if you're in America, you tend to get the things before the people in Britain. But there you go. There you are. All right, what have we got next? The Whispering Monk, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for keeping our souls pure and our ears clean. Blah, blah, blah. Thank you very much, sir. The Lower Decks, thank you, super chat. Worries and musings in stream discussion. Sir, as we make for the extraction point, I am worried. Not about whether the extraction will be there. I trust Colonel Tiki not to leave a man behind. I mean, no one has ever reported being left behind by Colonel Tiki. But is that because he's never left anyone behind? Or is that because no one's ever survived being left behind by Colonel Tiki? Because of the situations he puts people in. I don't know. Not about the ice cream truck. I trust that whatever modifications made will hold out. They're military grade. Lowest contract bidder. Not about the angry clerical secretaries and their rhino. The day I cannot handle a dozen nuns is the day I hang it up for the dynasty. That's why you are a true warrior of our house. Not about my cock and balls. They have got nothing but 5-star reviews. True, but you did astroturf those reviews by posting a bunch yourself. So there you are. It's Jenkins, sir. His abduction, his absence. We still do not know anything about what he was doing away from the dynasty. Have we clenched a viper to our bosom? Artist's impression of what Jenkins could have been doing. I think it's time for you to leave. sometimes you see things on the internet and you realize that maybe society does need a big reset. All right. Meryl, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Meryl, thank you for your support, sir. Thank you for doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastard. And I raise my glass to you. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream, Meryl. I want to say a big thank you to Simple Logic. Simple Logic, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. And as always, thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. I want to say a big thank you to Frankazoid. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you for the support, man. The new Steel Hammer attachment is such a fun, super heavy tank. Finally, a ballistic skill 3+ Baneblade with rerolls on the hit dice. Yeah, I haven't. It's funny, man. I haven't actually really properly looked at the new guard attachments yet. They came out like 2 weeks ago, and I sort of covered them in. I think I covered them like in brief, along with all like the Yarrick nerf stuff, like the one video I did whilst I was away on the honeymoon. But I definitely think I need to like go back over the detachments. Have they been like fully released? I guess that's the big question. Are they like official and out now, or are they still like on like pre-order and shit? I imagine the Armageddon book's out at this point, so the detachments are probably fully available. They're on the app, are they? Okay. Well, it's probably worth, I would say later in this stream, it's probably worth going through the new guard detachments and giving them a once over and giving them, you know, like a first impressions. That's probably worth our while, because I wanted to do that. I want to do that with the Spectre squad as well, and I want to do it with the new detachments and stuff. So yeah, it's probably worth giving it a cheeky gander and all that kind of stuff, because we've seen. I need to have a look. I can't see. I'm a bit mixed up with some of the stuff. I need to get my head back in the game a little bit, because I need to look at like is the Sentinel detachment that the new like infiltrating Sentinel detachment is not out yet, is it? That's an 11th edition one. It's the armored infantry one, and there's like, is it like 2 or 3 new ones in the Armageddon book? There's armored infantry, and there's the steel hammer one. Is there one more on top of that, or is it just those 2? Yeah. So yeah, there's just those 2. There you go. So yeah, there's a couple of bits that I need to give a proper look at now that they're out, for sure, man. Yeah. You got the armored infantry, and you've got the steel hammer one. I've heard I mean, I saw the previews on them and they look pretty decent, but it's crazy, man. It is absolutely bonkers how much you can miss in just 2 weeks. Like if you take your eye off the ball for a moment with 40k, it's like you miss like 7 releases, 3 different balance patches, 20 new model releases. You're like, fuck it out, fuck. Like, like it's like washing all over you, like, so I need to take, I do need to catch up a little bit on some of that stuff, but we'll do that. We'll do that today, and like I said, we'll do it over the course of this week. Obviously, you guys saw I did the Kane stream highlight today. Tomorrow, I'm going to be covering the Konflikt 47 mystery boxes because it's Warlord Wednesday. But then sort of Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, going forward, we're going to be catching up on everything. Mixture of pre-recorded and stream highlight stuff. So we're going to catch all of the stuff that's come out. We'll catch up on it, and you'll get my hot steamy takes on it all. I'll just it'll basically take sort of, I think probably between this week and next week to catch up on everything and get back on top of it all. Yeah, there you go. Capture that scream and put it to Chemical Brothers, please. Why Chemical Brothers? Did you? I don't know. Did you see the new, what was it, the Apex movie with Tangerine Eggman in it? That's my bad nickname for him. He's called like Taron Egerton, but Mrs. Mordian really likes the actor, so I really annoy her by calling him Tangerine Eggman. And there's the Chemical Brothers song in that, isn't there? I actually saw that movie. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah. Anyway, I think we're massively off topic now. Shall we get back on topic? So what have we got next? Starbucks Meg, thank you for super chat, man. Let's settle this. We need a poll in chat. Who is the #1 guard character? Gaunt, Lord, Creed, Kane, Yarrick, Sly Marbo, other. So I can only do 4 options in a YouTube poll. I can only do 4 options in a YouTube poll. Out of all, so when you say Lord Creed, do you mean like Daddy Creed, not Ursula Creed? I think obviously it's Dreer. I mean, of course, right? Obviously it's Dreer. Colonel Schaefer. Colonel Schaefer is cool. Yeah. I mean, well, I think, look, Sly Marbo is very, very cool. But he's not like a leader. I don't know. What do you guys want? Do you want me to include? Do you want me? There's 5 options there. I'm only allowed to do 4 of them. Which one should get dropped? Gaunt, Daddy Creed, Kane, Yarrick, or Sly Marbo? Or shall we just assume that Sly Marbo is obviously the best and we're fighting for who's second place? Right? All right. And that's what we'll do. Who is your favorite guard hero? Gaunt, Kane, Yarrick, moment, it's, yeah, Gaunt, Kane, Creed. We'll have to do Osaka. Let's make sure I'm spelling the name correctly because it's a bit of an interesting one. Oh, I think I did get it right, you know. Maybe I did, one of the letters was an E, but yeah, I did Osaka, it's Osaka. Okay. There you go. There you are. We'll go for those ones. We'll go for those ones. There you are. My personal vote for in-game character, obviously, I'd go Yarrick. For like lore-based character, I'd probably go Kane. Even though I've listened to Gaunt's Ghosts more, I'd probably go Kane. Yeah, there you are. Ryan Thomason, how do I escape the Workstation Discord? I'm gonna start letting people in after today's stream. I've just been away for 2 weeks and I was too tired to do it yesterday. So yeah, just make sure I'm gonna go through it all after tonight's stream. There you are. Where's Calgar? Calgar. Obviously, all of these options have an alternative Calgar option as well. There you are. All right, what do we got next? The Boss Grand, thank you for the 15-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Thank you, bro. Welcome back. Hope you had a great trip. I had a very good trip, man. I had a very good trip. 2 weeks off. I had 2 weeks of just being unplugged from the Matrix, and it was very nice. But now I've been plugged back in. I've got the cable. I've plugged myself back in. I'm like, yes, plug me back into the Warhammer Matrix. Fill my brain up with GW slop. Blah, 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 blah. There you go. Frankazoid, thank you for the beam blade. Thank you for the big super chat, man. Want to say thanks to your advice videos. I've almost won my first match and gave my opponent one hell of a fight. My opponent also completely outstated me as we're playing Conquest and they've not lost a single match. What is that? I mean, I'm presuming that's for 40k, right? Or what's Conquest? Oh, well, firstly, thank you for the support. Secondly, I'm glad that my advice has been able to help you in some way. It sounds like you're able to, go down swinging, which is awesome. I'm not entirely certain. I mean, I presume you talked about 40k, but I'm not quite. When you say Conquest, are you just being like, oh, is it a crusade thing? Oh, it's a crusade thing. No, that's all right, man. And did he out? Oh, okay. Well, crusade is like, it's all right, man. Don't worry. To be honest, I'm just happy I've been able to help because I don't play a lot of crusade myself. So it's kind of good to know that some of the stuff that I put out there has got that sort of cross compatibility with crusade, which is awesome. But dude, well done on your first game. Well done on doing so well. I hope you had tons and tons of fun. Got any questions? Or always ask. I'll always try and give you any advice that I can. And I hope you continue to enjoy lots of Crusade goodness and lots of Warhammer goodness. I hope you're excited for the new edition and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, there you go. Amazing. Thank you so much, man. Sorry for the confusion a little bit on my end. I'm still a bit, I've not been streaming for 2 weeks. I'm still a little rusty. But there we go. Amazing, man. Thank you so much for the support, bro. And I'm glad that you've been having some good games with it. Yeah. There you go. What have we got next? Nope. Dash maybe. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the extra fire team to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. And I also want to say a big thank you to Interactivity. Thank you so much, Member Flex. Hail Caesar in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Ooh. Let's have a look here. Welcome back and congratulations on becoming a married man. Hey, thank you, bro. Now you're back, though. It's time to get that Hannibal box and unleash your legions. Made a lot of progress recently and playing my first epic Hail Caesar game next week. I'll take pictures and report back. Yes, bro. Amazing. Look, absolutely sick, man. I love it. So cool. So damn cool, bro. So yeah, I will be getting the Epic Hail Caesar stuff. I just haven't, obviously, I didn't want to order it and have it potentially like sit, like exposed to the elements whilst I was away. Cause just, to sit on like my front porch, as it were. Sit outside the, the front door. And I didn't want it to, I live in a, the area I live in, I get with my neighbors all right. So I don't think there'd be anyone stealing it, but I think there'd be a risk of it just getting absolutely battered because, I live in the UK, so it rains all the time. So I haven't ordered anything yet because I wanted to wait until I got back, but I absolutely will be getting a little taste of the old, Hail Caesar. And I'm gonna get like a few of like the, maybe just like one box of the guys first or something. See how it, see what it's like to like build and paint them, get like a sense of it first, and then maybe go full send on the Hannibal box set, or maybe I'll just go full send straight away. You guys know what I'm like. There you are. But dude, this is so cool, and I absolutely love the Epic Hail Caesar stuff. I actually was before I went away, I did a little bit of hobbying, and I've actually been painting up more of my epic Napoleonic stuff. So I've now got two full squads. So each squad is like I think it's a battalion. It's like 4 of these bases. So that's 20 men. So I've painted up 160 I've painted up 2 battalions with 160 infantry. And then I've also painted up, but I haven't based them yet, a couple of lines of green jacket riflemen. And then I've also painted up my first commander, which is this Scottish guy on a horse. So I've been doing a bit of painting. So I'm getting there. So I have painted technically 181 infantry. So you'd think that would be a lot, wouldn't you? But no, I've not even got through one box of the fucking stuff yet. You get 240 plus infantry per box. And that's just the little boxes. And I've got 3 of the big boxes. They're gonna bury me in that like a pharaoh. And like being buried in his tomb, surrounded by all his stuff, you know. There you are. There you go. All right. But Tropic Tyranny, I'm loving the Hail Caesar stuff. And I think Hail Caesar will be easier to paint than Waterloo. But there you are. What I just showed you isn't even a single small division box. Dude, I know, man. I know. Like, it's... For those of you that don't... I think we need to show the people that don't know about this stuff, right? So... Warlord Games does epic battles stuff, right? And I'll show the Hail Caesar stuff off. And so it's 15 mil. And so for £95, you can get a starter army for Epic Hail Caesar. Or for £31, you can get a single division. And you've got a few different options there. But this is a single division. All of this is for £31. This is 4 mounted commanders, 120 Roman Principes, 120 Hastati, 120 Triari. So that's 360 infantry right there. Plus you get 16 cavalry, plus you get 4 bases of velites, which is another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's another 20 infantry. So you get 380 infantry and how many cavalry was it? 20 cavalry for £31. Now, if you buy the starter army, you get so much stuff, they can't fit it all on the summary picture. So it's like, hey, you get, all of this is like, you get, this is exactly what you get in the box is what you see, that many models for the cavalry, that many models for like the allies and everything. And then they run out of space. They're like, yeah, you get 4 bricks of these guys, 4 bricks of these guys, 4 bricks of these guys. It's absolutely bonkers, man. And that's not even, I think you get even more in some of these like allied troop divisions and stuff. Oh no, it's about similar. Yeah, no, it's about similar. To be fair, it's pretty mental. Yeah, you get a lot of stuff. You get a lot of stuff in this game. And you do get war elephants and stuff as well. But my goal is to you get the look at this. This is 70 quid. Oh my god. Snacks, a lot of the epic stuff gets overwhelming real fast. I just got the original release. I got the original release for American Civil War, and I'm still nowhere near finished the box, even having completed about 20 regiments of infantry. That's amazing, man. So, American Civil Wars would be over here, right? So, is each one of these little, like, these 20 infantry, is that like a regiment, is it? Yeah, I can believe it. Look at this Union Brigade. Look at all of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 100, 200, 300 infantry, 3 cannons, and 3 commanders. All of that for 30 quid. Fucking hell. That's mental. So yeah, the fact that you've completed probably like 400 infantry and you've not even touched the sides does not surprise me even. Look at that. That is £140. Contains more than 1 minute. Contains more than 2,000 figures. 147 quid. Oh my god, it's insane, man. It's insane what you get. I got the Waterloo stuff. So yeah, I'm painting up a lot of British at the moment for Waterloo. Yeah, £30, 50, and I'm working through some Highlanders and some line infantry. Yeah. British Infantry Brigade. You get a lot in the British Infantry Brigade. You get 80, 160, 240, 300. Oh, it's similar. 3 cannon, 300 infantry, 3 cannons, and some commanders. It's crazy, man. Yeah, I love it. I love the epic stuff because it's completely over the top. I don't know if anyone's ever actually finished any epic stuff, like ever. I honestly don't know if they've ever actually finished it. But it doesn't really matter because that's not why you get into the epic. You get into the epic stuff just because it's epic, not because you expect to ever actually finish it and play with any of it. If you do, that's like a bonus, right? That's like a Brucey bonus, right? Yeah. Squidfist, I have been in that fort, sir, and I can assure you they have no cannons. I love Sharp, man. Did you see the epic armies on display at Ward Open last year? Yeah, you goddamn right I did. Yeah, you goddamn right I did. Awesome. All right, we got one more thing here. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Dropping by for a quick hello. Have a great stream. Dude, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for the support. Great to have you here. All right. So, we've caught up on the super chats and stuff. Thank you to everyone for getting the stream popping off. I guess the big question is, what do you want me to catch up on first? We've got like Spectre Squad, some of the new detachments, some of the new rules for like 11th edition, Konflikt 47, mystery boxes. I've got some big info coming out. Well, I've got some big info on those new mystery boxes, more than I had yesterday. So I touched upon them yesterday, but I got more for today. So we're going to get to all of it eventually. So it's really kind of up to you guys where you want to go first. Let's have a look what the poll's saying. Yarrick, everyone's saying Yarrick is the favorite guard hero. That's awesome, man. Sad to see Usaka Creed down there at the bottom, but he has basically not been. A lot of people won't have even played with him because of the fact that they got rid of him before the great resurgence of 10th edition, right? Yeah. There you go. Not even the quad nerds can drag him down. So it says, wait, why was Timers not included in the guard heroes poll? I'll get it right next time. There you are. The mystery box have already sold out. They have. They have. It was unexpected, to say the least. All right. They sold out, so I don't want to hear about the K47 mystery boxes. Well, you know what? Fuck it. It's only a quick one. We'll do the K47 stuff first, then we can just like no life the Warhammer 40k because I know that's what most people are, are going to be here for, right? So we'll get the K47 stuff like out of the way as it were, and then we'll go over the 40k stuff. So I have a video on this which is going to be coming out tomorrow. So you're going to be able to get, if you can't stick around for the information, you're going to get it tomorrow. But I'll give you guys the early scoop now. So I'll show it off on camera quickly, so you guys can see what the hell we're talking about, right? So Warlord Games does something called mystery boxes. They do them sort of once or twice a year for various different game systems. So sometimes they'll have like I think the most famous ones are like the Bolt Action mystery boxes that they've been doing. And they've been doing this for a few years now. They've kind of been like refining the formula, you know, working out what the best way of doing this works. So I think with Bolt Action, like the early mystery boxes that I think they did generic Warlord mystery boxes early on, and they had a little bit of everything. And people enjoyed them, but you know, there's always going to be that element of, oh, I bought a mystery box and I got some like Blood Red Skies. It's a cool game, but I'm just not interested. It's just not for me. So there's always one of the things that always sort of held the mystery boxes back was that, yeah, it was a nice way of just like trying a little bit of everything out and getting it at a significant discount, because you always do get a good discount. But the overwhelming feedback that they got from the community was, we would rather have a more focused mystery box. I mean, some people might be like, isn't that taking the mystery out of the mystery box? But I think the way Warlords sort of settled on the system they've settled on, I think the system they've settled on is actually probably the best balance of certainty and mystery. So what they basically do is, for the Konflikt 47 ones, it costs 125 quid and you get a minimum of £200 worth of stuff. And as is said in the sort of information that's like here, everything you get is going to be for one faction. So you don't know what faction you're going to get. There's 5 factions. You don't know what faction you're going to get, but you know that when you open that mystery box up, it's going to be like all British or all Soviet or all American or whatever, you know, or all Axis or all Japanese. Might as well finish it off, right? You just don't know what it's going to be. And then on top of that, so that alone is a pretty good deal. So you're getting £200, a minimum of £200, and some of it can be a lot more. You're getting a minimum of £200 worth of stuff for 125 quid. And you know it's all going to be for the same faction, so you're not going to end up with like a random box of Americans in there that you might never use if you're just interested in like collecting like the Axis, for example. So that's pretty good. The so on its own, that's the general gist of it. But I have dug a bit deeper. I've spoken to my Inquisition contacts at Warlord Games, and I have got extra information for you. And I shared a little bit of this yesterday, but I've got even more information for you today. Right? So the first thing to mention is, there were a lot of people who were kind of concerned that it was gonna be a way of like, and I think this is a very natural concern and a very natural bit of cynicism. So I'm not demonizing it in any way, shape, or form. I think a lot of people were a bit like, well, they're just going to shove a bunch of the old stock in there and use the mystery box as a way of like clearing shite. I think that is a sentiment. That's a very natural sentiment to have if you've not encountered one of these mystery boxes before, like with Bolt Action. Because with Bolt Action, what they've done is, and this I got this confirmed from Warlord, they did it with the last Bolt Action mystery boxes. They've done it with the K47 ones. Not only are they, you know, faction specific, but also they're designed to give you a functional force. So it's not a random collection of shite. They've actually designed them to be a functional force. So the example that was given to me was, there's one of the and there's a load of different variants for each faction. So it's not like if 2 people get the same, if let's say you got 5 people and they all get the Axis they all get the Axis mystery box. They don't all get exactly the same thing. There's about 6 to 8 variants per faction, right? So I might get an Axis one and you might get an Axis one, but we get 2 completely different things. So that's the first bit. It's not, there's a bit of variation to each one. The second thing is that one of the examples that was given to me is one of the mystery boxes contains a Wotan. not like one of the variations contains a Wotan. And it was described to me that you get a Wotan, which is like basically the equivalent of getting like a Bane Blade, right? It's like the biggest model you can get for the Axis. You get a Wotan and a box of Style Trooper and a sprue of Totem Core, which is like 15 Totem Core, I believe. And you also got a Nax Zera, and you also got another mech on top of that. I think it was the it was like a box of Vogel Spits, which I think come in pairs, right? Maybe, but I'm not sure. But it was like when you added it all up, it was like well over 200 quid's worth of stuff, and it was like 50. It was like 14 to 1500 points worth of stuff. And that was like one of the variants. So not all of them are going to be that good, but that gives you an idea of it's entirely possible for you to buy one of these boxes and you get a full 1500 point Konflikt 47 army for £125. Yeah. So like that's pretty good. And then another thing that's been, so I've got more information. So another thing that's been confirmed is there's going to be a lot of plastic in these. There's some of the variations will have a lot of plastic in them. For example, they're going to contain some of the stuff that's on pre-order right now. So one of like the Soviet variants is going to contain, some of the Soviet variants are going to contain the new plastic Ursus, and some of the British variants are going to contain the new plastic automated infantry. And those are on pre-order right now. So they're not using, so again, people are like, oh, they're going to use it to clear old stock. No, there's actually brand new shit that are in these mystery boxes. There might be some, like, I don't think there's any metal robots or metal Ursus in them. There might be, but I think the idea is if you buy one of these and you get the automated infantry, you're getting the plastic ones. Yeah. So it's not just old shit that's being shoved in here. There's going to be a mixture of resin, metal, and plastic simply because that's what the Konflikt range is made up of right now. You know, they're in the process of modernizing it and plasticking it all up, but it's not quite there yet, as we know. So, and when the way it was described to me, so I dug a little further into this, and the way it was described to me is like, you should be getting a functional force. If you don't quite get a full Konflikt 47 1500 point army out of your mystery box, the idea is at most you'd have to spend like 30 to 50 quid, like basically one other box, to get to the full 1500. So basically if you buy a mystery box, for under £200, you'll get a full Konflikt army via the mystery box route, either directly from the mystery box itself or the mystery box plus one other thing you need to get. So it's like, you know, there's quite a bit. They're very generous with these things. They're very good. They're very, very good. Yeah. So it's not all filler, no killer. It is pretty killer filled. It's also worth mentioning that there are one or two of the variants have got some bolt action stuff in there, but the way it was described to me is it's a little bit of bolt action. So, for example, I think one of the variants, if you might get like a sprue or two of basic infantry. You're not going to get a full platoon box because Warlord knows that the vast majority of people, when they get into K47, they're not doing what I do and go down the pure normal dudes route. The vast majority of people are taking all the wacky shit and maybe taking one or two squads of basic stuff for like doing objectives and stuff like that. So they've not put like a full box in there because they know that would probably be too much bot action infantry for most people getting into the game. But they've in a couple of the variants, they've put like a sprue or two of basic infantry, just as a bit of variety. And another thing they said is they've put a few transports in there as well, because technically they're bolt action units, but obviously having a transport for like your power armored guys, even if it's a truck, can be very, very helpful. Yeah. So yeah, it's all the extra. I mean, I don't know if you guys have got any questions, but all of the that's all of the extra information I have over what is in the basic description. So you are getting over 200 quid's the minimum. I think one of the variants, it does say, one thing I will mention, it does say gaming accessories here, and I did see some people that were a bit worried they were gonna like stuff them full of like pin markers and the little like, you know, the sprues that come in like the blast templates and stuff. That gaming accessories, from what I understand, covers some of the variants. I think it was just, I think it was like one of the British variants, but it might have been like one variant for each faction. So I don't hold me to the exact details here, but not in the majority. One or two of the variants across the factions contains like a faction specific dice bag and or the faction specific rift dice as well. But it's not like every single mystery box is being padded out with that stuff. There's like a variant or two that includes that. But then, you know, remember, it's at least £200 worth of models and stuff. So the way it was sort of an offhand comment. What it was kind of said to me is like, well, you know, that's, you know, probably on top of like what you're getting for like 200 quid. Does that make sense? What on top of the 200 quid? Yeah. So yeah, so I thought that was worth mentioning, but it's not. Yeah, I think generally speaking, it's very understandable to be kind of cynical about this kind of stuff. But all of the extra information that I've been able to get about it indicates that these are in the same vein as the bolt action ones, where they're a pretty bloody good deal. And I know a whole bunch of you guys got the bolt action ones last time they came around, and people were pretty happy. Like, you know, a lot of people got for bolt action like 1,500 plus points of stuff for that game for like 125 quid. So yeah. So yeah, it looks like it should be it looks like these should be pretty good mystery boxes. I do have one other extra bit of like info on the whole thing though, and I think you guys will. You know what? You want a little bit of hype? You want a little bit of hype? I'll give you a bit of hype. So these mystery boxes were meant to be available for 2 weeks. Like and the idea is that Warlord was like, we want to do this was like a test. Like, we know people like the mystery boxes for bolt action, but we appreciate that, yeah, whilst there is some overlap between the bolt action and Konflikt 47 communities, there's actually a pretty dedicated standalone K47 only community. You know, there's a bit of cross pollination, but often the bolt action people like bolt action, the K47 people like K47, right? And so they realized that this is a bit of a test, because they were like, let's see how let's see if the new K47 community likes the idea of these mystery boxes. And so they put them up for 2 weeks as a bit of a limited run, 2 weeks, see how it respond. And in 3 days they sold out. I think it was they had, because they were just doing it as a bit of a test, they put aside like 400 of the mystery boxes. So not like thousands upon thousands upon thousands of them, but 400 of them. And in 3 days, all sold out, which is pretty crazy. And and speaking to Warlord today about the whole thing, I think that if you're disappointed you didn't get a mystery box in this run, don't worry. We know Warlord don't really do FOMO and that kind of stuff. I think the response has been overwhelmingly positive. Warlord was very surprised how quickly they all got hoovered up. And I think there'll be some more. I don't know if it'll be for 6 months to a year. Like they sort of do things sort of once or twice a year, like I said. But I think the Warlord has taken note and gone, oh, you guys like mystery boxes. So hopefully in the future, they'll be. I think they're definitely going to do them again at some point in the sort of middle future, as it were. And I think there'll be a little bit more availability that time. Because I know some people are kind of disappointed that they missed out on them. But it's not like if you miss out on the 40k Christmas battalion, you never get it again. They're going to come back round again. Yeah. So there you go, which is kind of cool, right? But I think it's if I may wash the balls just a little bit more, and I know you guys I know you guys love me watching those Warlord balls, but I also know you guys want to talk about 40k at the moment. But I think that it's pretty fucking cool that the K47 mystery boxes sold out really quickly. I think that it's a small yet meaningful sign of the health of the game, and an indication, like, you know, the momentum behind this game is still very much there. I know that for some detractors of K47, but also for those of you who were a little bit more wary of the game, you were a bit like, oh, well, I don't know if I want to get into K47 because what if it's a game that's like a flash in the pan and then a year later it's like no one's ever heard of it kind of thing. You know, we've all seen games do that. But I think every indication, including this one, is pointing to the same thing, which is that K47 has been around nearly a year now, I think. It's getting up there. And it's just going from strength to strength to strength to strength to strength. It's just it's I think Warlord themselves are almost a little shocked and excited and intimidated a little bit by how popular the game has become and how much momentum it's getting behind it. Yeah. Which is awesome to see. Yeah. Absolutely awesome to see. It was revealed at UKGE last year. Well, it was that 12 months ago then, because I know UKGE is coming up at the end of this month. Again, do they do it at the same time every year with Imp? I've never been before. So, I mean, it was revealed, let's say, about a year ago, but I don't think you could get the models for like 3 months or so. So it's been revealed for a year. It's been like purchasable and playable for about 9 months, and the momentum isn't slowing down. It's slowing up. It's speeding up. Yeah. So I think that's really good, and I think that's really important to point out, because you know, wargamers obviously want to be able to buy into a game with confidence. Like I said, you don't want to buy into a game only for it to die. And I think people want to be able to buy into a game with confidence, to know that it's going to be established, to know that it's going to have some longevity to it. And I don't think there's any doubt now. I think anyone using that as an argument against it now, I think is being disingenuous. Yeah, it's not arguing in good faith, as it were. So yeah, it looks like it's all going in the right direction for Konflikt, which is awesome. And I have another scoop for you. I think it's end of next week. Another wave of pre-orders is going up for Konflikt. And I think that includes the Invasion America book. And that includes... Bertie's already pre-orderable, isn't he? So there's going to be a slight overlap. So normally Warlord doesn't have one pre-order overlap with another, but there's going to be a slight overlap this time. So, because I asked the question, does that mean at the end of next week are things going to get shipped out? And the answer was no, things aren't going to get shipped out till the end of next month, till the end of June. But the next pre-order is going to go up basically a couple of weeks before the last pre-order ends. And yeah, so I think that there's going to be I think Invasion America is going up for pre-order, and you're also going to get some of the new Japanese stuff as well. But what the Japanese mech is coming slightly later. But not massively later. Just like there's going to be there's going to be the book, the hero, and the plastic. I think it's the plastic Ghost Warriors, but I can't remember. But there's going to be a hitherto unseen unit go up for pre-order. I don't know. So the mech has been delayed slightly, but I think it's going to be balanced out by the fact there's a hitherto unknown unit. Now, I'm going to be honest. It's unknown to you guys. I know what the unit is. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I think Japanese players are going to blow their beans. I think the natural disappointment of the mech coming basically like a month later than expected is going to be balanced out by the new unit that you guys are going to get. I think the NDA is straining at the seams. It's straining. It's straining. Yeah. So, yes, you won't see the mech in the pre-order end of next week. Sad, but trust, fellas. I've not led you astray yet. Okay, I've not led you astray yet. Okay, trust. The thing you're gonna get instead, when you guys start getting a whiff of the rules, when I can start telling you about the rules of this thing, I think you're gonna be like, okay, I'm all right with it. I'm okay with it. I can wait a month for the mech. These guys will tide me over. So yeah, it's very so don't be too disappointed that the mech's been delayed. Trust me. All right. I think there's going to be some, I think there's going to be some pretty happy Japanese players. There you go. But I can't say anymore. I'm giving too much away. I'm giving too much away. All right. We got a couple of super chats, and then should we Mad Larkin. I couldn't possibly comment. Don't know what you're talking about. Oh, there's something in my eye. Bro. The rules for these guys. Oh, man. The NJ is holding on barely. I can't even, man. Like when I got told, okay, these are the rules that we think we're going to go for, and they've been locked in now. I think they've been confirmed. I was like, what? I actually said, wait, can you say that again? Like, I actually said that. Mad Larkin, you won't be able to guess what it is. It's amazing. It's so, it's ridiculous. Remember, Konflikt is not a balanced game. Now it is. The Japanese players have been getting dunked on again. And for 9 months, they've been getting dunked on. And let me tell you, now it is their time to do the dunking. Now it is their time. Oh, my God. All will learn to fear the Empire of the Rising Sun. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be... Ghost Warrior Special Rule, nothing personal, kid. Oh, man. Yeah, so... I don't know the exact detail. To be clear, I don't know the exact details. I just know what their rift ability is. They're going to be awesome. They're gonna be absolute cinema. Absolute, like literally absolute cinema. Like it's gonna be incredible. Yeah, it's gonna be like I'm trying to think of like a good way of like describing it. You know, is it the second X-Men film? And that like the guy that looks like a devil attacks like the president, right? And at the and he's like all over the place, right? And they're all like it's gonna be like that. It's gonna be like that. Yeah. It's gonna be like a squad of Nightcrawlers. Yeah. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be absolutely incredible. Yeah. You guys are gonna fucking love them. Trust me. I can't say anything more. I'm probably gonna get told off for how much I've already said. But yeah. You guys are gonna absolutely love them. I think I think people are gonna I think they're gonna be the talk of the town. And I think they're gonna be talk of town, but in a really cool cinematic way. Yeah. There you are. Yeah. Anyway. I think you guys are going to love them. Moving. I've said too much. I'm going to be getting emails and phone calls. They're going to be like, you need to pay for the, you need to pay to reinsert all the bolts on not the NDA. Morty gets his PP smacked tomorrow. I might do, but I will always have my PP smacked about in the name of hype. So there you go. I'm not giving anything too much away. But yeah, I think you guys are going to be, I know you guys are going to be excited for them. Yeah, they're awesome. All right. What have we got next? What have we got? So, how dare the partner hype models and help sell units? I know what you're saying. Oh, I know what you're saying. But this is stuff that's not even out yet. I'm not hyping it. I'm not pushing fucking any sales because you can't fucking buy them. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I know what you mean. But no, I think I think people are going to really enjoy them. Yeah. There you are. What have we got next? We got some super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Drupacabra! Thank you for super chat, man. List for 11th edition requesting Metamordian to review it. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Caden Castellan gets sustained. Let me open this up 1 second. Look at me. What's it say? Look at me. Garder's oath now. I love that. Okay. Caden Castellan gives sustained 1, and Crystal Crow gives reroll hits rolls, and the Strat gives lethal, and Aquilin Eye gives AP +1. In 11th edition, this 20 Cadian command squad, Castellan and Ogun Bodyguard Blob can do 17 damage to a Russ Hull. Hulls will be hard to kill, so I went with the infantry spam wrapped in a protector bubble of 18 Bulgans to protect against the loads of melee. Fucking hell. All right, let's give it a gander. So, we've got a Cadian Castellan with Aquilin Eye. Cadian Command Squad, Commissar. Okay, so two Cadian Command Squads, 2 Cadian Castellans, and a Commissar with Abhuman Detail. All right. Gaunt's Ghost, that's good. Ogun Bodyguard, Primaris Psyker. All right. 20 Cadian Shock Troops, 20 Cadian Shock Troops, 10 Jungle Fighters, 10 Death Corps of Krieg, 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 20 Death Corps of Krieg, Bulgrin, Cyclops, Croyle. And is that 2k, is it? Okay. So, the first thing I would say is 18 Bulgrin is a lot, but I don't think it's necessarily wrong. I think it's going to be a great way of you being able to For what detachment are you in? Is the big question. Oh, it's got to be Gristle Company because of Aquila 9, Abhuman Detail, of course, of course. So 80 Borgren is a lot. You could probably go down to 12. Just because we don't, because it's 600 points. It is taking up a lot. But you could probably, 18 is fine. You could probably get away with 12 if you need a few more points. Coil, I think, is great. Yeah, I think really good unit. I know exactly what you want to do with him. Get those oaths going on and all that kind of good shit. One thing I would say is you don't have any ignores cover. I know sustained hits is like having +1 to hit. But even so, I do feel I do feel a bit uncomfortable with you being like, well, I'm just going to hit on 5s to rely on sustained and oath to get me across the line. I don't know. I feel like ignores cover would be nice to have in there. Because you've got sustain. So what makes the thing is, what makes the Psyker ignores cover? I think the psychic attacks themselves ignore cover. I don't think putting a Psyker in the squad allows the entire squad to ignore cover. I could be wrong. I'm out of touch. If Primaris Psykers allow the entire unit to ignore cover, because he's like, then that's big. That's big, but I think it's psychic attacks themselves ignore to hit into wound modifiers. I don't think it's the entire squad would benefit from that. Yeah, only the weapons with psychic get it. Yeah, so I think only the psychic weapons. Of course, this is based off Warcom. It could be wrong. Warcom is not the most accurate thing these days, right? But I think my understanding is that the psychic weapons themselves are what get that ability, not just slap the psychic keyword into a unit, suddenly everyone gets it. Now, I hope, in a serious way, I actually hope you're right, though, because it would actually make Primaris Psykers really, really fucking good. At the moment, Primaris Psykers, well, for pretty much all of 10th edition, Primaris Psykers have been a bit, there've been like a few occasional moments when they've been able to be amazing, but for a lot of it, they've been, right? If we could make Primaris Psykers proper force multipliers, like stick them in a unit, they guide the entire unit, that would be awesome. That would make them S tier, and I wouldn't be against it. I think it's about time they were that good, right? But I don't think they are. We'll have to wait and see on that one. I know, me saying wait and see, but there we are. So I do think that you could do with a bit of ignores cover in this army, because I think what makes Castellan so good right now in like the recon detachment, for example, is the fact that they're giving you sustained hits, plus you go first rank fire, second rank fire, plus the fact that cover isn't making you -1 to hit, so you're getting away with hitting on 4s. I think the idea of hitting on 5s, even with sustained hits, I don't know, man. Even with Kroll getting full rerolls to hit, it feels a little funky. But anyway, going back to the rest of the list, I think you've got a lot of like little 10-man squads here. This is what I would do, right? I would take 12 Bulgrin, 2 Mega Blobs, and Croyle. I think after that, we're looking at tanks and shit. Because I like Hellhounds, Lemur's battle tanks, that kind of stuff. I think the issue is you're starting to get diminishing returns with the idea that you've gone for. Like you've got like 2 or 3 like Mega Blobs, but realistically and then a whole bunch of extra infantry. But I think realistically, when you think about it, Croyle is probably going to have to get quite close to be able to get the oath off. Because yeah, you've got the sniper, but the sniper really hits on a 3. With 1 shot, you're going to roll a 1 or a 2, right? But if you get Croyle nice and close and can shoot with the stub carbine, then you're pretty much guaranteed to get that oath off. But he is in a bit of the firing line, so he'll probably die the next turn. But at least he gets it off, right? So I think you go a couple of squads. You go basically 2 of these blobs. 2 blobs with 2 supporting Bulgrins to screen for each one. Croyle in the middle, who rush forward, oath something, and then you dogpile it. And then after that, you balance the list out. I think anything you go beyond that with the idea you're trying to pull off, you're just going to get diminishing returns. You go, Croyle's not going to be in exactly the right place. You're not everyone's going to be able to dogpile onto one unit because there's going to be cover and stuff in the way. So I think you got to think like this is going to be operating in a relatively like localized area. So not every squad's going to be able to get all the rerolls and all the buffs every turn because of the reality of where deployment and firing lines and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I would say a couple of Bulgrin squads, a couple of big squads, then Croyle, and then after that go in a more that's one big combo you've gone for. Use the rest of the points to get the classic range firepower that you need, a bit of indirect fire and some shit munchers. That would be my take. Yeah. It's not supposed to clear the opponent, just kill their DAC. It plays like half recon. No, I mean, when I say clear the opponent, I mean to be fair, if you're gonna, I don't think that works, that idea. Firstly, I think 11th edition is going to be all about smacking the fuck out of each other. Secondly, I think no half measures won't. If you're going to go for a killy list, go for a killy list. If the idea is, this just sort of kills their DACA a bit. If you're going to make it, because you got to think, bro. Got to think, what force disposition are you picking for this army? What is your primary objective likely to be? Is this going to be a purge army? Okay, well then, no point in only having a half killy list. So force disposition is going to massively matter because it's going to determine how you fucking win games. It's going to determine how you score points. So I think if you're going to go for a killy list, you go for a fucking killy list. I don't think you go for taking the enemy's DACA away. I think you go for, I'm going to fuck the enemy up fucking massively. That's would be my hot take. But anyway, so my feedback is the general concept of what you've come up with is good. The problem I think you've got is you're beginning to enter serious diminishing returns. The idea of Bulgrin screen blob fuck enemy with Croyle and other support, I like that. But I think you've got to get a little bit more intelligent about how you're applying it rather than just slapping it all in the list. Okay? There you go. Hope that helps. I think so don't think I'm shitting on the list at all. I'm not. I think it needs a bit of refinement. And what I would say is before you make any changes, you could just take the list as it is, get some battlefield feedback, and then start making the refinements. I think that would be the intelligent way of doing it. No, you're never going to get the theory crash list perfectly right first time. You've come up with the general concept. Let's get 11th edition dropped, and then let's start field testing it and find out where we can really trim the points and make it more efficient. There you go. All right. So it's more of a thing of like, keep an eye on how you might need to change it in the immediate future, but the general concept definitely has some legs. I hope that helps, man. There you are. Metamordian, switch off. I hope that feedback was helpful. All right. What have we got next? What do we got next here? Wise Old Worm! Wise Old Worm, thank you so much for 37 months. Triple X Force, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Woo! Over 3 years, man! Holy shit, bro. Holy shit. Amazing. Thank you for the long-term support, mate. Thank you for doing your part for 3 years, bro. Incredible. Nice to see you back. Dude, nice to be back. Armor in stream discussion for inspection. Let's have a look. Nice. Very, very, very cool, bro. I love that 8th Army sort of Italy camo color scheme. I think I might redo some of my tanks in that color scheme, you know. I've already got the tan nailed down. So I just basically need to add like the dark brown. Is it dark brown or black? But the dark brown / black sort of splotches on it. Yeah, it looks so good. Looks so fucking cool, bro. Nice. I think you've done a great job with that. I love the color scheme. I love all the extra storage. I love the little like mascot on the back. That's so cool. And I love the 50 cals as well. That's great. Speaking of which, I shouldn't really tell you any of this, but I've got the Commonwealth book, the upcoming one. Obviously, I can't tell you guys anything about it, but what I can, well, I can't tell you much about it, but what I can say is I've looked through the army rules, and I think I need to double check it, but I think the Canadians, one of their like army rules, each nation in the Commonwealth has got quite a lot of army rules, but I think the Canadians, one part of their army rules is they can add a 50 cal machine gun to I think it's like to any vehicle. There's like a list of them they can add to. So yeah, I think the Canadians are getting their 50s back. Yeah. There you go. The Canadian rules have been released already. Oh well, there you go then. Yeah, I must have missed that bit. But I think the Canadians are getting their 50 cals to pretty much anything, which is good. Nice. Is the East Africa rules any good? Need to get my King's African rifles on the board again. I'll take a look. I wish I could just I wish I could just show you guys, but I can't just just willy-nilly just show everything off, much as I want to. 1 minute. It's not letting me open it for some reason. Oh, there we go. It's doing it now. I think I saw rules for them. Okay, so I can see there are rules for East Africa Command. You've got some, there's like a few pages of history on them, and then they've got, I think it's 5 special rules, 5 army special rules, and then they've got a whole bunch of unique units, and you've got some other stuff as well. So yeah, there's quite a bit in there for them. Yeah, it's quite a bit. Yeah, I'm not going to get into any specifics, but the East African Command stuff is in there, and I think it looks okay. I'll have a look at the try and look at the rules for it. I won't be able to tell you any of the rules, but I'll be able to tease you. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, they do seem to have some pretty good rules. Can they bring the Egyptian Camel Corps? I think so. There's a thing here about desert mounted infantry. Yes, you can bring camel riders. I can confirm that. I probably shouldn't do, but I can confirm it. So there you go. The camel core is intact. There you go. So if you want to go out there and buy a bunch of camel riders, you can. Absolutely. Yes, yes, a Dawnry ride. Reminds me of that film, The Scorpion King, where he's like, but camels are smarter. There you are. All right, what do we got next? Transrat Shovel, thank you for the 14 months. X-Force, baby! K47 question in stream discussion. Congrats on the marriage. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you very much. Let's take a look at the question. Let me have a look here. I have had analysis paralysis for months now. I purchased the Bolt Action US Airborne D-Day box with the plan to use them as my US infantry in K47. The rest of my K47 stuff is built and painted, but I'm just staring at these sprues lost because Daddy GW isn't holding my hand, telling me how to build them. My question is, how would you build the models, equipment-wise, with the intent for them to be used in K47? My Tism yearns for WYSIWYG. Currently, my US K47 army is 28 Fireflies, a Tesla Sherman with the 82 as well, a Tesla Shuret, 350 Cal teams, and 2 linebackers. So my experience. So the thing is, I think there's going to be a bit of a basic infantry update for K47 at some point. It might not be for a few months though, so it might not be something you want to worry about right now. Are you planning on using them in Bolt Action, or are you just going to use them in K47? I guess is the big question. And the second thing I would say is, did you get like is it just the box of like 30 infantry? Or it's not updates and new models. No, just some rules to help them still be able, because Warlord has recognized that some people like to play as the horrors coming from the Rift, and some people like to play as the normal dudes trying to hold back the horrors coming from the Rift, like that Imperial Guard kind of mindset, right? So, if it's just like the box of like 30 of them, the most effective form of basic infantry that I have found, the box is the 30-man box. So the most effective form of playing a basic infantry that I found is like a minimum size squad with a flamethrower. Now you don't get flamethrowers in that particular box, but a good backup that I have, a good loadout for Bolt Action is like a general loadout is take a 6-man squad with like an LMG or 2 LMGs, or take a 7-man squad with 4 or 5 SMGs and a couple of shipmunch with rifles. So that's a couple of ways you you have the assault loadout, and you've got the sort of hold the line DACA loadout. For K47, I think you don't need all that much basic infantry, bro. Like, the reality of the situation is you just don't need that much basic infantry in K47 unless you want to do the Imperial Guard hold the line style jobby. So you really can just sort of build them however you want. My recommendation would be, my recommendation would try and kit bash a couple of flamers, or get a couple of flamers. You can get the weapon teams pretty easily. And so you have a couple, so basically you take like a couple of 6-man squads with 4 guys with rifles, 1 guy with the flamethrower, 1 loader for the flamethrower. That's one way I would do it. The other way that I would do it is a couple of sort of 6-man squads with rifles and rifle grenades. So what you do is you build a 6-man squad. You give 3 of them the carbines, and you give 3 of them the Garands. And the ones with the Garands are the ones that have got the rifle grenades. The one with the carbines are the ones that have just got normal rifles. That's the other way I'd approach it. Those are sort of the 2 basic ways of doing basic infantry in K47. But the main reason for that is because those 2 loadouts are what give you access to pen. And basic infantry need the way they can compete in K47 is that fact that they can they need a bit of pen. Because what's going to happen when you can load them with all the SMGs that you want, and then you encounter some style trooper, and you're like, oh, well, I just can't hurt you. Which you don't want to be in that situation. So yeah, a couple of flamethrowers or a couple of, or half a dozen rifle grenades would be the way I'd do it. And I'd look at getting a couple of 6-man squads. Now, you might be like, okay, but that still leaves me with like 18 infantry. Absolutely it does. So the first thing you want to, one thing you want to use your basic infantry for is to build some cheap platoon commanders. I would build I would build 3 platoon commanders just with pistols. I'd go, if you want my advice, I'd build 2 6-man squads. Like I said, 3 with carbines, 3 with Garands. That's 12 infantry. I'd get a couple of, I'd kit bash a couple of flamer teams. So that's another 4 infantry. Or I'd buy a couple of flamer teams, whatever you want to do. But that's another 4 infantry. If you kit bash, that's another 4. So that's 16 of them used up. 3 officers, that's 19 of them used up. And that leaves you with 11 infantry left over. And those 11 infantry, you can give whatever you want. I would suggest going for maybe 3 or 4. I'd probably go for a couple of LMGs. What are you going to have? 11 infantry left over. A couple of LMGs. 4 BARs. That'll be 6 infantry. And maybe like 5 SMGs. Something like that. But there's, as Jenny Bratz has pointed out, you can use them to make like air observers and stuff like that. Spotters for mortars and things like that. The basic infantry are very useful. The basic infantry kit is very useful for making all sorts of little supporting models and like spotters for artillery, air observers, officers, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But yeah, but you don't need to worry too much. Once you've got a couple of flamethrower squads, I mean, one way you could, I don't think you really need to. If you wanted to go down the mass basic infantry route, well, it would be different. It would be very, very different. But yeah, I think a couple of 6-man, 12 rifles, 6 of them being carbines, 6 of them being Garands, 2 flamethrower teams on top of that, 3 officers, a couple of LMGs, 4 BARs, and the rest SMGs. I think you'll be fine with that. Yeah, I think you'll be fine. I think that will give you. I don't think you'll ever use all 30 of your infantry. I think that what will give you is basically a couple of squads that you can bolt on different weapon options on, depending on what loadout you want it to have. Oh, I'll put the flamethrowers to one side, put the LMGs this time. I'll put the LMGs to one side, I'll put the SMGs in this time. See what I mean? You basically got 2 squads that you're just bolting on whatever weapons you want for that particular game. There you go. I hope that helps. What have we got next? Wallace, thank you for the super chat, man. There has been no new use for the old world in half a year, and the last new miniatures were released many months ago. Is the old world dead? I don't think so. I thought we had a big FAQ like 3 months ago, and we had a bunch of Cathay stuff come out as well. Has time flown by too quickly? Old World FAQ. We use a Cathay Wave 2. Yeah, it was only February. So like 3 months, February 24th, so 3 months ago, that we had the Cathay Peasant Wave. Yeah. Oh, they mean nothing new announcement-wise in 7 months. Oh, so everything's been announced and then released, but then no new announcements. Are we not tired of Cathay, though? I mean, I was never bothered about them in the first place. I don't think since November, according to the Square-based boys. Yeah, so I did see that Square-based had put like a video out being like, where's all the new stuff for Old World? I think Old World had a bit of a breakneck pace getting all of the factions to actually have models. I think Old World's just gonna chill. I mean, it's a different game, it's a different company, it's a different pace of life. You know, like Old World is like countryside life. You know, things move a little bit slower out here. It's like life in the Shire, you know? And then 40K is like life in the big city. It's always moving, the city that never sleeps. The release schedule, 40K is the release schedule that never sleeps. And Old World, I think, has kind of puffed itself out a little bit. It's like, you know, it needs that refractory period to get back on the game. So I don't think Old World is dead at all. I think we've all just been us. I think we've all had our perception completely fucking warped by 40K just being go, 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 go constantly. Yeah. I think that you know, I think they might be holding off on 40K in full swing. I think that's a good, a reasonable assumption. I think they're just probably just working on Old World 2nd Edition now. Old World is going to be on a 3-year cycle, by the way, like minimum 3-year cycle. So I think the game's been out for 2.5 years. They're probably just getting ready for the next edition. Maybe it's gonna, you know, which is going to be in like probably 6 or 7 months. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just, we've had a lot of stuff come out in the first 2.5 years. I think it's probably just, well, first 2 years, end of November, right? So I think we've had a bit of a breakneck pace for 2 years. Let things settle for a year. New edition comes around, and with the new edition, I think you're going to see all of the other legacy factions come back. Bretonia and Tomb King Starbox already gone from GW site. Yeah, exactly. So no, I'm not worried. I'm not worried about Old World at all. And frankly, controversial opinion, but in many ways, the less GW fucks with it, the better. Considering what, look, I used to have great faith in SDS. Considering what they did to Horus Heresy 3.0, I think the longer that Old World stays settled, the better. Yeah. I think we're going to get... I think that the new edition will come around, and I really hope that all the new edition really is a tightening up of the rules, a consolidating of the various FAQs and stuff. And I think it launches with it launches with some of the legacy factions coming back into the fold, like Dark Elves and Lizard Men and shit like that. That's what we want Old World to be like. We don't want Old World to get completely reinvented. No. Old World doesn't need to be reinvented. It needs to be refined. The first edition has survived and thrived off just hype. Right? People just being excited that the game isn't dead and that it's just back, and holy shit, Warhammer Fantasy's back. But I actually agree. I love Old World. I'll wash Old World's balls until I can see my own face in them, right? But even I'm starting to realize that there's some fucking clunky shit going on in that game. Most people don't encounter it because they just kind of like vibe code their way through it. It's like, oh yeah, this unit locks in here. This, yeah, that'll do. Fuck it, let's start fighting. When you actually get into like rules as written for Old World, it's like, this is going to go here, do like a 360, jump up and down, and sort of end up on this side of the unit. And you're like, how? That makes no sense how that's happened. But technically, rules as written, that's how it works, right? So what Old World needs is refinement, tightening up, and a little bit of polish. The core thing from like a vibe point of view, is right. They shouldn't be fucking with that. Yeah. New edition should be tightening up of the rules and taking some of the legacy factions out of purgatory. And if I was to pick 2 legacy factions that should come out of purgatory, obviously Skaven. Obviously Skaven. I think GW wants to make an infinite amount of money. Put Skaven in Old World properly. And I think I'd probably say Dark Elves on top of that. Maybe Lizard Men. But yeah, those would be the 2 things that I would say. And then what second edition should do is bring back some, if not all, of the legacy factions and introduce another brand new faction from like Total War. I would personally vouch for Vampire Coast. I think I'd go I think Skaven and Vampire Counts should probably come back. The two legacy armies that should come back in second edition, no questions asked, Vampire Counts and Skaven. Those are the 2 obvious big sellers that are missing. Bring those back, and then bring out, like, I'd say Vampire Coast, and I think you'll be having a great time there. You can even have Vampire Coast as a sub faction would be totally fine. Some people might say, "Oh, aren't they just like? Shouldn't they just be like an expansion to Vampire Counts?" I'd like, nah, make him a full blown thing. Zombie pirates are absolutely good enough and cool enough to sell well enough to stand on their own 2 feet. Yeah, for sure. All right. So no, I don't think Old World's dead. I think the new edition's going to be coming soon. What do we got next? Chicken Detonator. Thank you for Super Chat, man. I found the perfect mini to support your new boat. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. World War II Soviet tender and landing craft. Look at this thing. That's so cool. Yes. Wait, does a dude just stand on the back of that thing and steer it? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I love it. We need more boat-based bolt action warfare. Look at this, guys. I got another picture of it here. Look at this. Hey, you can actually have tanks transported on these things as well. Amazing. That's awesome. It's the right scale for bolt action. Yeah. I love that. I love how on the website they've got like a little bit of like historical shit for the boat as well. Like, look, the term tender used by the Russian Navy in the 9th century refers to a small auxiliary warship operating close to the shore with a displacement between 15 and 60 tons. There you are. That's cool. There's like loads of pictures and stuff. Nice. Nice. All right. What have we got next? Konflikt Drew, thank you for Super Chat. Hobby update and discussion. Don't I warm... Oh, hobby update discussion. Don't worry, I warmed them up for you. You warmed up the community for me. I love it. Well, that was my first stream before yours. Nice little 3-hour stream to get the crowd pumped up for yours. Cosmic, you're like the supporting act. You're the hype man now. You're welcome, by the way. I'm doing all the hard work again. But I did accomplish a decent chunk of modelling. Behold the Baron's Honor Guard. And yes, there's spears of rockets on it. Also, I got the extra Fireflies for the Firefly special units made, the Medic of old Siren Bits, and the Observer with the big phone. I'm going to add some more capes to the Baron's Honor Guard. The intro box is such a great deal. I'm trying to figure out a regular stream time, but I think Tuesdays might be one of the main days. Don't worry. I'll keep the crowd hyped for you. Thank you, Cosmic. It's very important. Thank you. Oh, man. I love it. Hey, the Siren bits work well with the Fireflies. Oh, I love that. I love the Baron's Honor Guard. They look great, man. I love the spear with the Panzerfaust attached. That's incredible. Nice. I love how you're using a bunch of AOS bits as well. Finally, we found a use for all the AOS models. Oh, man. I'm sorry, AOS Pros. The Happy Octopus, a popular beach boutique bar. I love it. Cosmic Dream, painting stream, Konflikt 47. Everglades or bus, Swan for life. Fuck's sake. I'm back from the Everglades now. I'm back. There you are. I love it, Cosmic. And I do like the look of those Baron bodyguards. They look great. What have we got? Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat. I'm alive despite being in a car accident and the left half of my face going numb. Fucking hell, mate. Mostly better now inside, outside of the odd cut and rattle the tin cup. Ed Bailey, you can't just drop that kind of like fucking lore development on us. All right? Fuck it out. Firstly, I hope you're okay. Secondly, I hope everyone involved is okay. I hope that you're getting better. And I hope and I wish you and everyone a speedy recovery and all that kind of good stuff. Holy shit, man. Yeah. Holy shit. And rattle the tin cup. I feel it feels deeply insensitive to rattle the tin cup after the other information you've shared. Dude, thank you for the support. And genuinely, I hope you're doing all right, man. Solarius, thank you for 32 months. X-Force, baby. Welcome back. Congratulations. Thank you, bro. Hobby update in stream discussion. Nice. Hey, look at that. We've got the Bretonians and we've got the Sister Battle. That's awesome, man. New Sisters models do look good. But the old Yeoman. Look at all those old classics. Amazing, man. Yes. I love the OG Yeoman models. They look great. Hey, look at that. Fucking hell. Someone's been pumping up the 40k numbers. I suppose there's quite a bit here actually. You've got some K47 here. You've got some guard here, more guard here. Got some Marines back here. Some dirty traitorous bastards over here. Nice, man. That looks great. Holy shit. More built than paint to clear up unbuilt boxes. Nice. Just smashing through the pile of shame, bro. I love it. Amazing. Well, good effort. And thank you for the support. Smoji Go, thank you for super chat. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, here we go. We've got some more hobbying going on. Nice. Are those the Dark Angel Terminators? They look really good, man. Hey, the hippogriff looks cool, bro. I like the effect you've done on the armor. Nice. Hey, those Kazakhs have been coming along. I remember what they looked like before I went away. You've been, working on them bit by bit. They look great. Death Riders look awesome. Hey, big muscle-bound brutes. I love that. Very cool. Dude, excellent work. You've been an absolute hive of activity, which is awesome. Okay. Right. We need to talk. Gentlemen, I need a piss. But we need to talk. So I'm going to do a poll, and you guys can... what should we discuss first? New Guard Armageddon detachments. I presume they're available in the faction pack, right? New Guard Armageddon detachments. 11th edition indirect fire rules. Spectre squad. How do you spell Spectre squad? I think it's different in the way GW's done it, isn't it? I think they've done it like Spectra. Yeah, okay. Spectra squad review. What was the other thing we had? I mean, there's probably some other stuff that I've missed. We had the new fly rules revealed today. They're kind of big. But I'm not sure. Well, those three can do for now, and then if we need, if we come across something else, we can, yeah. If anything, screenshots and attachment can be taken from the app as Discord. Nice. All right. Yeah, we'll do that for now. Those are the three topics we'll talk about now. And then if any others come up, we'll cover those as well. All right. Let me have a quick piss, and let me grab a refill on the drink. It's not quite empty, but it's getting low. So if I'm going downstairs, I might as well do two things at once. And when I come back, we'll discuss the topic which has got the most votes. All right. There we are. All right. Back in a moment.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed. When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe, while keeping it real. Indeed.
I'm back. Ugh. Let's fucking go. It's kind of warm. We're in that sort of in-between stage of being too warm for the dressing gown, too cold for not the dressing gown. First world problems. All right. So, you guys want to talk about the new indirect fire rules? Okie croaky. Let's have a look. Ugh. I missed a super chat. Let me have a look. Wait, did Narrow do it via... Look, I've told Narrow loads that he shouldn't use the tipping line. He keeps using the tipping line. Like, that's not on me, bro. That's not on me. I should take that tipping link out. I don't really use it anymore. Let's have a look. All right. Narrow, thank you for the super chat, man. Sorry I missed it. Victim blaming Tim over here. Hello, is a long time no talk or see. Hope you're well. I'm going to be straight to action. I'm a British Patriot Star for Army. Before I start gluing the infantry, what's your recommendation for squads for a beginner? Got pen and paper ready. All right. So, Narrow, firstly, great to have you back, man. Hope you've been doing all right. Secondly, awesome to hear you going over to bot action. That's fucking awesome, bro. Thirdly, I always have basically 2 recommended loadouts for bot action infantry. Either you want to have a small squad, like I'd have to check. Let me check something with the powers actually. 1 minute. Let me check something here. You want to have like an assault loadout and you want to have a fire support loadout. Okay. But I think powers get some interesting choices. So let me have a look here. Firstly, I'd get the Warlord app. It's £2 a month and it's fantastic. Let's have a look at the airborne section. Okay, so you can take 1 LMG and 1 light mortar. Okay, so what I would do, and it comes with a minimum of 5 guys. Okay, so what I would do is take a 6-man squad and give it an LMG and a light mortar. And that would be and that's it. And that means you've got the LMG and 1 guy who's a loader, the mortar and 1 guy who's a loader, a sergeant, and then you've got 1 basic bozo who's just the first guy to catch the bullet. Okay? So that would be the fire support option I would go down. Normally I suggest taking like double LMG, but I think only Germans and can get like double LMG veteran squads, so that's fine. So you're basically, instead of taking double LMG, because you can't physically do that, you're going to go for an LMG and a light mortar, basically 2 long-range support weapons. So that's what I do, because I think light mortars now have got a 36-inch minimum range, which is the same, not minimum, 36-inch maximum range, which is the same as the LMG, so they complement each other very well. So I'd go for 6-man squad, LMG and a loader, light mortar and a loader, NCO and a basic rifleman. Then I'd go for the assault loadout, which I think, can you get more than 1? Yes, you can. I think anyone could get an SMG in the unit. So for the assault loadout, I would take 7 blokes in total. I'd give the NCO a submachine gun, and I'd give 4 of the guys and submachine guns. So you've got 5 guys with submachine guns, 2 guys with rifles. And that is, again, you've got 5 guys who are meant to be doing the damage, and the first 2 guys with rifles, they're the ones that are going to die first. Okay. So that's what I would do. So, and what I would do is I would build 2 of the fire support squads. So that's 12 models, and 2 of the assault squads. So that's another 14 models. So that's 26 models. And did you say you have the starter army or you have a box, like a platoon of powers? Because if you've got a platoon of powers, that's still going to leave you with 4 models left over. If you've got the starter army, I think you get 36 powers in the starter army. So you'll have 10 models left. You have the starter box. Okay. Let me have a look. British Airborne Starter Army, right? This one. So that comes with 36 plastic infantry. Perfect. So what you're going to do, so that will give you 4 squads, 2 with the fire support loadout, 2 with the assault loadout. That's going to leave you with 10 infantry models left over. You're going to make 3 officers because you're going to need 1 for the rifle platoon, 1 for the artillery platoon, and 1 for the heavy weapon platoon. Okay? That will mean you'll have 7 models left over. You're going to want to make 1 of those models into a spotter, just a bloke lying down with some binoculars will do, because you're going to want a spotter for your mortar. So that's going to be another model. You only need 1 of those. So that's going to be another model used up. So that's going to be 6 models left over at that point. And then you're going to want to make another bloke who looks like a observer, like an artillery observer. The way I would do that is basically make an officer with a pair of binoculars, right? And he's going to be your artillery observer because you want an artillery observer because the Brits get some good artillery observers in the game. And then that's going to leave you with 5 blokes left over, which you can really do whatever the fuck you want with. I think you do get a flamethrower in this box set as well. Yeah, I'm pretty certain you get that flamethrower team. It's just not mentioned in the description. I don't know if you get the... I'd have to have a look at the sprues. You might even get a metal light mortar team as well. I think you get a metal flamethrower team and a metal light mortar team, so that's awesome. Yeah, that's really good. So yeah, basically you'd have 5 blokes left over, and honestly, you could build them with whatever you want. What I would probably do is use them to make a beefed up command squad. So you can take the officers running around on their own, or you can give them some extra blokes to run around with them. Now, the officer that's going to be the officer for the artillery platoon for the anti-tank gun, and the officer for the heavy weapon platoon, the machine gun, the medium mortar, they should just be standalone. They should just be standalone. But the officer leading the rifle platoon, he's probably going to be pushing forward and being more of a frontline officer. So giving him the extra blokes to run around will basically get you an officer that can lead from the front, and will also basically get you a 5th squad in that rifle platoon, right? Because you'll have the 4 infantry squads and then the beefed up command squad that can lead from the front, which is basically like an extra 5th squad. It's a great way of doing it. So yeah, that's what I would do. You have an M22 tank. I'm not sure what the M22 is. Let's have a look. I don't know what the M22 is, man. Maybe it's not sold by Warlord. Is that the Tetrarch, is it? I thought they sold the Tetrarch. Armed platoon. Let's have a look. Oh, the Locust light tank. I never even heard of it. They were designed and built by Americans, partly to which requirement. However, by the time they were ready, they were obsolete. They replaced the Tetrarch. The new type was very popular and very few were used in combat. Harvesters and Locusts were used in Operation Varsity in 1945. Principal service in 1945. Okay, so basically it's like kind of like a Tetrarch. So what I would say is you need an extra tank. Because you can't run a single tank. In bot action, you need 2 tanks to form an armored platoon. So I would say you want if you were to expand your force, you want an extra tank. If I was to give you some advice on where to expand from the starter box that you've got, I would suggest the following 3 things. You don't have to get any of them if you don't want to. They are suggestions, not requirements. I think even without the extra tank, you could probably get 1250 points just off the stuff that we've already talked about. The infantry, the artillery platoon, and the heavy weapon platoon. You might get to 1,000 points. You might need a bit more. But if you do need to get to 1,000 points, you need an extra tank. I think you also should get an extra mortar. Let's have a look here. What do you get? So I think you should get an extra mortar. I always feel like a single medium mortar isn't really enough. I feel like you will have the light mortar and team running around, and you will have the 2 light mortars that are in the squads. Even so, I still think you do well to get an extra mortar. Now, you can buy the mortars on their own, or you can buy them as part of a support group. If you buy them as part of the support group, you get the mortar, you get an extra mortar and an extra medium machine gun, and you get all the officers and observers and shit. So then you might not need to use your plastic infantry for those, and you could get some extra infantry out of there if you wanted to. But minimum, I'd just say get an extra mortar. I'd also recommend you get something a little bit more for the artillery platoon. At the moment, you're just taking the artillery platoon to get access to a single anti-tank gun. I think you could probably do with more than that. And I'd probably recommend the light howitzer. Let's have a look. I think the British do get a version of this. You're looking for the pack howitzer. You got the US version. I'm 90% certain there's a British version of this. I'm going to have to... I think, like, I know it exists. I just can't find it right now because I'm being a bit lazy with the whole searching. I'm just going to put British Air. I think the easier way of doing it is going bolt action, Great Britain, British Airborne. There you go. Recce Jeeps are pretty good as well. There you go. Look. So I think you probably want one of those. Yeah. You don't want the 25. I mean, you can go for the 25 pound if you want, but I don't think there's an airborne variant of it. I think you want the pack howitzer because that's the airborne variant. So you could get the medium mortar and pack howitzer and an extra Tetrarch. Or not even an extra Tetrarch. You know what you could get? What's a really, really good unit? The Recce Jeep for the airborne. Where are you? Where are you, you bugger? Not the Signals Jeep. That's the one. Yeah, the Recce Jeep. So the Recce Jeep, you can put like twin medium machine on it, and it's like this little small like 50-60 point unit that runs around. Excellent DACA. Yeah. So either that or an extra Tetra. I'm sticking to like themed units. You don't have to. You could take a bigger tank if you wanted to. But if you want to stick with the idea of the theme of the paras, I think an extra medium mortar, an extra howitzer, and an extra vehicle of some kind, light, some sort of light vehicle would be awesome. You put. Oh, by the way, you probably want to make a Piat team as well. You can do that from the plastic infantry. You know how we said you had like 5 plastic infantry left over? Build 2 of them as a Piat team, and build 4 of them as the extra, 3 of them as the extra blokes for your frontline officer. Yeah, get the locust, man. Yeah, get to the locust. So that would give you more than 1250 points. That would give you a fully fleshed out every option you could want themed airborne army. You'd end up with 2 mortars, a medium machine gun, an anti-tank gun, and a light howitzer, a couple of light tanks, and loads of infantry. There you go. So and I think if you really wanted to, you could probably squeeze 1250 points out of just the starter army. But you'll probably want, like I said, you probably want those extra options so you can mix things up and keep the list fresh and interesting. There you go. All right, hope that helps. What do we got? What do we got next? Did we do Smoes You Go already? We did. So it's Cosmic Drew. Thank you for the super chat. Justice for Narrow and show us the worm. Narrow has been justified. And here is the worm. There you go. Bert Carlson, thank you for super chat. Small hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Little hobby update, getting some more Krieg Grenadiers / Kazakin so I can field 20 and some Baldwin so I can finally try 6. Been collecting Krieg since 5th expedition, so I figured it was about time. Nice! Dude, I love those old school Grenadier models, man. They're awesome. Really, really cool. Hey, I like those Baldwin as well, man. That one's got a double-barreled shotgun. That's incredible. Nice. So it's a mixture of old models and new models and lots of conversion bits and 3D printed parts and stuff. That's excellent, mate. That's the way to do it, man. That is the way to do it. Most excellent. 10 out of 10. Awesome, bro. I love that. Yeah, I mean, you've been collecting Krieg for a little while now, so like you said, time to get the army fleshed out a little bit, wrap a few bits up, get 11th edition ready, all that good stuff. Why is the worm crusty and white? It's always been like that. It's the way Cosmic sent it to me. I didn't make it crusty and white. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Damn you, lad. When is Project Paragon? When will you run the Paragons? Cosmic, I've been away for 2 weeks, you fucking mentalist. When was I going to run them, man? When was I going to run it? I've been back 2 days. Cause like, yeah, you've had 2 days. Why haven't you run them yet? Why haven't we had 3 battle reports with them yet? Give me the gun, I'll do it myself. Cosmic, I know you sent them 6 months ago. But I've told you, but you asked me this before I went away. And I've been back 2 days. And now you're like, why haven't you used them yet? Morden, stop fucking off and make content. Leave Brittany alone. There you go. Look, I'll get to it, man. Stop hassling me, bro. Took me 4 years to review some terrain that someone sent me. Like, I'm practically fast-tracking this shit. There we go. All right. Welcome home, sweetheart. Welcome to the party, pal. All right, what did you guys vote for? Indirect firewalls, right? We're talking about some fucking indirect fire. Right? You're getting me hot. I'm getting hot and sweaty and bothered. You guys don't start behaving yourself. I'll stop doing the stream properly. I'll just start paying Epic Waterloo. Don't make me do it, chat. Don't make me do it. I'll finally get it all done. I'm never gonna get it all done. All right. We need to talk about some indirect fire stuff. So, I don't actually have anything to bring up because they just mentioned it in like some bullshit video, I think. Or maybe there's a Warhammer community article about it, but I know what the rules are off the top of my head, so yeah. Let's have a little chat about it. Make a stream highlight of this bad boy, you know. We can talk about it now. We can highlight it for those that don't want to sift through. I don't know why you wouldn't want to sift through 6 to 8 hours of stream content to find the one crumb of information you actually want, but apparently fucking filthy casuals, goddamn Mordian tourists out here not wanting to sit through the stream, the 8-hour stream to find what the information they want. All right. Cosmic, don't get smart with me. The people having an alternative, now they can always come to my room and be appreciating what they've done. Ah, Cosmic, the enemy within, the rebellion, the vassals are revolting. All right. I love it, Cosmic. I absolutely love it, man. Dude, thank you for the support. Busting my balls, man. There you go. I say leave me alone, but I wouldn't have it any other way. All right, so gentlemen, it's time to talk about indirect fire and 11th edition. I don't think it's any exaggeration to say that the Guard community has a very, I mean, some would say unhealthy. I think a very healthy obsession with artillery and indirect fire. And we always have them. Units like the Basilisk have been iconic for decades in our community. And I don't think I've seen anyone ever run anything seriously in a heavy weapons team other than a mortar. Guard players love their artillery. They love to make quotes like, infantry wins firefight, tanks win battles, artillery wins wars, and the king of battle, and all this kind of stuff, right? They love it. And I'm a Guard player, and I friggin' love my artillery. And I have to say, in more recent times, Guard artillery has been getting a little bit of TLC. I remember the days of pining on Daka and Bolter and Chainsword and other online forums about how I wish that Guard just had like some normal towed artillery and all that kind of stuff. And now we've got field orders batteries, we've got artillery teams. Yeah, we lost things like the Earthshaker platforms and stuff, so there's been some rough with the smooth. But we've got a lot of got new Guard artillery in plastic, and it's been amazing. So not only have Guard players always had a love for artillery, but now they've actually got lots of plastic artillery that they love using, and they want to use it. And the thing is, I'm just sort of laying the groundwork here for a moment. Don't worry, we're going to get into the 11th edition rules in a moment. But the thing is, like, indirect fire has had a bit of a torturous time over the course of 10th edition. And if anything, it's just been nerfed again. In many ways, I do think that Guard players have been catching a lot of strays. I know some people will be like, oh yeah, but it was bullshit when you could get your Guard artillery hitting on 2s, rerolling 1s. I mean, I'm just going to say this. If you gave that back to us now, would it really stop the Defiler spam? But the point is that Guard artillery's taken a lot of nerfs, and most of the time it's been strays from other factions. Like, they needed to nerf the Desolation Marines, so rather than nerfing the Desolation Marines, they just killed all the artillery. Anyway. But even in the face of unrelenting hatred and nerfage to our beloved artillery, to our beloved indirect fire, Guard players have continued to use it, and I personally have continued to advocate for it. And I think many players will say that even in its nerf state now, it still can be an absolutely vital tool in the Guard player's toolbox, especially depending on what terrain you're playing on. Terrain, as always, and has always been, the key to victory. Understanding how to interact with, and in many cases overcoming terrain, is what will separate victory from defeat. And that's why and I think understanding how terrain impacts the battlefield can help you understand why artillery is still very important in some areas. So, for example, I think a lot of players in the US and players who played on GW terrain could get away with not taking as much indirect fire because GW boards tend to be a lot more open. And so when it got nerfed to shit, a lot of US players were like, why would I take artillery when I could take like a Rogue or Dawn? Whereas you come over to the UK and Europe and everyone's playing on either UK TC or WTC terrain, which is very dense, and suddenly it becomes very apparent like why you would still want to season your list with a bit of artillery, because when every objective can be held out of line of sight behind an L-shaped ruin, and the only way to get to that enemy unit is to put yourself into massive danger and probably go for a bad trade to do it, when you could do that, or you could just take a couple of field ordnance batteries, a mortar pit, or a couple of artillery teams and just take that shit muncher unit away without having to expose yourself. So artillery, it's become much more terrain dependent in the latter part of 10th edition, but it's always been important. So not only do you have like just a general love for the indirect fire, shatter their skies, who doesn't love playing a bit of Dawn of War with some basilisks and everything. So not only have you had this sort of general love for artillery, but you've also had like this tabletop like tactical necessity that artillery has been a good has stayed relevant throughout all of 10th edition. So taking all of this into account, no wonder there has been a lot of chit and chat about how artillery is going to work going into 11th edition. And there has been a lot of people who have been very concerned about artillery because of the hidden special rule. So one of the big things, basically the two big things of 11th edition is the hidden rule and forced disposition. Other than that, it's basically a refinement to the tuning up of 10th edition. Massively oversimplifying it, I can predict there's going to be an absolute locust swarm of comments down below saying, actually, there's all these other little important reasons why 11th edition is a totally different edition. I'm not even going to disagree with you. I was just making a quick statement, right? But the point is, like, those are the two big ones. And Hidden has been the one that's got a lot of people concerned for their artillery, because the whole thing with Hidden is if you can't see, if the enemy infantry unit has the hidden status, they can't be shot unless you get within 12 inches of them. Now, GW has proceeded to do what they always do, is introduce a new rule, and then they bottle it at the last moment, and they think, oh, it's going to be too much. And they've now basically given every faction some way of extending the detection range, which is basically making Hidden much less impactful. But even so, Hidden is still going to be very relevant to artillery, because artillery is very unlikely to get within detection range, because detection range is like 12 inches and your artillery is probably wanting to sit at the back of the battlefield lobbing shells over. So there's been a lot of concern around it because of the fact that, well, if an enemy unit's hidden and it can't be shot, does that mean that my artillery just can't target them? At which point you can have enemy units just hiding in cover and my artillery is going to be a waste of time. And for the longest time, I'd say for the first sort of 4 to 6 weeks of sort of the slow burn 11th edition hype train. And you might think, has it really been that long, Mordian? I don't know. I haven't added up exactly, but Grot Week felt like a month on its own. So I'm going to say it's been about 4 to 6 weeks. So we'll say about a month, people have been very worried about artillery and Hidden. The good news is that we've got some more information about it now. And so if you are someone who is excited for artillery and indirect fire, and you want to know if your artillery and indirect fire is going to be a bag of shit going into 11th edition, I think I can confidently say now that it's not going to be a bag of shit. Bold, hot take statement, but I don't think it's going to be a bag of shit. Is it going to be brutally overpowered? I don't think so. Is it going to be better than it was in 10th edition? Relatively speaking, I don't think so. I think in some ways it's going to retain that functionality as a useful battlefield tool. I think in some ways it's going to have got a bit worse. I think overall it's probably got side graded. So that's the summary. Artillery has been side graded in 11th. So now let's dive into the detail and explain like why, what's changed and why I think the side grades kind of happened. So the first thing to understand is that artillery can target hidden units. So big sigh of relief. The problem is that artillery, when attacking hidden units, only hits on 6s. The idea being that you're basically, that there's an enemy. The idea basically being that you're just shelling in the rough direction. You don't know really where the enemy unit is. It's hidden. So you're just sort of like call down the artillery just on that building, on that general area, and hopefully we'll get someone. So I'm going to say it, from an immersion point of view, I quite like it. I know, I'm going to give you all a moment to recover. I just said that 11th edition, I just said that Warhammer 40k had an immersive moment. It's going to take, I think it's going to take a moment for some people for that to like compute. For some people, they don't even, immersion, what even is it? But hang on. I think it absolutely makes sense that if you are just like shelling a random area, that your artillery fire would be less effective. And that any enemies that would get hit by your artillery, there'd be a massive element of chance, and there'd be a massive element of like random bits of shrapnel sort of like whizzing around. Okay, so it's directed, accurate artillery fire, like correcting it onto a position, is actually a huge part of artillery in real life. Like a good way of sort of explaining this is in World War I, artillery doctrine came on leaps and bounds. And in even up until like 1916, like a great example is like sort of like the Battle of the Somme, for example, which is, sort of a mid-World War I battle. Even up until that point, the general idea of just shell the entire area was actually very inefficient and generally didn't produce great results. Like, I'm again massively oversimplifying, but they fired 1 billion shells at the Battle of the Somme, and when they finally did the attack, the German positions were relatively intact, because what you actually just saturating an area is actually way less effective than actually getting the shell to hit where it should hit. And that's why in more modern times, a lot of advanced militaries have focused on precision. It's not about making necessarily like bigger explosions, although they're always good. It's about making sure that that missile or that artillery shell hits exactly where you want it to. Because that is actually, putting time and effort into making it precise is way more efficient and cost effective than just shelling the shit out of everywhere. Because you shell the shit out of everywhere, you might get one shell on target and 1,000 shells doing nothing. Or you could you could spend the equivalent of 500 shells and get one shell to exactly where it needs to. That's actually, like, we're doing bullshit made up numbers, but that's actually twice as efficient than just shelling the entire area, right? Saturation. So, and then you've seen, not to go down a rabbit hole, but you've seen one of the most stark advances in modern warfare has been drones. And the biggest thing that drones have done, you obviously have all the money shots like FPV drones and grenade drop drones and all that kind of stuff. But the biggest thing that drones do is the fact that you just send them up into the sky, and it starts looking like an RTS game. You can see where everything is. And the biggest thing that they do is you have a drone up here, and it can see exactly where the enemy is, and it can just do very, very good correcting fire to get the supporting artillery and mortars exactly where it needs to be, right? That's one of the things that it does. So going back to 40k, the fact that you can target like the general vicinity, the fact that there's a rule that basically represents you targeting the general vicinity, but not that artillery fire not being directed and not being accurate. So there's still a chance that, you'll hit the enemy and do some damage, but it's less likely than you actually directing it on. It's less effective than you actually directing it on, is a good immersive rule. So from an immersion point of view, I'm going to give it 2 thumbs up. Flicking the switch onto Metamordian for a moment, from a power point of view, it is a massive downgrade. The advantage of artillery from a gameplay point of view of Warhammer 40k is that it is able to target enemy units without you having to expose anything to to do the necessary damage. And that now you can still do that, but whereas before you would have been hitting on 4s, now you're hitting on 6s. So it's way to get the same result, not to get the same result, to follow the same process as you were following in 10th edition. Artillery hide behind building, artillery shell over building, artillery do damage to the enemy. You're now a fraction as effective as you were before. Okay, so immersion, good. Efficiency, bad. But there's more. Before artillery dead. No, Cosmic. Before we get there, more information has come out. More information has come out. So firstly, they're going this is a very vague general statement that has been made by Warhammer community. So whether it pans out or not is anybody's guess, because we all know Warcom is relatively accurate, with the relative doing a lot of heavy lifting there. But they did say that artillery, because of this, was going to become cheaper, which I think is necessary. If you're going to make it so much less effective as a standalone unit, it does need to get a points break. So we don't know what those points breaks are going to be, but being able to, potentially make up for the lack of effectiveness by being able to take more artillery could be good. So there's Warcom is as accurate as indirect targeting hidden. Awesome. I love it, Airborne. Absolutely. So there's a very vague idea, bit of hope there. There is a little bit more specific bit of hope coming in here, though, which is apparent, and we don't know how the mechanics of this are going to work yet, but apparently there is a way for units to spot for your artillery. Now, this is very, very interesting. And again, if this pans out, 2 thumbs up for immersion. Absolutely bloody amazing for immersion. Like something I think, again, we talk about going back to the old forums and pining for like plastic artillery, stuff like that. Go back to the old forums and you will be able to search post after post taking place over decade after decade of people going, I wish there was some way that we could have our like people with Voxcasters make our artillery more accurate. And every now and again, Games Workshop has made like a bit of a mechanic, whether it's like I think there was like a stratagem like 8th edition that allowed it. And there's been like a little, they've dabbled with this idea before, but it's always been in a very temporary or very sort of shitty manner, not very well implemented manner. But it seems like now you can have, we don't know if there's going to be like specific spotting units or it's going to be any unit can do this, but it seems like if you, this is the way it's been roughly described by Warhammer community, right? If you have a unit in your army which is in detection range of the hidden enemy unit, then when your artillery goes to shoot that hidden enemy unit, it doesn't hit on 6s. It goes back to hitting as normal. Now, hitting as normal, I believe, does include -1 ballistic skill because they'd have the benefit of cover. Okay? But that is cool. So you could have a squad of guardsmen pushing forward, spot the enemy unit, and they call down the accurate artillery fire. You know how we said how modern warfare is all about not just like saturating the area, but having, but correcting artillery fire. Now, a lot of that done these days is by drones, but you still can have like blokes on the ground doing it, right? Well, that is cool. That is very, very cool. Having a unit recon forward and actually like spot to the hidden enemy unit, and correct indirect fire onto the enemy unit. Guys, I'm going to say it. Absolute cinema. I am immersed. I am actually immersed. And this gets more immersive when you think about what kind of units you can do this with. So, you know, you could have a basic squad of guardsmen pushing forward with the Voxcaster. What about having some sort of infiltrating unit? You could have some ratlings that infiltrate forward, spot the enemy, and then call the artillery fire in. You could have a scout sentinel reconning forward, or, you know, advanced all-spec systems. What the Scout Sentinel even has an ability, which, well, they've changed it a little bit now, but the Scout Sentinel, it's called Daring Recon. The whole thing is it used to scout forward and then support the artillery onto enemy units. They updated its ability from the index to the codex, but there you go. You got the new Recon team, the Spectre Kill team. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. You know, you could have, there's all sorts, you know, this is just from a guard perspective. You know, you want to talk about immersion? I'm going to utter the faction that shall not be named, but Tau. Now, what I think we need to see from GW is some kind of recon drone. Because let me tell you, that would be pretty fucking modern for GW to be like, okay, well, do you know that, you know, the Imperium's going to send like infantry out to like spot for the artillery. What would the Tau do? Send a drone up. I mean, I wouldn't even be, you know, the drone controller guy, the Firesight Marks, whatever he's called. Imagine if he had an ability where he could, because drones are just tokens now, right? Imagine if he had like an ability or like a token, maybe it's a once per game ability, where he can, for indirect fire units in your army, he can basically like unhidden an enemy unit within like 36 inches. And the idea is it represents that he just takes one of his drones that he's controlling, sends it up into the sky, and it goes, and it spots the unit. And the Tau don't have to expose anyone to correct the artillery fire. The drone spots them. Suddenly, all of those smart missile systems. I mean, how many times have you read in the lore about, you know, Tau Pathfinders or Tau drones spotting Imperial formations moving forward, and then what the Tau do is they launch all of the missiles from like behind a tree line or behind like a hill, and they like start decimating the Imperial forces, and by the time the Imperial forces have like fought their way up to like get over the brow of the hill, the Tau have just got on the Devilfishes and just fucked off to the next point. All the time, right? That's like the go-to Tau tactic. Well, imagine if you could fucking implement that in-game. Absolute fucking cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. This is what I'm talking about. So, this is why I mean, like, have they made the indirect fire rules weaker? Yes. Because before you could just hide out of line of sight, blast away, and now if you want to get the same effectiveness as you did in 10th, you've got to expose a unit, right? You've got to take like a 65-point unit of guardsmen, push them out there, spot the enemy unit, blast it, and then those unit guardsmen are probably going to die, right? At which point you've had to get the effect that you wanted, you've had to like spend 65 points. So is it way less efficient than it used to be? Yes. But have you noticed how I'm not bitching and moaning about that at all? Have you noticed how I'm like, fuck yeah! Because this is what's been missing from 11th edition. This is what's been missing from Warhammer. Like, my immersion. And I think this, you know, I don't know if this is going to make artillery more powerful, or I don't think it's going to make it more powerful. I think obviously it's going to make it weaker. But I think it makes, you know, using your artillery feel better. And I think in a funny sort of way, controversial opinion, I think out of all the ways Games Workshop over the last like 2 editions, because they fucked artillery in 9th as well, right? Because Tau were abusing it with the airburst launchers and stuff. They fucked the artillery in 9th. They fucked the artillery in 10th. Out of all of the solutions that they've come up with to try and make artillery, you know, not toxic, I think, you know, get good scrub or whatever, you know. But out of all the ways GW have come up with, like, trying to make artillery not toxic, and they've tried to, like, make it, like, powerful but not bullshit, this is the way I think this is the best way. Because in the past, GW's approach to this has just been, oh, yeah, we're going artillery is too powerful. Nerf, 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 nerf. Oh, it's unusable now. Pfft, tough shit. No, like, dare I say it? If this pans out, dare I say it? Is this an intelligent decision? An intelligent approach to making artillery work in the way that it should work on the battlefield? Both immersive and effective enough to be worth taking? We don't know the exact details. And hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. But, I do think that the general idea of what has been, you know, communicated to us, I am on board with it and I like it. So we've got the, so in summary, the indirect fire rules, if the enemy unit is hidden, you only hit them on 6s. You can target them with hidden units, but you can target the enemy unit that's hidden with indirect fire, but only hits on 6s. If you get one of your units into detection range and you spot the enemy unit, then your artillery can hit them as normal, but you're still going to be taking the -1 ballistic skill from the fact that they have the benefit of cover. So, now we, broadly speaking, know how indirect fire is going to work and some of the ways that we can interact with it in the game. As guard players, how can we leverage our artillery most effectively? And what do I think are going to be the better artillery choices? So, in a funny sort of way, or should I say indirectly, I'll stop it. Indirectly, I do think this buffs Hellhounds. Hellhounds, I mean, it was already looking like triple Hellhound auto include in every guard list. I would say, obviously, we need to know how the whole spotting thing's going to work, but presuming that any unit can do it, I think that triple Hellhound is going to now, if you want to go down the artillery route, triple Hellhound is going to be amazing. Because not only will the Hellhounds be able to spot the enemy unit, but they'll also be able to remove cover. So suddenly, you've basically got rid of all of you've sort of got rid of all the barriers for the artillery. It's going to be able to hit the enemy unit how it wants, and it's not going to be something the -1 ballistic skill. At that point, as long as you've got heavy or take aim, you're laughing. Now, one thing I don't know is if indirect fire still suffers a -1 to hit for simply firing indirect. That's a 10th edition thing, and I don't think that's been confirmed or denied going into 11th. Now, if you're still -1 to hit, and then the enemy's got -1 ballistic skill, then what that would mean is like something like a Basilisk with no support whatsoever would still hit on 6s, even when it's being supported by a spotter. So that doesn't seem right to me. So I suspect the artillery is going to be, I don't know. I suspect it's just going to be you have the you hit, if you're shooting the enemy unit, it's hitting on 6s. If it's hidden. If you're not, if they've got the benefit of cover, they've got the benefit. I think it'll just be, if you are shooting an enemy unit with indirect fire, they have the benefit of cover. Because what it is right now in 10th is they have the benefit of cover and -1 to hit. No idea. I suspect, even if it's not on day 1, I suspect this change would probably come in at some point in 11th. I suspect it would just be the first bit. When shooting an enemy unit with indirect fire, they have the benefit of cover. Because that would give them, that means even if they're not in cover, you're still -1 to hit, so it works well. in that case, like you've got a basilisk on its Todd, the enemy unit gets spotted, you're hitting them on 5s because it's 4s. The enemy's got the benefit of cover, 5s. You could then counter that by either giving it take aim, getting it back up to 4s, or you could counter that by using like a Hellhound to ignore cover, or maybe both. Right now, artillery can only ever hit on a 4. I wonder if going into 11th, we'll be back to being able to get artillery to hitting on 3s. Because how you could do that is give the Basilisk take aim, and then have the Hellhound remove the cover and spot hitting on 3s. I don't know if that is definitely going to happen. I think there's a possibility that would happen. But either way, it looks like you're going to be hitting on... either way, I think 4s are safe. I think one way or another, you're going to be able to get your artillery back up to hitting on 4s. With a combination of take aim and a spotting unit, I think you can do it. Might even get better than that, but I think minimum you're looking at 4s, possibly it really supported you looking at 3s, potentially. And Hellhounds being great because they can do the spotting, and like I said, they can strip the cover from the enemy unit. Now, some of you might be saying, isn't it a bit bullshit that we'd be getting our artillery back to hitting on 3s? Wouldn't that cause some of the similar problems that we saw at the beginning of 10th edition? I don't think so. And the reason why I don't think so is because now there would be counterplay on the opposing side. So the problem with 10th edition is, you could get at the beginning of 10th edition with indirect fire, you could get your artillery hitting on 2s, you rolling 1s. It was ridiculous, right? It was. And there was no counterplay to it. It just did it. All your artillery had heavy. All your artillery could get take aim. There was no penalty for shooting indirectly. So if you've got like a Basilisk which hits on 4s with heavy and take aim, because it used to have heavy as well, Basilisk hit on 2s. Like and then, there's no counterplay to that. It just does that. Now, again, assuming this whole thing pans out with 11th edition, yes, you could get your artillery back up to hitting on 3s, but in order to do that, you're having to expose a unit, at which point your opponent has counterplay. They kill your spotters. They start taking your Hellhounds and stuff out. And now, your artillery starts becoming less effective. Yeah. Emperor Zanen, they said in this is the battle video with the stratagem that gives the extra +1 to hit that you'll be hitting better than what you do now. Amazing. Amazing. So, yeah, so that would appear to indicate that we're able to hit on 3s. But again, this is Warcom, so it might not... Warcom told us that stealth and cover would stack, and that turned out to be bullshit, right? So I will take it until we have the official rules. I'll still trust but verify, essentially. But fingers crossed you're right. Fingers crossed you're right, Emperor Zanen. So that would be awesome. So, and I think that works. Do you want your artillery to be safe as houses, not expose any of your army, and just blast away from behind the safety of cover? Okay, you can do that, but your artillery fire is going to be way less accurate. Do you want to make your artillery more accurate, but you're going to have to expose units, you're going to have to do some trade-offs in order to make that happen? Yes. Awesome. That means, fuck me, it's in the year of our Lord 2026, Warhammer players are having to make decisions. They're having to make trade-offs. It's not just point and click. It's like actual tactical decisions need to be made. Like, ooh, do I support my artillery with spotters? Or do I not? Do I risk exposing that unit for a good artillery barrage? What will the clapback on this be? Okay, what's the best way of actually doing the spotting? Do I do it with a cheap, shitty infantry squad? Less exposed, less risk, but my opponent's going to get the benefit of cover. Okay, that makes my artillery less effective. Or do I go for the platinum option, send the goddamn Hellhound out there? That's like probably 125 plus points. Okay, I'm going to get the best possible artillery barrage I can get, but that's 125 points I'm having to expose to make that happen. Actual fucking decisions being made. Which is great. So yeah, I think so. Despite I know there's been some people that have been quite down on artillery, and I think it's just because people, I think people are very hypersensitive to nerfs at the moment. But I actually think that even though I think artillery is going to become less efficient going into 11th edition, I'm actually very much in favor of everything that's been shown off, because I think it makes the game much more immersive, and I think it means that it means that players have to make decisions, and war games are about making decisions. You know, if you want to play fucking cookie clicker, you know, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's not what war games are meant to be about. I mean, Valkyries doing aerial spotting. What a cool idea. Bring your Avenger Strike Fighter on, flies over the battlefield, looks at the enemy units, spots them, and you call your artillery down. Fucking hell, aerial spotting. Jesus. See what I mean? Like, this is the shit that's been missing from Warhammer. This is what I've been going on about. And it doesn't take a lot to bring it back, to get that soul back into the game. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't take a lot. And is there, and because this is what people forget, Warhammer has always had power gamers. There's always been people that could go and cheese the game and run super unimmersive armies and run around battering people. People have been able to do that since fucking 2nd edition. Alright? I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago. I know what it was like. I played against bullshit armies when I was a kid in 3rd and 4th edition. It wasn't all hunky-dory, rose-tinted glasses, memberberry goodness. But the trade-off was that those people that wanted to power game could power game. But for those of us who wanted the immersion, we had ways of being able to immerse ourselves. And the problem that we've had with 10th edition is that the power gamers have had everything they've wanted. They've had everything they've wanted. The rules have been super abstract. It's all been like decisions being made to service game mechanics, not to simulate things that are like actually happening on the battlefield. It's all been L-shaped fucking slop. And there's been nothing for the immersion. Nothing whatsoever. Every decision that's been made has basically been making the game less immersive. And so just a little crumb. Look at the cope I am experiencing right now. I'm injecting cope directly into my veins based off some vague general statements that Warhammer community has basically said, like, oh, you might be able to, like, you know, you should be able to, like, spot your artillery onto the enemy. Fuck me! Instant erection. I've gone for fucking 6 to midnight. It doesn't take a lot. Just a little bit of immersion. You know, little bit of immersion. And you know what? You make the game a bit more fucking immersive. You give me a bit of that fucking sweet, indirect goodness. And suddenly, I'm way less bothered about whether something's broken or not. Someone wants to go and run the latest broken shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm out here building my lore-accurate Krieg artillery company. Am I going to get rolled in every fucking game? Probably. Am I going to have a great time losing every game because I feel immersed? Am I experiencing fucking cinema? Yeah. In a funny sort of way, one of the ways that you can help correct balance... Not correct balance. The way you can make people less sensitive to balance and make people less bothered about things being broken and bullshit is by giving them other things other than balance. But anyway. So, I kind of went off on one there, but there's one more thing I wanted to talk about. What indirect fire units do I think are going to be good for the Guard? And I've got two favorites. All right. First one, I'm thinking the good old humble Basilisk. Can never go wrong with the old Bassie. Now, I'll be honest, there's a few reasons, some more tactical than others, why I'm on Team Basilisk. Firstly, fucking love Basilisks. Most iconic artillery unit in the game. I think even more so than fucking Whirlwinds. Right? Whirlwinds are probably going to Legends, right? I think Basilisk are the most iconic artillery unit for the Guard, definitely. I think more than arguably the most iconic artillery unit in all of Warhammer 40k. And people to this day, still quote Basilisk voice lines from Dawn of War 1. Shatter their skies! All that kind of shit. People still do. Like, the Basilisk is a really iconic unit, so number one, I think I'm a big fan of it. putting the hyperbole to one side, from a tactical point of view, I think the Basilisk is a very good unit because it has that reliability of output. It has all the good stuff it has now. Reliability of output, a fantastic take all comers profile, and hey, that AP -2 is going to be more impactful than ever before. When you think about it, the reason why the Basilisk has been legit all through 10th, but sometimes it's been OP as fuck, but it's never been a bad choice, is because it's one of the few artillery pieces that we have that has reliable output and AP -2. Now think about this, that Basilisk AP just got a buff because now the enemy is going to feel every fucking inch of that AP2. So that's a big thing. But the number one thing I think that is making me think the Basilisk is fucking on the menu is going to be the ability, the Earthshaker rounds. Because if your Basilisk needs to do like a turn 1 bombardment and you don't want to like, you don't want to risk like exposing a unit, or there's a situation where you don't want to risk exposing a unit to do the spotting, you can shoot the Basilisk and still get an effect. Because if you hit that enemy infantry unit, they even if you only get 1/6, you roll your dice, you get your average of like what 6 or 7 shots from the Basilisk. All you're looking for is 1/6. You hit them, boom, -2 to their move and advance and charge and all that kind of stuff. Great. So the Basilisk is going to be good because I think it's still effective even if you don't do spotting with it and stuff, and you can still get a result from it even without losing a unit to spot, like I said. So that's that. Bearing that in mind, I think another unit which is looking very tasty now is going to be the artillery team. Now I already think artillery teams were one of the best guard artillery options we had. I've been saying 95 fucking hell. They get any cheaper? I thought 95 points was already very good. They start going down in points with these rumored points cuts. Oh baby, I'm starting to think triple artillery team in every list. Now the thing with the artillery team is a bit like the Basilisk. It's got that, if you go for like the heavy mortar, you're going to have that nice reliable output. A bit like the Basilisk, that AP -1. Now every inch of that AP is going to be felt. Now in the past, the AP -1 of the artillery of the heavy mortar didn't mean very much. Now it means something. Now it does. So that's good. But the big thing again is going to come down to its ability. Now in 10th edition, nobody remembers what the artillery team's ability was. No one used it. It didn't matter. For those of you that go, oh, wait, for those that are going right now, oh yeah, what the fuck was the artillery team ability? The reason you never remember is because it never came up. It was if you hit the enemy unit, they had to take a battle shock test. The reason why this was basically a waste of time is because the way battle shock worked in 10th edition is if you made them fail their battle shock test in your turn, it didn't matter because the moment it flipped over to their turn, they weren't battle shocked. I mean, I'm broadly simplifying. Obviously, there's like casualties and being below half strength and blah blah blah. But you know what I mean. Like you tickled them with the artillery team. The battle even if they failed the battle shock test, by the time it came to their turn, it didn't matter. Now battle shock has changed, and battle shock, if you cause an enemy unit to be battle shocked, it's sticky. It's sticky shock. So they remain battle shocked until they pass a leadership test. So if you hit someone with your artillery team in your turn and they fail their battle shock test, when it flips over to their turn, they're still battle shocked. At the beginning of their command phase, they'll get an opportunity to lose it. But if they fail it again, that unit stays battle shocked. And that just keeps happening until they pass that leadership test. So that's actually kind of good. And then, as Mad Larkin is saying in chat, the really cool weapon, the version on the artillery team that looks great. It's all the rockets. I think it's based off like I don't know if this is true. Someone in chat will correct me. I think it's based off like the aerial like minefield launcher from like World War II that the British invented. Something crazy, right? It's really, really cool. But the multiple, not the Nebelwerfer field arms battery. I'm still talking about the artillery team. It's got like the racks of like of rockets. Well, that is the land mattress which British Land launched RP3s. There you go, right? So it's like the land mattress, and that option, if you hit the enemy infantry unit with the artillery rocket launcher team, it's -1 to the battle shock test. Now, for some armies, that's going to be a big fucking deal. No, yeah, there's a lot of marine armies out there that are like leadership 6+, but even taking them to a 7+ is pretty like that. There's a good chance they're going to fail that battle shock test and fail it again and stay failed. But what if you start hitting people with like leadership like 7+? There's loads of armies out there whose base leadership is 7. Marines actually getting 6+ is quite nice. Loads of armies and loads of units within armies that have got leadership 7+. Kicking them down to an 8? That means more often than not, they're going to fail the leadership test. Now, out of the two, the Basilisk and the artillery team, I do think the Basilisk is better because that isn't relying upon your opponent fucking up a roll. That just, you're shaken. But the artillery team is significantly cheaper, so that makes sense. A Basilisk, more expensive, guaranteed result. Artillery team, cheaper, but not guaranteed result. The interesting thing is, I think you can force multiple battle shock tests with an artillery team, but don't quote me on that one, so I'm just going to find out now. Let me just bring this over here. There we go. Oh, wrong thing. 1 minute, guys. I just moved the wrong thing over. Okay, so remorse to battle. In a shooting phase, after this model has shot, if one or more of those attacks made with an indirect fire scored a hit against an enemy unit, that must take a battle test. If an infantry unit is hit by one or more attacks made by a multiple rocket launcher, they must subtract 1 for the battle as well. So yeah, so you could hit them with an artillery team and make the enemy take a battle shot test. If they pass, hit them with another artillery team. Like you could, if you took 3 artillery teams, you could just hit them 3 times, just like fail the battle shot, try again, fail the battle shot, try again. Do you know what I mean? Like you could you could just you could basically force the enemy to take 3 battle shot tests at -1. At that point, if they pass all 3 of those, it's like, okay, those guys are just brave, you know? So it's kind of interesting how you can concentrate the barrage from the artillery teams to really layer on those battle shock tests. Does the Whirlwind force battle shock as well? That's cool. Well, there you go. Maybe that makes it brings the Whirlwind back in because it's a very, very cool artillery piece, the Whirlwind. So yeah, in summary, artillery has become less efficient, but it's become more immersive. I think overall, from a non-selfish, objective gameplay perspective, I think artillery having play and counterplay is fantastic. And I think that the Guard has got a couple of great artillery pieces ready to go right now that will allow us to take advantage of the new artillery rules. Yeah, it's awesome. So what do I think of the new indirect fire? Yeah, I think the artillery's got worse from a rules point, from a math hammer bullshit meta point of view. But I think I don't give a fuck because assuming that this all pans out the way that it should, the way that Warhammer community has communicated it, I think artillery is about to get a lot more immersive and it's going to feel better. Much better. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in chat. And let me know what you guys think if you're watching this post live down in the comment section below. All right, let's take a look at what chat's saying. And then let's catch up on some super chats as well. A neat bit of artillery team. The siege cannons swap amazingly with 40k Vanquish barrels. It just looks baller. I haven't done that, actually. I'd have to... Do I have that to hand right now? Right, 1 minute. One minute. I think I have a bank barrel here. Why do you lie? It doesn't fucking falls off, you knobhead. You telling me I have to glue shit? You sit on a throne of lies. You sit on a throne of lies. Damn your eyes, sir. There you go. Joking it. Wait. Does it go? Do you mean like that, maybe? Or... Oh. Come here, give me a kiss. Some cutting is required. Ah, bollocks! I'm not putting effort into my hobby. Alright. I'll take a look at the image in stream discussion in a second. Let me put this stuff back. Ah, it's all gone wrong. Why, Satan? Why? I'm showing my booty off to the world. All right. Batteries not included. All right, let's have a look. Oh, hang on. I think I was doing it the wrong way around. I thought you meant the... wait, did you swap them round? Oh, you did? Oh, okay, that is cool. I have to say, I think I really like the look of the siege cannon barrel on the Vanquisher, man. I think that looks really cool because the barrel width of 40k tanks is ridiculous. Like, the size of shell that they're putting... You know what I mean? That actually makes the 40k tank barrel look a little bit more realistic. Yeah. There you are. I love it. All right. Average White Shark. Forcing Battleshock tests will be good for freeing up your army. No need to take the objective if the enemy is OC dash with no sticky. Great point. Great point. Yeah. Average Shark. I think the fob will sort of play. You hit on 6s anyway. You can take advantage of sustain. Good point. That's like getting +1 to hit. People tell me the math on that is like getting +1 to hit. So, yeah. There you are. Sir Newbie, make it rain fire. Fire in solution plotted. Someone call for an Earthshaker. Exactly, man. All right. So, yeah. I think overall, artillery does look like it's getting more fun and immersive. And that gets a big thumbs up from me. 2 thumbs up, even. All right. Let's have a look at some super chats coming in here. Cosmic, thank you for super chat, man. But why miss just nuke the whole area with the Death Strike? Well, that's a great point. How will the Death Strike work in 11th edition? Because it's not an indirect fire weapon. Now, I think the enemy will still get... So here's the thing. I think you will be able to take aim with a Death Strike now. Because what happens is, the enemy unit has the benefit of cover just because they're in the cover. You shoot them with the Death Strike, it hits on a 2+, but then it's mass ballistic skill because of cover. But you tell them to take aim with the nuke, and then the bat to hit on a 2+. Now, if you do that in Grizzled Company, that would be hitting on 2 rerolling 1s with your nuke. And every single bit of AP on that nuke, AP-4, is going to be felt by the enemy. If they're not on a 2-up save, if they're on a 2-up, they're on a 4-up, right, basically. So anything that doesn't have, anything that's got a 3-up save is basically not getting a save. Unless they've got an invulnerable from somewhere. Death Strike going to Legends? I don't think the Death Strike will go to Legends. It's got a plastic kit. And that plastic kit is from the Manticore. And the Manticore is a relatively successful kit. Yeah. I think, Death Strike meta incoming. I think there's a chance. But hey, GW nerfed the Death Strike thinking it was an indirect fire unit. What if they now buff it with a points cut because they think it's an indirect fire unit? Big brain thinking. There you are. Raspberry, thank you for super chat, man. 33 months, Xbox baby. Did you order one of the mystery box for K47? I did. I was one of the lucky people that managed to get one. Yeah. So yeah, I got one of the mystery boxes, and I'm gonna do a video with me unboxing it. So that should be, so you guys should be able to see what they get. I'm not sure. I might get it early if I ask nicely. I might be able to get it early, and then I could do like an early unboxing video, so you guys can sort of see what the contents are like, you know, a bit early before you guys get your hands on your own ones. But I might, you know, I might not. I have no idea. I could always ask, but what, you know, Warlord, you know, they're not on my beck and call or anything like that. Yeah. Robert M. Oh shoot, they're sold out already. Glad I snagged one up. Like, bro, they sold out in 3 days. Warlord Games thought it would take 2 weeks, and it sold out in 3 days. They were as surprised as everyone else. Yeah. Yeah, so Mordy promoting photo boxes confirmed. No, I have become the very thing that I hate. Firstly, I would say, actually, how dare you? Secondly, no, on a serious note, I'm not actually promoting FOMO boxes, because firstly, the mystery boxes are not one and done. Like, it's not like if you miss like the Armageddon Battalion, it never comes back round and you can't get it again. If you miss this round of FOMO boxes, Warlord does them like twice a year, so you just get the next one, right? And secondly, this whole thing with the reason why the K47 one sold out so quickly is because Warlord, it was just a test run to see if the K47 community would like to do mystery boxes, because the bot action community loves it, but the K47 community is actually distinct and separate from the 40k, from the bot action community. So they're like, we'll do I think it's about 400. We'll do a run of like 400 of them, and if they're successful, they're successful, and if they're not, then they're not. Like, it's fine. And yeah, they were very successful. They sold all 400 of them in 3 days, which is pretty. Like I said, I don't think Warlord was expecting it. Yeah, man. I don't think Warlord was expecting it. I don't think we were expecting it either. You know. But yeah. I mean, I guess, you know, 400 is a limited run. But even, I mean, it's kind of limited. You got to think about the size. You know, Warlord is a much smaller company than Games Workshop. 400 is still pretty good. It's hefty. It's, relatively speaking, pretty hefty, right? You know, I'm sure, like, you know, what I bet, you know, Games Workshop does produce, you know, some things they produce in the absolute thousands, like big, like the Saturnine box, for example. They massively overproduced that and stuff. But some things they produce a relatively limited run. But I think 400 is probably... I think even like the smallest FOMO runs that GW does, like the new plastic custodies, for example, I bet they made more than 400 of them around the world. But hey, I think 400 boxes for... I think 400 mystery boxes selling out in 3 days is pretty good for K47 and for Warlord. I think it's a very good sign of the health of the game and the momentum behind the game. Yeah. Any idea when they ship? June. They ship in June. Yeah. So Warlord Games always has a longer pre-order window. Like with Warhammer, it's like a week. With Warlord Games, it's like 3 months. Yeah. Yeah. There's 2 Banana Boy boxes in the shop down where I'm at. I'm not surprised, Miguel. Look. It's a bit, obviously, the moment you mention Custodes, everyone's ears pick up and they're like, beef, drama, beef. That's kind of, the faction has become in some ways tainted by that, at least temporarily. I don't know if it will be like that long term, but at least temporarily. I'm just going to say this. They produced the Custodes boxes in a limited run. So limited that they actually had to cancel a lot of third-party stores orders because you heard what happened, like Warp Fire and stuff like that. So it was a very limited run, and even then, I think with the limited run they did, they sold them all to the third-party stores, and the third-party stores have kind of been stuck with them. I'm sure many of them sold, but I've seen quite a few pictures of, let's be honest, guffawing pictures of people who are not particularly big fans of female Custodes. Plenty of people taking pictures saying, these are still on still on the shelf at my store, so they're still in the box on my store, and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. I think maybe... I think maybe I think in the fullness of time, all the boxes will eventually sell, but I think it might not have been the most successful. How to put this politely? It may not have been the most successful pre-order that Warhammer has had. Games Workshop may have got their money and run, but that doesn't necessarily mean that for the whole of Warhammer and the ecosystem, it was necessarily the best pre-order. Yeah. There you go. I think they'd have shipped up. I think they'd have screwed up with shipping, sending shops more than others. What I haven't seen is in person is Defiler kit. That's driving me up the wall. Oh, every Defiler has been sold out. Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, GW has massively sold out on the Defilers, and then 3D printers have just filled in the gaps. Yeah. 3D printers have just filled in the gaps. So I heard a rumor. Do you want a little bit of beef? Just a little bit. It's not Custodes related. I heard a rumor that the second... You know how GW's opened up their new factory? Right? This whole thing, like, don't worry, guys, the production issues will come to an end when the second factory gets up and running, right? So I heard they opened up the new factory and they didn't use the factory to make more models. They used the factory to make paint. Does anyone know if that's true or not? Like I heard that. I can't remember exactly where I heard it. I think it was a passing comment in like a video that was made. It might have even been a Discourse Miniatures video. So who knows? Maybe it's just total bullshit and drama farming. I'm not sure. But I heard that the new factory, they're not using it to make more models. They're using it to make all the paint. If that's true, that would be fucking stupid. That would be fucking stupid, man. Right, I wonder if shall we see if we can find any information. What is the new GW? Shall we ask AI? I really need to get like I use ChatGPT to ask stupid questions on stream, but I've heard like Grok's quite good for it. But I don't really know what Grok is. Is it like the Twitter AI or something? I don't have a Twitter account, so well, I have a Twitter account, but I never ever use it. What is the new factory for Games Workshop producing? ChatGPT is looking at it. ChatGPT seems to think that it's going to be making models, but the source it's quoting is from January 2025, so it's basically like a year and a half out of date at this point. So that's not particularly helpful. Okay. Ah, okay, 1 minute. When's this? What's the source for this? 1 minute. We're doing some deep Google foo. So it's going to be completed in summer 2026. Well, we're almost there. It's the 4th factory. $13 million had been spent on the new production center. Okay. So part of it is they've put more... Okay, so there's also a little bit in this news article where it says that they've redesigned the layout of Factory 2 to accommodate more of the injection molding machines. So I think, I don't know, do not take this as fact or gospel or anything like that. But I think what's happened is the new factory is being used a significant part of the new factory is being used for paint. Apparently, there's like a new 3,000 litre paint mixing thing in there. But that has freed up space in the other factories. So they are both increasing paint production and they're increasing model production. So I think the meme of the new factory is just to make paint is partially true, but I think it's freeing up space elsewhere that is currently being taken up for paint production and basically consolidating it in one place. So that space can now be used for injection molding. So they're basically, yes, you are getting a paint factory, but this is also leading to more model production as well. There you go. There you are. The GW factory with their injection models must look like one of their sprues. I love it. The new factory is just for upcoming Calgar models. It's an entire factory just to make new Calgar models. There you are. I love it. So there is a bit of a meme to it, but it's not quite as spicy and beefy as one might have thought. There you are. All right. What have we got? What have we got next? Win Whistler, thank you for the super chat, man. 07MG, congratulations to you and Mrs. Mordian. Thank you, man. Early draft / test army in email for review, please. Let's have a look. Combined arms. Greetings, Warden. Here's the list. I made it for early 11th testing. The Fog of War still has much from the Fog of War still has much from us, but it doesn't hurt to get a head start, even with imperfect information. I agree. So Cadian Command Squad with Grand Strategists, Gaunt's Ghosts, Lord Solar Leontus, 10 Cadian Shock Troops, 3 Chimeras, 2 Hellhounds, 3 squads of Kazakin, 3 squads of Krieg Engineers, 3 Lemur's battle tanks, and a Scout Sentinel. It's alright. It's quite an elite list. I mean, you've basically got a Supreme Command blob. The list is basically a Supreme Command blob, 3 Chimeras, 3 Lemur Russes, and 2 Hellhounds. Which is all right. I do worry you have a little. My main concern is you don't have a lack of shit munchers. I think you've got the Krieg squads, but I guess my main concern is you don't have a huge amount of objective control. I think other than that, your list is fine. It's a little elite, not the end of the world. It doesn't have much in the way of melee, but not the end of the world. You know, if you either commit to the Bulgarian life or you don't, right? So I think the only real weakness of the list I would say is, I think it has some weaknesses, but they're playable. You can play around them. I think the only real weakness of the list is probably the lack of objective control. I'm not sure how you would necessarily fix it. I'm just saying it's a weakness to be aware of. There you go. Hope that overall it looks fine. If you wanted to, you could trim the list a bit. Like, you could swap Gaunt's Ghost out for a slightly more efficient infiltratey unit. I don't think you really need Grand Strategists on the Cadian Command Squad, for example. I mean, what they're going to fucking order? All the infantry that's relevant is inside the transports. I think Lord Solar is going to be ordering all of the battle tanks. You could probably get away with 2 combat engineer squads rather than 3. Do you know what I mean? There's a few you could probably swap one of the engineer squads out for a Scout Sentinel. It's only like a 5-point saving, but you could do it. There's probably you could probably trim like 100 to 200 points out of the list and take some, you know, squeeze a little bit more into the army if you wanted to, but I think it would potentially be more of a side grade and just a different list rather than like a straight upgrade. There you go. Because you'd be taking cheaper, less capable units to fit in more units, which does have its advantages and disadvantages. Sometimes you don't need an expensive unit to a cheap job, for example. But I think if you made no changes, the list would be fine. You could probably squeeze a few percentage points of efficiency out of it if you wanted to. There you go. Hope that helped, man. Big thing is, of course, like you said, we have imperfect information, and I think the big one would probably be how, you know, the big question is going to be, what's your force disposition? That's the biggie. What is going to be your force disposition? And, well, no, the real question is, what is going to be the best force disposition? Because we all know one of them is going to be better than the others, right? I know it. You know it. Everyone knows it. Everyone's just waiting to find out which is the obvious, easiest, and best forces position. And then we're all going to jump on that, and we're all going to play the same 5 missions over and over again. Right? Yeah, that's the real Rim Whistler. That's the real information that we're waiting for. Yeah. What have we got? Burke, thank you for the super chat, man. Just uploaded some pictures of my full Kree collection stream discussion. Needs some repairs and more painting, but I really love them. Hey, man, let's have a look, bro. Wow. That looks so good, man. Look at this, boys. This is a labor of love right here. You've got so many new and old units. Got so many cool, official and third-party miniatures. I love that. That's a proper guard army right there, I love that Thunderbolt. The flames on the wings is awesome. Very, 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 very cool. Nice. Dude, I get the same feeling looking at that as I look down at my own Mordians. I love me guard. I love me Mordians. I love me guard. Yeah. Pouring your heart and soul into a guard army is so much fun. Yeah. Good shit, bro. Fox Knight, thank you for super chat, man. I was a little annoyed with the mystery box as it came out a day after I bought $200 of K47 stuff. Yeah, but you picked what you wanted for the K47 stuff, right? Now you can get a mystery box on top of it. Why are you complaining? Just get it as well. Just consume more K47. More. To be honest, man, I wouldn't get too disappointed by it. The mystery boxes were this time round were a fairly limited run, and like I said, don't forget they're not a FOMO item. They'll be back again they'll be back again in 6 months, 6 to 12 months. Do you know what I mean? So by the time that you've built and painted and played with the $200 worth of stuff that you've already picked up, they'll be back around the corner again, and you'll be able to get your hands on them. So yeah, there you go. There you are, man. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Merlin. Thank you for super chat, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hobby update. Everything I got done in the last few weeks. Company command is finally all completed now that I found the old metal medic model I knew I had but couldn't find. Platoon command is nearly there. Only 1 squad photographed, but 2 of them are now done. Just another 7 squads and 6 heavy weapon squads to finish out the rifle company I decided to do with my Cadians. After that, 2 Lemurus exterminators / punishers I printed. And lastly, edited the old Cadian STLs to give them shotguns for veteran squads, both with and without carapace. Nice. I love the old command squad, man. I love it, bro. So good. And the old Cadian lieutenant with his power fist. The old special weapons. Look, I know many of you like the new Cadians. But the old Cadians, man. Absolute timeless design. Absolute timeless design, bro. Every time I see a squad of these old bad boys painted up, I just think, that's it. That's the guard right there. Yeah. Cool. Hell out the carapace. That's cool, man. There we go. A couple of the old Lehman Russ exterminators. Nice. Very cool. Got those swappable weapons. Awesome, man. Hey, you've been a busy bee, Merlin. Very busy indeed. Nice. Fox Knight, thank you for the 9-month member flex. X-Force, but no, not X-Force. Nearly X-Force. Thank you for the 9-month support, bro. What do you think about the M26 Pershing in K47/bot action? I think heavy tanks are massively underestimated in bolt action. I think a lot of people say, oh, they're inefficient, but I've often found that if your opponent isn't ready to deal with a heavy tank because they presume that no one ever takes them, then you find that actually they're very effective. Pershings are very similar to Tiger tanks, and I regularly include a Tiger tank in my bolt action armies because I think they're effective. So I think that I think they're more effective than people give them credit for in bolt action. And I think they're cool as fuck. Do you know what I mean? I think they're absolutely cool as fuck. Now, as for Konflikt 47, I think the Pershing. So here's the thing. In bolt action, the Pershing is an expensive unit because you only play at 1,250 points, and so for a lot of people, they don't want to take it because, like, it can suck up a lot of points from your list, which you might be able to spend more efficiently. But at the end of the day, a heavy tank can be a difficult thing to deal with, and so it can be tougher than people expect with it. It can be a problem people aren't ready for it, and so it can do better than people expect. In Konflikt 47, I think the Pershing has a very different set of problems. Firstly, Konflikt 47 is played at 1,500 points, so it's not expensive anymore. Its points cost is the same, but because you've got more points to play with, it's not soaking up anywhere near as many points. And when you compare the points cost of a Pershing to some of the Rift units out there, it's actively affordable. You know, in bolt action, people are running 18 dice at 1,250 points. In K47, people are running 8 dice at 1,500 points. So the Pershing, it loses its main disadvantage in Konflikt 47. Because it's no longer, relatively speaking, it's no longer considered an expensive unit. However, it also loses its main advantage in Konflikt 47, which it being difficult to deal with if you're not ready for it. Because Konflikt is fundamentally a more lethal game, and it's more lethal by design. That it's meant to feel like the war has entered a new era. You know, this isn't. You know, with this fucking laser guns, all right? like it's got more deadly. Okay, you know, and you know, defensive technology like power armor is trying to keep up with offensive technology like Tesla and stuff, but you know, it's a more deadly game. And that's by design. It's meant to feel that way as part of the immersion of the game. So the Pershing is now cheaper, but it's now, you know, way less durable. Where, you know, your Pershing is going to feel like a paper bag when a rail cannon just puts a round through the front and out the back of it, right? And also your Pershing is going to feel like it's doing less damage because it's going to have a big gun, but its big gun's not going to ignore cover. And there's a lot of weapons in Konflikt which do ignore cover. You can fire your big gun at a Panzer IV with a Grav cannon, and the Grav Panzer just gets a cover save and passes its cover save. The Grav Panzer then shoots back, you don't get cover, and your Pershing becomes a fucking one of those cubes from like the salvage yard, right? So it just the Pershing in Konflikt 47 it's almost the opposite of what it's like in bolt action. It's cheaper but less durable and less effective. In bolt action, it's more expensive, but it's more durable and it's got a nice big gun on it. So it works. So I guess to summarize it, what do I think about the Pershing? I think it's a perfectly usable unit in both games, but it has a different role in each game. And understanding what it's doing for you in bolt action versus what it's going to do for you for K47 and how you need to approach it differently in both of those games will allow you to get the most out of it. But if you want a simple thumbs up or thumbs down, I'd give it a thumbs up. I think the Pershing's a really fucking cool tank, and I think relatively it can be effective in both games. Okay? Cool. All right. M26 Pershing T when? Oh, that would be amazing. A Tesla Pershing would be awesome. Yeah. Who knows if it'll ever happen. All right. So, what are we thinking then? I think we've caught up on all the super chats. I'm just going to make sure that we've not missed any. Yeah, I think we're all right. Cool. There we go. So, I do have another topic to talk about. Another 2 topics. It was the... Oh, I think I remembered a third topic I wanted to talk about. Oh, yeah. What you guys can vote. What should we talk about next? Spectre Squad review. New Guard detachments review. New fly rules beef. And I have a little bit of battle shock beat. New battle shock. There you go. You guys can decide. You guys can pick for a second. Let me just close that. The Adventures of Mordian in the cook chair in America. We haven't got enough time in the stream to discuss all that. There we go. I'll tell you what we do have time for, though. I'm going to finish off my payday from yesterday. Speaking of things from America... Oh, no, it's all going wrong. I've still got some chocolate left over that I brought back. So it turns out American chocolate isn't all bad, just Hershey's is terrible. Okay. Okay. I'll have a quick bite. The new squad looks mighty spicy. It does look good, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're going to stay at 80 points, but we'll see. I think they'll go up to probably 100 points sooner or later. Not that I think they should be 100 points, but people will complain about them and then they'll go up to 100 points. Some melee player will complain about them and then they'll go up. That's what will happen, right?
You heard me. I said creep.
So Newbie, thank you for super chat. Talking about Basilisk hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, here we go. Talking about Attilin Basilisk, here's my version of it. That's right, the Grim M7 Priest. It has other weapons like a heavy mortar for it to be a Griffin or Nebelwerfer to be a Wyvern. I don't know why I would, but it's still an option. I don't deny. Also, once again, welcome back, and I hope you enjoyed your honeymoon. But most so, my firm blessing towards the newlywed happy couple. Hey, thanks, man. This is a cool fucking model, bro. It's cool as fuck. I love that. That's so cool. That's so cool, man. This is why 3D printing is important. Just, you know, it allows you, 3D printing and third-party models, it allows you to get cool shit that otherwise you wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I love that. I'd love to see it with some of the other options as well, man. But yeah, even just in like render, do you know what I mean? But dude, that's cool as fuck. Nice. That's got like an absolute beast on the battlefield, you know, trundling around, blasting the shit out of people. Sick. Sick, 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 cunt. What do we got next? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Morning Glory eats corn the long way. Look, just because you say it, it doesn't mean you can manifest it into existence. Cosmic, stop trying to like project onto me. You want to eat corn the long way? You eat corn the long way. Yeah, you don't need me to do it. You can be the corn eater you want to be. I feel like this is going dodgy very quickly. My pal's been printing scenery on a bamboo PS1. It looks insane for filament. I've heard. I haven't seen it myself. I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard a lot of people praising it. Might be something I need to look into. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, well, I mean, Tim, it was you and me that... Wait, Cosmic, are you saying that we met on Grindr or we are a meat grinder? Or both? I think both is more accurate. Is the most accurate conclusion. There you are. All right, let's have a look here. What do we got? Ooh. Pete, we've got 58 votes so far. And Spectre Squad Review is winning out of all of them. It's pretty close, though, because the new the Spectre Squad Review is sitting at 38%, and the new Fly Rules beef is sitting at 31%. So, we'll probably get to all of the topics eventually, because I don't think it'll take too long to go through the Spectre Squad. But that's interesting. All right. Let's end the poll. Any poll's a goal. And let's bring up the old Spectre Squad. Meat Grinder was my street name. I love it. Was it the name of your street, or was it your street name? There you go. Or both. Can't keep saying both, body. All right, let's have a look. Where's Faction Pack Astra Militarum? Cadian Recon Squad. There we go. All right. There we go. They named the street after him? I love it. Okay. Let's get into this. Ugh, I'm sitting up. Ugh. I've been taking, it's been a very casual stream so far, but it's time to get fucking into it. All right, what do we got here? So I might be a little late to the party with this one, because the Cadian Recon Squad rules have been out for like at least a week now at this point. And in the world of Warhammer, where you blink for a second and 700 new releases have been out and 300 new balance patches have happened, I think people have already got their hands on these models and have built and have painted and have been playing with them. Although I'm not, or maybe they've been 3D printing them. I've just been seeing those on on Instagram and stuff like that. But the point is that the rules are here, and the Cadian Recon Squad it's making a bit of a buzz. It's making a bit of a buzz. People seem to be pretty positive about this unit, and it's not hard to see why. It's got a very competitive points cost, although we all know how that goes. Cough, Yarrick, cough. But it also comes with some pretty nifty abilities, and I think its damage output is relatively acceptable for what it does. So, and it's got some good keywords. It's got some very good keywords. So let's do a bit of a deep dive / first impressions of the Cadian Recon Squad, and let's get some hot takes on it. I will caveat this by saying, though, that I haven't played with the unit myself, and I do generally prefer doing unit reviews with a bit of battlefield experience under the belt. But, you know, I can still give a bit of an overview based on my general experience as a guard player. So let's have a look at this. So as always, as a tradition, whether it's pre-recorded or as a stream highlight, let's do the stat line. Movement of 6, toughness of 3, 5 up save, 1 wound, leech 7, OC 1. I can now categorically say with some confidence that these are definitely guardsmen. So, okay, there is a little bit more to it than that. Yes, they have got the standard guardsman profile. And I'm not overly surprised by them having a 5+ save because, you know, they do have... They are fairly lightly armored. You know, they're a recon squad. But one of the things that generally defines more elite guard infantry units, and I would say these are more elite, is a 4+ save. And these guys don't have it. If you look at Krieg Engineers, if you look at Kazakin, if you look at Scions, if you look at Aquilans, they all have a 4+ save. It's kind of one of those things, like if you're in the basic guard, you get a 5+ save. If you're an elite guard, you get a 4+ save. So these guys, it seems like, you know, GW wants them to be more of a basic guard squad. But what's kind of interesting, and that's also reflected in the fact that they do have like a ballistic skill 4+ as well. That's one of the defining things. They have, if you're elite, you get a 4+, you get a 3+ ballistic skill. If you're more battle line, more regular, you get a ballistic skill of 4+. But it's kind of interesting because so they've got, it feels like the Caden Recon squad is kind of in that halfway house where they're like, okay, you have got a bunch of quite good abilities, which we'll get to in a moment, and a quite wide selection of war gear, which we'll also get to in a moment. So you're sort of elite in that regard, but your ballistic skill and your save makes you feel very much like you're not elite. And also, they're not battle line. They don't have the battle line keyword. So they are definitely a unit. They're not a traditional battle line squad. They're not a traditional elite squad. I think they are something somewhat new, which is they are in between. You know, they're not special forces. They're more like, I guess a good way of sort of looking at it is that they're not like, if Scions are like the SAS and stuff like that, or Delta Force and whatnot, and Guardsmen are like your standard sort of army GI. These guys fit somewhere in sort of that sort of semi-elite sort of, but still quite common sort of medium ground of like the Marines, like more of a shock infantry, if that makes sense. A bit of a range, a bit like range and stuff like that. So, you know, trying to use sort of a more like real world sort of analogy. But anyway, the point is they've got several traits that make them like basic guardsmen. But let's have a look at what weapons they get next. So, because they're a kill team, they come with quite a large smorgasbord of different weapon options. So, as standard, each bozo, whether it's the sergeant or the recon troopers, come with a las gun. Guys, hang on. I gotta let my erection go down. We got lasgun sergeants before GTA 6. For some of you greenhorns out here, you may not appreciate how much of a big deal this is. It might not seem like a big deal. It might be like, what are you on about, you old man? You fool, your time is over, old man. What are you on about? It's just a lasgun. I have been waiting since the 4th edition Guard Codex. Well, technically 3.5, but the Codex, I've been waiting since 4th edition to get my lasgun sergeants back. They took them away in 5th edition. We missed them in 6th. We missed them in 7th. We missed them in 8th. We missed them in 9th. We've not had them in 10th. And finally, they're back with the Caden Recon Squad. Oh, praise be. I'm going off on a big tangent here. This is the difference between when I do it pre-recorded and when I do it live. When I do it live, it's going to be all sort of tangenty and all that kind of shit. Deal with it. You'll get your proper deep dive based on Battlefield experience, Caden Recon Squad review later on. This is the first impressions one. Right? I always found it a bit annoying from 5th edition to now that sergeants always seem to have to take pistols and swords. Because the pistol and the sword is more the domain of the officer class, right? When you think about, like, the guard is kind of, where the guard is, what is the culture of the guard and all that kind of stuff. It's, it's the officers, the platoon commanders, waving swords in the air, like, forward men, forward to victory for the emperor. But they're the ones to do it, that are sort of being all pip pip tally ho and all that kind of stuff. But it's the grizzled sergeants that they're the sort of more down to earth, like, all right, lads, let's go and get the job done, for the emperor, all right. When we get back, we're going to go spend all our money on beer, blah, 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 the grizzled NCO, right? And so whenever you read a lot of, like, the law, especially, I don't know if I haven't read much of the law more recently, to be honest, but especially when you read some of the more traditional law up until sort of around 8th edition when I stopped reading, sergeants are always kind of described as using, like, lasguns, because they're just one of the blokes. There's one of the lads. They're just leading the lads. But they're always, grunts don't carry swords. Swords are for officers. Sergeants are not officers. So I always thought it was weird how, for the longest time, like, Games Workshop was like, oh yeah, your sergeants have to take, like, pistol and chainsword. And there were a few exceptions to this, like, Krieg sergeants can get bolters, but it's like the bolter is not the bolter is a very special weapon. I shouldn't be taking a goddamn bolter to replicate my sergeant having a basic gun, right? And the closest we got to this more recently was the Cadian sergeants with the auto guns. But again, like, okay, I like the Drumford auto gun. It's cool, but why not just a lasgun? Right? Even Colonel Fethin Corbeck has a lasgun. Exactly. So it might not seem like a really big thing, but I've been waiting about 20 years to get my lasgun sergeants back, and I'm going to lose my shit in a nice way about them being back in a small capacity right here. Anyway, so everyone can get a lasgun. Awesome. Obviously, because of war gear basically being free, you're not going to stick with everyone having a lasgun, but hey, there you go. So one of the recon troopers can replace their lasgun with the auto stubber. This is basically the squad support weapon, the mini-me or the sword, depending on where you are in the world. And it's all right. It's basically it's a heavy stubber which has got 12-inch less range. That's it. That's also totally fine. I again, let me go off on a massive tangent for a second about how long I've been waiting for goddamn squad support weapons for. You can go back to the ancient scrolls. You can go back to the deep archives. You can go back to Daka Daka, like Librarius Online, Bolter and Chainsword. Go back to these repositories of knowledge, and you can search and you can scroll through posts, and you will see, like clockwork, every few weeks, someone making a post like, "Hey, wouldn't it be cool if the Imperial Guard could take, like, some kind of, like, light machine gun in the unit?" Especially when you go back to the old days when the only upgrades that you got for your guard squads were either heavy weapons or special weapons, and people were like, well, it kind of a bit weird that every guard squad's lugging around like a big heavy bolter. Wouldn't it be more likely they'd lug around like, a light machine gun or something? Again, for literal decades, people have been asking for this. The closest we've ever got to this before is the hotshot volley gun. Hotshot volley guns on Scions and on Kazakin, they're the closest we've ever got to, like, just a light squad support weapon. And even then, they weren't quite right. It's kind of like the bolter on the sergeant isn't quite right. It's not quite a lasgun. It's not quite the same feel. Because the hotshot volley gun, like, yes, it is a light squad support weapon, but it's also a specialist bit of kit. It's a fancy pants weapon that only the elite of the guard get to use. What we're talking about is some proper low-tech shit. Like, hey, here's a a light machine gun, basically. So again, is a lasgun on the sergeant from a power point of view a big deal? No. From a cool point of view, from a grognard point of view, it's a big deal. You damn fucking right it is. Is the auto stubber some massive, mega, meta-breaking weapon? Of course it's not. Is it making me cream my pants? I'm just going to be crude about it. You goddamn right it is. These are two things I've literally been waiting years of my finite existence on this earth to come into existence. And they're finally here. It's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome. So there we go. And now, I'm happy that we've got it on the Caden Recon squads, but I'm going to say this. These guys should be battle line. Maybe when we get some of the other rules like infiltrators and shit, some of you might say, Mordian, that's ridiculous. I just want guardsman squads with lasgun sergeants and machine guns, all right? Like, just get this. Let me have this, all right? Let me have it. Anyway, moving on. What else do we get? One recon trooper can place their lasgun with one of the following: plasma gun or melter gun. Which option of those two would I go for? So I'm likely to lean towards plasma because I love me plasma. I'm also likely to lean towards plasma because in a world where Maswell ballistic skill is going to be pretty common, relying on one-shot pop fucking melter guns to not miss is a big ask, when having a double tap plasma is a bit more safe. So I'm sort of, from a traditional mindset point of view, I'm kind of leaning towards the plasma gun. But I think the melter gun is an absolutely valid option because of the fact these guys have got infiltrators. Because you don't have to like slog it up the board with your melter gun to finally get into range. You can just infiltrate basically into range, jump out, and start melting people. So I think the plasma gun is like the safe option that makes me feel all warm and fuzzy because I love me plasma. But I wouldn't be surprised if when the boffins get their hands on this and the metadata people start doing their thing and the competitive scene starts, optimizing the shit out of these units and everything. I wouldn't be surprised if someone ends up saying the melter gun's the better option. Okay, fine, whatever. I would probably go plasma as the more take all comers option, but I think melter gun's a perfectly valid option. If you're not sure which one to build, I'd say you could literally go for either one and make both work perfectly fine. Up to one recon trooper can replace their las gun with a long las. So the long las, it's a little disappointing. Because, like, it's got heavy, which is nice. Precision, which is okay. AP -2, which is nice. Damage 2, which is nice. Strength 4, which is okay. Ballistic skill 4+ is a bit poo. Like, I thought snipers hit better. I'm going to check. One minute. I might be misremembering here. 1 minute. Talk amongst yourselves. Where the fuck have you gone? Why can I not find you? I'm just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Okay. Krieg sniper rifle. Oh, okay, fine. No, fair enough. I thought the Krieg long las hit on 3s. It doesn't. It hits on 4s. All right. I will quit my bitching then. The long las hitting on 4s is fine. Okay. Would it have been nice for the recon guy to hit on a 3+? Sure. But as these are basically basic infantry, the fact that they don't, I guess, keeps them in line with everybody else. All right. But hey, they should be battle line then. I'm just saying. Make a battle line. I'm going to keep banging this drum. Don't forget, heavy still works if you move 3 inches or less. That's true. But I don't think you're going to want to move these guys 3 inches or less. I think they're probably going to be either staying still or moving pretty bloody quickly to do some objective-based shit. But, yeah. Long las is fine. And then I think the last option is the missile launcher, right? Oh, you've got the One recon trooper with a las gun can be equipped with a Vox caster and a Vox relay beacon. We'll get to both those later. You can select one of the following. Up to one recon trooper can replace a las gun with a long las. Up to 2 recon troopers can equip with las guns can form a weapon team. If they do, one model las gun is replaced with one las pistol, and one model las gun is replaced with one missile launcher and one las pistol. So, a couple of things. Firstly, it's kind of cool you can take 2 sniper rifles in a 10-man squad. There's definitely an argument. I mean, it's kind of cool. And there is, from like a thematic point of view, kind of an argument to make where you've got like a 10-man squad with a couple of las guns and a plasma gun and an auto stubber. Sort of, you know, that's all strength 3 and strength 4 weapons. And that feels very immersive, you know, because these are all recon squads. That feels like, you know, weapons that they could, you know, infiltrate forward with. So from rule of cool, double sniper is nice. I think you're always going to go for the missile launcher. I think you're always going to go for the missile launcher because if you fire in the either you fire the frag, which gets you a bunch of extra strength 4 shots, which are compatible with the rest of the firepower in the unit, or you're firing one big fuck off shot, which is the crack missile launcher, right? So I think you're always going to go for that. And as Crucible's saying in chat, close enough. Welcome back, infantry squad. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got a unit here. It's 10-man strong. It's got a plasma gun and a missile launcher in there. I mean, and then it's actually got a couple of other special weapons in there as well. Basically, welcome back, missile launcher. Now I'm gonna go on another grognardy tangent for a moment here as well. All right, so you can all just deal with it. Actually, one second. I don't know if I am going on a grognardy detachment tangent. Has anyone built the recon squad? I got a question for chat. Has anyone built the recon squad? When you build the missile team, do they go on 1 base or 2 25mm bases? So they do they go on like a 40, 50, or 60mm base like the current weapon teams are? Or are they on 2 separate 25mm bases? Simple Logic says they're on 2 separate bases. All right, fine. Thank you very much, Simple Logic and Smoji Go, for confirming that. And guess what? Thanks to your information, I'm able to go on 3rd old man grognardy tangent of the video. Because guys, I've played this game for a long fucking time. And back in my day, your heavy weapon teams were 2 individual bases. We're back. GW is literally, with the Armageddon box set being based off the 2nd edition box set, these guys coming out, I'm just saying it. Close enough. Welcome back, 2nd edition. I'm just saying it, right? Back in if you go and look at all of the old pictures, you'd have one guy sat on his like machine gun, or one guy with like his missile launcher, or the mortar in between the 2 of them, and the 2 guys on 25mm bases. It's very, very, very old school. It's very old school. Do I think that was a factor in the design of these models at all? No. I think as Netting It Up said, it's probably needs to be that way for the game these guys are actually designed for, which is Kill Team, right? But fuck that. I don't care. Lasgun Sergeants are back. Missile launchers are back. I'm back playing my old school Warhammers. Again, make them battle line, please. I need 6 of these. I need goddamn 6 of these. 3 isn't enough. All of those are very much like vibes, like fun little bits. If we get down to like, you know, like brass tacks, and we get down to like the sharp edge of things with the recon squad, I think the go-to loadout, my instinct is the go-to loadout for this is you've got your 10-man squad, you've got an auto stubber, a long las, a plasma gun, and a missile launcher. That's where I would probably go. And then you're going to have one guy with a las pistol who's the loader for the missile launcher. And then you're going to have 5 rifle guys. Oh, one guy with a Vox caster and then 1 sergeant with a lasgun and 3 basic rifle guys. That's really where the loadout is. Now, obviously, this being a modern Warhammer 40k unit, the stats and the equipment that a unit brings to the table are only like part of the puzzle. The real full picture comes from keywords and abilities. So we'll quickly blast through the keywords. They've got the usual affair, you know, infantry, Imperium, regiment, Ashmanatarum, Caden Recon Squad, specific to them. The 2 big ones that stand out is grenades. Because, like I said, bear in mind, these guys can infiltrate. So you could infiltrate them forward, and then if you get first turn, you could move into grenade range and then start grenading someone. That's very nice. So grenades on an infiltrating unit like this could really yield some very tasty results. And then the other big one is smoke. So there's not a lot of guard infantry choices that have smoke. The only other one that I can think of off the top of my head, although there's probably more than this, is like Aquilans. And I think a unit like the Caden Recon Squad being able to have smoke is quite nice. Now, what smoke probably does, I mean, I don't think we know for show, but what smoke currently does is it gives you stealth. And I think it gives you stealth and the benefit of cover. Now, obviously, that's redundant now in 11th edition. So I think what it's going to give you is smoke is going to give you the benefit of cover, which is going to be Maz 1 ballistic skill to the enemy. So that's quite nice. So they don't have the carapace armor, but they do have the ability to like pop a smoke grenade. Essentially, if you shoot at them, they have the ability to give themselves the benefit of cover, even if they're not in cover. Do engineers have smoke as well? That's kind of cool. So there's not a lot of infantry that has it, but it's cool to see them having it. Do I think it's going to make a massive difference? Probably not. I mean, you know, actually, does it make any difference whatsoever? Because they've got the stealth keyword. I've just noticed that now. Either smoke will need to change as an ability, as a like stratagem, or it's a sort of redundant, semi-redundant ability. Smoke has that new detachment that work like marker lights. Smoke gives cover to things behind. Isn't that just in the 1 detachment? I thought that was the smog grenades stratagem in one of the new detachments that's been shown off, one of the new 1.1s. So it might be in 11th edition smoke gives stuff cover to behind. Let's just look into this quickly. I'm gonna trust but verify on this one. Warhammer community search faction focus Imperial Guard. Yeah, so I don't think what you guys are saying is entirely accurate, unless there's some more information I've missed here. But the Sump Smog screen is a specific stratagem for the designation force that you start your opponent's unit phase, 1 friendly national battalion unit. When an attack targets either your unit or unit that is not fully visible to the attacking model because of 1 or more models in your unit, the target has the benefit of cover against that attack. So unless I've been, again, correct me down in chat, correct me down in the comment section and all that kind of stuff. But my understanding is that it's only in the designation force and it works with any guard infantry squad, not just ones with the smoke keyword. So I don't think we know what smoke is going to do. What smoke is going to do. But normal smoke does it too. Smoke will give you cover, which will give you hidden if you haven't shot. That's a good point. You could smoke and become hidden. That's a very, very interesting point. Bert Carlson says, but normal smoke does it too. I'll just have to, I mean, again, you have to, if you can post We saw the new stratagem card in a reveal. Okay, fair enough. I'll see if I can find it. Oh, it takes a second. New 1.11th edition. Smoke. Stratagem. I don't see it, man. I'll see if Allspec Tactics has got a video on it. He's always a good lad, isn't he? Core stratagems. Let's have a look. Crushing impact, explosives, fire overwatch, smoke screen. Okay. I've got it here. Good old Auspex has got us covered. So, have to deploy it before nominated as a shooting attack, now at the start of the opponent's shooting phase, so you can't use it reactively. Okay. Gains the benefit of cover, so no longer cover and -1 to hit, because cover is -1 to hit, now it seems. No value of using it if your unit is in cover. Also means your unit basically provides the benefit of cover to things behind it like a terrain piece would. So now you can help other units in theory until a unit is destroyed. Definitely a little weaker to have to use it before you're targeted and only giving 1 defensive buff, not 2. But the helping unit seems fun and thematic. Okay, that's pretty good. All right. Thanks, Bert Carlson. Thank you for letting me know, and thank you to Auspex for helping confirm that little bit of information there. So going back to the thing then. So basically, Sump Smoke lets you do it on any unit. Smoke lets you... it's basically you got 2 sources of smoke. One's a little bit more flexible than the other, but it's attachment locked at the same time. Okay. So that's I guess that's kind of good. You can be like... These guys could be... I mean, that's kind of interesting. These guys could be... Ooh, there's some potential there. This cheeky little keyword right there. There's some potential there, right? Because you've got, oh, I'm going to have the benefit of cover. And if I don't shoot, then that would give me hidden. But then strictly speaking, would that also apply to the units which are being behind the smoke unit? Because then could you in theory have a unit that's out in the open that's getting basically hidden because the recon troops are in front of them and they've used smoke? That's a big question. That's a biggie. Can we find the answer? Do you need to be in the area terrain, or do you just need the benefit of cover? Let's fucking find it. All right, we can do this. I'm gonna have a look. Let's have a look. Foremost amongst these changes is the addition of the hidden rule. Infantry beasts and swarmers inside a terrain area can be hidden as long as the unit didn't shoot in the... Ooh, so I don't think it works. Now, again, this is Warhammer Community. So the accuracy of this communication could be flawed. But I don't think you can have your Spectre Squad out in the open smoke and become hidden. Because it seems to be like you need to be inside a terrain area. And that would also mean that the unit behind couldn't be out in the open and become hidden as well. Ah, there you are. All right. See, you got it. I mean, that might not pan out, but that seems to be the way. So, long story short, when we get down to it, this unit can give itself the benefit of cover, and it can give cover to the unit behind it if you want to. Okay, fine, but no fucky wookie with hiddenness. All right, fine. Going on to so that does cover the two, I'd say the two main keywords that you want to be aware of here. You can infiltrate, forward, and grenade the shit out of people, and there's potential for you to do some sort of rolling, smoky cover thing. Now, let's get over to the abilities. So I think we've already covered stealth. That basically means they've always got cover, whether they're out in the open or they're in cover, they've always got cover. Stealth and cover does not stack. Like I said, Warhammer community isn't very good at communicating things sometimes, and Warhammer community said that stealth and cover did stack at first, and now it's changed, but there we go. But, so they've always got -1 ballistic skill, essentially, until the enemy has ignore cover. Okay, fine. The big one, I think, is infiltrators. These guys are potentially going to be the new go-to infiltrate unit for the Guard. People love Gaunt's Ghosts, but they are expensive. People love Rattlings, but 5 Rattlings is a fucking joke to get rid of. Just a slight breeze will brush 5 Rattlings aside. 5 Rattlings are slightly cheaper, though. I think Rattlings are about 50 or 60 points, so 5 Rattlings would be a bit cheaper than the Caden Recon Squad. But if you're looking for a big infiltrator unit that you can potentially string out and really fuck someone's like scouting moves, fuck a wide area of their scouting moves over, the Caden Recon Squad is very good for that. And we know that there's going to be a lot of, well, there's been a lot of talk about like fast moving assault melee armies in 11th edition. Being able to scout those forward is a way they can get at the board even quicker. Having a tool in your toolbox that lets you counter those is very, very nice. So infiltrators is good. It's going to allow you to get onto objectives early on. It's going to allow you to fuck over people's scout early on. It's going to allow you to be able to put pressure on the enemy early on. You can't really disrespect this squad's damage output simply because they have the grenades keyword. They can just literally infiltrate up and start throwing potentially 6 mortal wounds onto you. And then they've also got their own damage output that they can do as well. So I think infiltrators is a really big deal, and it opens up a huge spectrum of how you can use this unit. You can use it to counter enemy scouts and enemy infiltrates. You can use this to potentially get into advantage positions based on your objectives. I mean, think about these guys in a disruption forces position. Oh, I need to, start trapping all of these objectives early on. Okay, infiltrate up, trap. Easy. I mean, how I would use, if I was using if these are in a disruption force and I was playing into a take and hold army and I was doing that whole death trap mission, what I'd probably do is use a bunch of these recon squads to trap the further away 5-point objectives, and at the same time trap some of the further away. I mean, it's kind of crazy, but how you could potentially use this is you could infiltrate forward, and then I don't know if it's possible thanks to the terrain maps. It might be possible, but I think you could infiltrate forward and then turn 1 move maybe with move and start trapping objectives in your opponent's deployment zone. Because I think some of the terrain is it's in the deployment zone, but not holding the deployment zone. It's just poking out. So there could be some huge points you could get with that. Just because what you're doing is you're trapping so far forward that it means late game you can trap the things that are easier to get, that are close towards your lines. So it helps you overcome one of the big disadvantages of the death trap mission, which is you score big at the beginning, but then it ends up sort of petering out. These guys could massively help you just keep scoring big throughout the entire game. Yeah. A few Caden Recon squads, and you might be guaranteed to max out that primary in a disruption force position. So yeah, infiltrators opens up everything. It opens up damage potential. It opens up counter strategist play into the opponent with like their scouting and their own infiltrators. Opens up objective scoring both on a general level and on a specific level. It's awesome, and all for 80 points. Remember that magic points cost, all for 80 points. We've also got some of their unique abilities as well, which is independent operatives. I think this a lot of people are very excited about this one. Each time an order is issued to this unit, that order affects this unit until a new order is issued to this unit, or until this unit becomes battle shocked, or until the battle ends. So basically, if you order them, they've got sticky orders. If you order them, they keep that order until they don't lose. You don't have to keep reordering them at the beginning of every turn. Now, on paper, this looks really nice. I think in reality, these guys are going to get ordered once, do one thing, and then they're probably going to die because you're probably infiltrating them forward, right? So yes, this is nice, but I think it probably if they ever get to take advantage of the sticky order, it'll be a nice Brucey bonus. But I think whilst it sounds really good and potentially very impactful, I think the reality of the situation is they're probably not going to live long enough to really feel independent operatives all that much. But I don't think it will be an uncommon occurrence to be like, oh yeah, sick. I don't need to reorder these guys. They've still got the same order that I want on them. I think that'll come up. You go to a tournament, you take 3 squads of these guys. I think in one or two of those, in 1 or 2 of 5 games, your independent operative comes up in a positive way. Yeah, there you are. A good point from Simple Logic. You can use the free Krieg orders just in case. Yeah, exactly. You just be like, oh yeah, Krieg order them. Done. Once per game. Might pay off. Might be long lasting. Exactly. Probably won't be, but it's fine. I think the main reason for these guys is infiltrators, right? But you know, it's not a bad ability. It's a decent ability. And you know, we say, oh, you can infiltrate the shit out of them, and you know, you can do. But think about it. Not every game, infiltrating isn't going to be the right thing to do every game. Sometimes you'll look down at maybe a mission. You'll look, you know, especially with the asymmetrical ones, you'll look down at your enemy's force, like what's in their army list, and you'll go, if I infiltrate these guys forward, they're just going to fucking die, and they're not going to achieve anything. My opponent hasn't got any infiltrators. My opponent hasn't got any scouts. Due to the way he's deployed, it seems like, you know, trying to push forward and throw grenades is going to be relatively ineffective, or there's not going to be many good targets for that. You know what? I'm just going to use these guys as more of a just line infantry squad. And in that situation, you might be like, okay, yeah, no, it's really helpful. Just give them take aim and forget about them. Give them move and forget about them. Yeah. So I think dismissing independent operatives entirely is foolhardy. I don't think I would do that. I think in the majority of games, you'll probably find that it's not that relevant, but it's a good tool to have in the back pocket, a good card to have up the sleeve. And in certain matchups, I think it'll be a pretty tasty ability. Yeah. But then we get, I think we've got the Voxcaster. The Voxcaster is exactly the same thing it does in every guard squad. Fine. If anything, I don't think these guys will probably feel the Voxcaster all that well, just because they're probably not going to be within 6 inches of many officers, because they're going to be infiltrating forward most of the time. But anyway, it's fine. It's a fine ability. The big one, though, I think this is the hot tamale. Out of everything that we've seen, I think infiltrators and Vox Relay Beacon are the real big reasons to take this unit. So, at the start of the battle, you can set up 1 Vox Relay Beacon token for this unit anywhere on the battlefield that is not in your opponent's deployment zone. While a friendly Ashburton Regiment unit is within 6 inches of that token, officer units from your army can issue orders to that regiment unit as if the officer unit was within 6 inches of it. At the end of every phase, if an enemy unit is within 1 inch of the Vox Relay Beacon token you set up, that token is removed from the battlefield. So, there's a lot of layers to there is a lot of layers to how you can Vox max. You can relay max. First thing to be aware of, unlike so many other tokens, this one does not care whether the squad is alive or dead. It does not say anywhere in this ability that you remove the Vox Relay Beacon like when the Cadian squad dies. The guy with the Voxcaster has it. He starts the game with it, but at the start of the battlefield, you deploy that token. And once it's down, it's down. Yeah, the enemy can get within 1 inch to destroy, but 1 inch is pretty fucking close. So, that's That's how I'm reading it. You know, he deploys at the beginning. If the Caden Recon Squad dies, it doesn't matter. It doesn't say you. It does not say you remove the token. The beacon is still active. Just slings it down and forgets about it. So that's the first thing. Now, bearing that in mind, what is the best way of using this? I can see a couple of good. I can see a couple of good use cases for this. Firstly, I think this is quite a big one with Yarrick. Oh, maybe not actually. I was going to say it could be big with Yarrick and his decisive command, but Yarrick's decisive command is very specifically coded to being within, is it like 9 inches of Yarrick? So, okay. It doesn't help with Yarrick. I thought it was. It helps with Yarrick as much as it helps any other officer. Okay, so the big one is for, yeah, as chat's saying, it's for the artillery. You just put, you know, you can have all your artillery clumped up in one place, put the Vox relay beacon next to them, and off you go. Yeah, very, very, very helpful in that regard. It actually, in many ways, it removes the need for you to have like a supreme command blob. Because it doesn't say your officer needs to be near a Vox caster. Doesn't say that when the squad dies, the beacon goes away. So it actually, you could have a Cadian Castellan in a, think of it this way, you could have a Cadian Castellan inside a Grizzled Company detachment with these guys, and for 55 points, you now have a Supreme Command blob. Instead of spending 65 on the infantry squad, 65 on the command squad, 85 on Creed, or 55 on the Cadian Castellan to get the same amount of orders, you literally can save 130 points and get the same effect. Very, 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 very good point savings. To me, you're at what is the better choice? Do you go for the Supreme Command blob, or do you go for a Cadian Recon squad and a Cadian Castellan? To me, the answer is, well, one of them is 50 points cheaper than the other and does exactly the same thing. So I'll go for the cheaper one. 4 orders in Grizzle, that's a good point. If you're taking Creed, for example. Yeah. But the same thing, Creed is not excluded from this equation. Instead of taking Creed and the infantry squad and the command squad, you could just take Creed and a Vox relay beacon, and it's however you slice this, whichever character you wanted to, whichever character you were using for your Supreme Command blob, you could now, if you build around it, you know, and all that kind of stuff, you could now save 130 points. No brainer. Well, okay, no, save 50 points. Because you still got to spend 80 points on the Cadian Recon squad, right? Well, okay, I'd say 50 to 130. Because if you're already taking the Cadian Recon squad as an infiltrating unit and all that kind of bollocks anyway, and then on top of that, you would have been taking Supreme Command blob, then I don't even think I really count the Cadian Recon squad's cost into the equation. So at which point I would say, yeah, you are saving 130. Does that make sense? Yeah. I think using this to support backline artillery is very, very useful. And as we were discussing earlier in the stream, it'll probably be a separate stream highlight though. As we were discussing earlier in the stream though, indirect fire is actually, it's pretty legit in 11th. It's kind of been made a bit less efficient because of the spotting units. But the fact that indirect fire is a great tool for being able to, beat hidden units. Not a great tool. It's a tool that you could use to beat hidden units because it can still hit on 6s and stuff. And the spotting units can make that better. But being able to, I mean, guys, Vox, absolute immersion. We need a new Mordian meme. Someone screenshot. 1 minute. I'll do it. 1 minute. Someone screenshots. We've not got the chat on screen. There we go. Absolute immersion. Because the Cadian, think about this. The Cadian recon squad infiltrates forward, spots the enemy unit, and uses the Vox relay beacon to radio back to the awaiting artillery to call down an artillery strike on an enemy unit that thought they were hidden. Like, that's actually, like, now that's wargaming. That's fluffy. That's wargaming. That's immersion. That's what the goddamn Cadian Recon Squad should be doing. And that's what it is doing. See what I mean? Absolute immersion. Kind of reminds me of, I don't know why this always stuck into my head as a kid, but it reminds me of that scene in Halo 2 where you got like the sniper team that's like spotting down the street and they're like, grid kilo 23 is hot, recommend mission abort. I'm there now. I'm there. So yeah, I think the Vox relay beacon is, I actually think, for me personally, this is the bigger deal than the infiltrate. I think the infiltrating thing is probably the more powerful one. And like I said, the big brains and the boffins, that's what they'll be attracted to. The meta players, that's what they'll be attracted to. But me is like, I still like playing competitively, don't get me wrong, but I always like to take a vibey list to a competitive event rather than being cutthroat competitive through and through, right? I bring the vibes to the competitive scene. And for me, as a sort of, a more thematic player, that fucking sings to me. The Vox relay beacon, that's my jam right there. Infrastructure and command and control, beautiful. Exactly. So that just about covers everything with the Cadian Recon Squad. And I have to say, overall, I think GW's absolutely smashed it with this unit. I think the models look excellent. I think the mixture of they're kind of like Tanith slash what was it, episode 6, like Rebel Troopers on Endor kind of vibes, right? So I love that. So the models look great. It's tapping into my old tapping into my old school vibes of like the old missile teams and the sergeants getting the las guns. It's tapping into like that wish listing vibes from like the auto stubber and the sergeant with las guns. And then from a gameplay point of view, they've got a defined role both in a competitive manner and a thematic manner. And just I honestly, like, to me, 10 out of 10 unit. Not necessarily like 10 out of 10, super powerful, meta defining, but when we're looking at a unit, when we're looking at like Warhammer units from a sort of multifaceted angle, we're looking at fluff and narrative and vibes and immersion and power and competitiveness and damage output, and we look at the balance of all of these things. I think, taking all these things into account, I think this is a 10 out of 10 unit. I think it does enough damage for the points cost that's being asked for it. I think it opens up enough tactical options via the abilities that it's got. And I think that it just feels like a guard unit. That's it. Does it feel like something that belongs in the Imperial Guard? Yes, it fucking does. Like, not every, because in 40k for a long time, from like a rules point of view, we've always been told like, rattlings are like the scouts, the scout infantry. Or the guard always is like the recon with like the sentinels. It's like, well, hang on a second. Not every guard regiment's going to be scouting with sentinels. Do you know what, actually sometimes you're just going to send a squad forward to do the scouts. You're going to have like a specialist scout squad. Well, it's finally fucking here. It's like when we started getting all the plastic towed artillery, stuff that we've been asking for ages, right? It filled an obvious gap in the guard roster that should always have been there. So, long story short, I love the Cadian Recon Squad. It gets a 10 out of 10, 2 thumbs up from me. I wish I could. The only complaint I have about them is you can't make a battle line. And I know some people will be like rolling their eyes and going, Mordian, these guys shouldn't be battle line. They're clear specialists. But hang on a second. I actually don't think making the controversial hot take. From a vibes point of view, I think that should be battle line. Also, from a competitive point of view, I don't think making the battle line would be potentially as egregious as everyone's first instinct and first reaction might think. Because you'll probably end up with diminishing returns. I'm not, from a competitive point of view, I'm not entirely certain you'd take 3 squads of these. I think 1 to 2. I think 2 is probably pretty safe. But 3, spending over 10% of your army on 3 very squishy guardsman squads. I think 1 to 2 is the competitive amount. I think making them battle line just means like mad lads like me that just want to run the shit out of these guys and end up using them as battle line infantry rather than like more specialist infiltrating infantry can do it. But I think like I said, I think you'd massively hit into diminishing returns after the third. At the third squad, you probably already plateauing. After the fourth squad, you're definitely not getting a good return on at that point. If you took 6 squads of these at 80 points each, what we're looking at there, 480 points. Is that right? Yeah, I'll spend a quarter of my army on 60 guardsmen because that's all they are with that defensive profile. And that's all their damage output really is with that ballistic skill 4+, right? It wouldn't be competitive. It would be cool. And so I would love it if GW, when 11th edition rolled around and these guys get put into the 11th edition guard codex, I would absolutely love if GW took the moment and made these guys battle line. Because how cool would it be to have not only Cajun shock troops, but also how cool would it be to have a new battle line squad for the guard? It'd be great. Plasma, sniper, stubber, that's 3 special weapons plus the missile launcher, spiritual success to vets. Exactly. Exactly. And that's what I said when these guys were first revealed. I said, this is close enough. Welcome back, veteran squad. Yeah. I don't think it should be. I mean, I think they should just be battle line fundamentally. If I was to think about this through the lens of 11th edition, I think there should be a 1-point detachment that makes them battle line. So that way, like, if it only needs to be a 1-point detachment. The whole thing could just be these guys become battle line and, an extra stratagem, blah, blah, blah. A little 1-point detachment to make these guys battle line. I'd accept that as a compromise. Rather than giving them to everyone battle line, I'd accept that as the compromise and it fitting in with the coding of 11th edition. There you are. But, of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section if you're watching this post live or in chat if you're watching this live right now. There we are. I have to say, guys, I have been looking forward to reviewing this squad since they were first revealed on the GW Reveal stream. And I purposefully didn't look at them whilst I was on holiday because I didn't want to like pre-watch it, as it were. I wanted my like sort of reaction and thought process and going through the data sheet to be a genuine one. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. I love them though. I honestly think these guys are great. I think the guys are sick as fuck. Like, there's a reason I want them to be battle line. Like, this is one. I would buy these guys new in box with GW. That's how cool I think they are. And I always say, vote with your wallet, positively and negatively. This is a unit that is cool, and GW should receive that feedback. And the only feedback they ever take notice of is sales figures, right? They should receive that feedback and be like, oh, the guard players fucking love these things. Same with same thing with like when I said that with the the new like hippogriffs and stuff like and with Yarrick and everything, like, when GW does something good, you should buy it. When GW does something bad, you shouldn't buy it. Like a good example of this with like the Vestorian pre-order. I'm partway through recording the video on the Vestorian made to order thing. I was gonna do a stream highlight, but We went down a bit of a rabbit hole yesterday. It went on a bit longer than expected. Read the whole like recasting thing, so I thought I'd just redo it as a pre-recorded thing. But with one of the things I'm going to do in the pre-recorded video for the Destroying thing is be like, the Destroying platoon and the Destroying infantry squad, those are like legit. You should, you know, those are actually good offerings from Games Workshop. The individual models being like 22 quid each, that's bollocks. And so if I was to, you know, if it was me, I'd buy the platoon and I'd buy the squads, but I wouldn't buy the individual models. And that way, when GW gets like the feedback, you know, when they look at the sales figures feedback, they see, oh, okay, these sold like hotcakes, these didn't. So next time we do this, we take that into account. Yeah. There you are. Yeah, this is some people. Some people think I'm a bit of a GW hater, and I'm not really. I just treat them like the corporation they are. Do something good, I'll give you good feedback. Do something bad, I'll shit all over you. All right. Okay, let's catch up on a few super chats and then and see where we get to. So newbie, thank you for super chat, man. eBay link and render pictures of the M7 Priest in stream discussion. Let's have a look. I probably won't be able to. I won't be able to show the eBay link off because eBay has this weird thing where it shows your address off on screen. So I won't be able to follow the link, but I can at least show the pictures off and show the different variants of the vehicle. Yeah. And that's cool. So you get one with a las cannon, one with artillery, one with the multiple launcher, one with like a stubby artillery piece. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. It's interesting. Like, in theory, you could use the one with a las cannon as like either a field ordnance battery, depending on the size of it, or a scout sentinel, or a hippogriff. Las cannon here. Have a heavy stubber on the cupola. A potentially alternative hippogriff sculpt. Interesting. That's kind of cool. So that one's like a hippogriff, and that one's like a basilisk, and that one's like a wyvern, and that one's like a griffin, I guess. What could the griffin equivalent be? Probably nothing. Yeah, probably more of an old school unit. Yeah. It does come with a heavy stubber and a storm. Well, there you go. Cool. That's cool, Sonny. Dude, thank you for sharing those pictures, man. I'm sorry I can't show the eBay link off, but I hope you can understand that I don't want to share my address online. Nice. What do we got here? It's me, Marco. Thank you so much, Super Chat, man. 8th edition Imperial Armor picks in stream discussion. Krieg used to have this all. Let's have a look. Deathcore Infantry Squad. Oh, yeah. Back in the day, right? You used to be able to take a squad where with like a heavy stubber. I remember, was that on the Krieg Infantry Squad or was that on just the Grenadiers? Oh, was it both? Yeah, I remember this shit, man. Or either heavy stubber or, yeah. I remember that, man. This is the thing. But this is what, so send me to the black ships kind of moment. But I did say, probably about 18 months ago, maybe about a year ago at this point, I did say that GW's been like, 10th edition was GW cleaning up. Like they had a whole bunch of shit they were still making in resin, a whole bunch of shit they were still making in Finecast, a whole bunch of shit they were still making in metal, and they'd reached the point where even making, you know, they'd grown so big that making anything not in plastic was massively inefficient to them. Like it was actually probably costing them money, or it wasn't making them enough money. So they basically, through 10th edition, went through and cleaned all that shit out. And that's why 10th edition was the edition of loss. But I think now that they've cleaned that capacity up, and they've been bringing like the new production capacity online, I think that we could see a lot of stuff return. Maybe not exactly as it once was, but in a similar manner. So like the Centaur, for example, it used to be a Forge World little transport that went away. Centaur has come back, different, but it has come back essentially in the new plastic Centaur. We saw a lot of the old Forge World like Earthshaker platform stuff go away, but they essentially came back as the artillery teams. Seen a lot of the elite Krieg units go away, well, they started coming back as things like engineers in plastic, but also these recon squads coming back as basically pseudo. These are basically pseudo guard veterans. So yeah. So yeah, I do think 11th edition will be the edition of Gain. I think GW's been they think semi long term. I think they're so big now that some departments think moment to moment and some departments think very long term. But I wouldn't be surprised if 10th edition was like they knew it was going to be towards the end a bit of a shitter, but they could ride that out based on the hype at the beginning of the edition, and then they could start getting the they could start recultivating the hype throughout 11th by just big releases. I mean, think about how much they've released in the last 6 months. I was joking before, like you blink for 1 second and 700 new models have come out and 300 new balance patches have come out. But literally, I don't think a week goes by without them releasing something. Like they've released like what 3 or 4 different Maelstrom battalions. They've released multiple narrative campaigns with associated models. Necrons have had shit. We've had about 4 different variants of Calgar come out. Like, it was less than 6 months ago when Victrix Guard dropped. Think about that. That's mental. It's mental. And yet, you know, it's already considered old news. It's already considered like so last year. Like the GW releases, GW in the last 6 months has been releasing a frankly incredible amount of stuff. New Demon Primarchs around the corner. So yeah, I don't know, and maybe it's all maybe I'm falling for the same tricks GW pulls all the time, but I do think there's a chance that 11th edition ends up being. I don't think it's going to be balanced in any way, shape, or form. I don't know if we've seen some more immersive rules come out, like with Indirect Fire and the Caden Recon Squad and stuff. So there's a few glimmers of hope. I think it will be absolutely gigafucked in terms of balance. But if the rules get more immersive and they start, and it becomes the addition of Gain in terms of like new models and new units and new things to enjoy coming out, I can forgive a little bit of imbalance. Hell, I do it with Konflikt. I have that mentality with Konflikt. I'd love to have that mentality with 40k. I would absolutely love to have it. Guess we'll see. Commander HHL, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you, the 5 extra conscripts, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. And I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Meme ready in stream discussion. Instructions unclear. Let's have a look. Instructions unclear. Supporting Cosmic 40. Absolute busted rift. Cosmic, that looks really good. Could you do that again? But it just says absolute immersion. If you change that to saying absolute immersion, I'll add it as an emoji. I'll add it as an emoji either definitely to the Discord, maybe to the YouTube as well, if we've got enough spare slots. Yeah, absolutely. If not, I can always use this one, right? But I'd love to have the fucking like all the special effect one as well. Yeah. Actually, Cosmic, can I be greedy and ask you for 2 things? Can I have one that says absolute immersion? And can I have one that has all the special effects but just not the text? Because the text might not come up very well on the YouTube emojis, but it might look perfect without it. right? So I'm not. If you don't do any of them, Cosmic, that's fine, because at the end of the day, you do me a favor. But if you do get chance, that would be awesome. Yeah. I'm not demanding. I'm asking politely. There you are. All right. Let's have a look here. I've got some other bits and bobs I want to talk about. Let me make a quick note, though, because I don't want to forget some of the bits we've been talking about. Okay. Let me... Ooh, I've not made a fucking note in my notepad for weeks. All right, let's have a look. Cool. Wow, I can't believe we're on the 20th of May already, boys. Fucking hell. Yeah, it's flying, boys. It's flying. I say the year is flying, but a lot has happened in the first few months of 2026. Like, obviously, that happened. But, like, also, think of all the stuff that's come out for Konflikt. Think of all the stuff that's come out for 40k. Yeah, the time has flown, but a lot has happened in that time. Yeah, it's just we've just done the indirect hot takes, and the Spectre squads. I don't think we've got any other stream highlights from the stream so far. We might get one or two more done, but we'll see what comes up naturally. If we can't, yeah, I'm not gonna just sit here fucking farming in an unnatural way. Like, there's some topics that we need to catch up on and talk about, but I'm not just going to be basically using this as like a weird pseudo pre-recorded session. You guys all just sort of sat there in the crowd. You know what I mean? Patrick H90, Omorian, do you still want the K47 badges? Dude, you have to remind me. I can't remember. I think, did we speak about this before I went away on holiday? The simple answer is yes, I always want cool shit to do with Konflikt 47, but remind me what the specifics of the conversation were, and then I can give you a more informed answer. But my answer is probably always going to be yes, right? Yeah. Cosmic Dreams, thanks for the chat. Task completed. Praise me. I demand praise. Let's have a look. I love it. I love it, man. Absolute immersion. All right, Cosmic, they are very, very good. Thank you for those. Let me see if I can see if we can add them to the channel. Let's have a look. Those are very, very good though. I've got to remember how to do this now. You had mentioned in passing that you were thinking about having some made for channel member badges. Oh yeah, that but said to wait until you return to discuss it. Oh no, dude, that's a really cool idea. Yeah, 100%. I'd love that. Like, that would be awesome, man. I'd absolutely love that. So yeah, if you've got any ideas around that, then yes, please, of course, send them over to me. And if I can use them, I will, and I'll be very grateful to them. If I don't end up using them, you know, it might just be because it doesn't quite work. But yeah, if you want to send me, if you want to send me some over, that would be amazing, man. I'd really appreciate it. Let me have a look. Emoji. I'm thinking which emoji could I potentially get rid of? I don't think people use... I'm going to get rid of that one. I don't think anyone uses that one all that much. See if I can just replace it with that one. See if that works. Not quite. 1 minute. I can fix it though. 1 minute. Nobody panic. 1 minute. It's happening. Oh, fuck's sake. 1 minute. 1 minute. Hang on. One minute. Come on, you salty bastard. All right, it should work. It should work. All right. There should be a new immersion emoji. I couldn't quite fit absolute immersion in as it only lets me use 10 characters. But hopefully it'll be there soon. There you go. Absolute immersion. There you go. There you are. I don't know if it works better with the text or not, but there you go. So whenever we get something in you know, for whatever game system it might be, whether it's 40k or whether it's 40k or whether it's Konflikt or Old World, whatever it might be, whenever we see a game mechanic that's or, you know, a story that's absolutely immersive, there you go. Now we've got that version with the text. There's the version without the text as well. I'm not sure which one. I thought the version without text would look better, but I feel like the version with text might actually look better. Let's see. Let me have a look here. It's kind of close. We'll leave it like that for the moment. We can always change it if we need to. But yeah, there we go. Cool. Necro molds, absolute immersion. I like smashing the models and everything. Absolutely, bro. Yeah, that's awesome. Totally agree. There you go. Cosmic, thank you so much for the for the work on that, man. That looks great, bro. There we are. All righty ho ho. So the where are we up to? So we've got a couple of other bits that we can discuss. I've basically sort of got like 3 topics. What were the last topics that we talked about? Actually, I want to see because I remembered a couple of them. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. Would it be in here? Would it be in the other one? Oh, there you go. Oh yeah. There's okay. Here's your new series of topics that you can pick from, chat. Here you go. We've done the Spectre Squad review. We've done the hot takes on indirect fire. I guess we've got a couple of other things. We got more. I keep thinking of more things. What should we talk about next? Right, because we've got so many things. I'm just going to let you guys pick, and then we'll do this a fair amount. Well, as much as it feels natural to do it over the streams of this week. And by the time we're done, we should have basically caught up on everything, right? So what do we talk about next? Some of these are pretty quick. New fly rules beef. New battle shock rules beef. New guard detachments review. And then what? A potentially spicy. Potentially. Hope for 11th edition. I might be feeling a little hopeful for 11th edition. It's never been done. It's never been done. Holy shit. All right, so we got some good ones there. Scribs, how about a community giveaway from Metal for Sean Army? Bro, just at that point, just buy the recasts. Fuck's sake. All right, so I'm going to grab a refill on the old drinky poo. And then when I come back, we're going to talk about this topic. We're going to talk about a topic or two. All right. So, talk amongst yourselves for 30 seconds. I might have a piss as well. So talk amongst yourselves for 30 seconds to a minute. And then when I get back, whichever topic's got the most the most votes, that's what I'm going to go for. All right. All right. right. I'm back, baby. Will I have food on my arm again? Not so far. There's always time, though. Let's have a look. Timmy 2 weeks, fuck's sake. Might look at the beef out before the positive. Hey, wait, where did that new Russian poster come from? That's from Chicken Detonator. He sent me 2 tanks and a boat. I don't know if you've seen. You might not have. I don't know if you've seen the boat, Rush W. But he sent me 2 tanks and a boat for All Action, and he sent me a cool like poster and there's like a whole that's like a message on the other side of it. It's very, very cool. And so I thought it can go up on the wall because it was really it looks good as a bit of a poster and everything. And people are going to start thinking I'm some sort of like raging socialist because I've got the only stuff you've got in the background is bloody bloody communist stuff from K47. But there you are. There you go. All right, where are we up to? Let's have a look at the poll. It looks like the fly rule beef is getting a bit of play, which is kind of cool. So yeah, let's take a look. Close. It's me, Marco. Reddit would love for you for that. Look, I don't think there's anything I can do at this point. I don't think there's anything I can do at this point to redeem myself in the eye of Reddit. And frankly, I'm not that bothered about doing so anyway. Reddit is not a real place, you know. There you are. Anyway, let's end the poll. So people want to talk about the new fly rules. I got some thoughts on this. Yeah, I got some fucking thoughts on this. Right, anyway. Yeah, oh no. Anyway, yeah, exactly. Right. Oh no, the Redditors are... Yeah. The only thing Reddit is useful for is for when you've got an obscure IT problem and you Google it and you find a Reddit thread from 6 years ago where someone had the exact same problem and it's got like 3 comments. And one of those comments just happens to have the exact solution to the IT problem that you had, and yeah, that's all Reddit's really useful for at this point. That's what I use it for anyway. Anyway, let's have a look. So what have we got here? So I think it's time for a bit of beef. We've been far too positive around these parts. We've been saying how the new and direct fire rules are all immersive and the Cadian Recon Squad looks great and all this kind of shit. It's time for what we do best on this channel, and that's beef. Beef! Beef! So, I got a bone to pick with the new fly rules. I think that they are going to be just a little powerful. Just a little powerful. I, for one, welcome our new flying overlords. So, basically, in case you missed it, Games Workshop put out a Warhammer community article, and it shows off the new land speeder. And at first, you look at this and you go, cool. And I just want to say, by the way, I love the new land speeder. I do. I think that it's a return to form. I think I'll say this: it looks infinitely better than the Storm Speeder, and I actually want to give credit. I'm going to give some credit to GW on the land speeder. I think as an iteration of the model itself, it looks good. I'd probably do a little bit of a head swap on the pilot heads, but you know that's fine. You know, can I even call myself a wargamer if I'm not able to do a bloody head swap? Do you know what I mean? So I'd probably do a little bit of a head swap. Take those heads and swap them out for some classic tactical marine helmets. I think you're having a great time. I also like the model on its own. I also like how the model is pretty accommodating in terms of backwards compatibility. I've got my cheeky Black Templars Landspeeder right here, one of my favorite models. And it's got a multi-melter on it. It's got an assault cannon on it. Guess what? I'm sorted. It's right there. Sure, I haven't got the little, missiles underneath, but I could probably raid the bits box and find a couple of hunter killers, and off we go. Or I just don't worry about it. I actually kind of think this new Landspeeder actually accommodates. I can never remember the right versions, but it accommodates the Landspeeder with the melter gun and the assault cannon, and also if you have the other old Landspeeder model, which had the missile launchers coming out the side, it accommodates that as well. So I think, you know what, GW? I was really upset when you took the old Landspeeders away, and I'm really glad that I can now bring them back. I actually might bust out my Black Templars in 11th edition. But anyway, so we're getting distracted. I know I'm here to beef about bloody Fly, but I thought whilst we're here, we might as well talk about the Landspeeder, right? So you've got the Landspeeder, the model looks great. You've got the rules for the Landspeeder here as well. A little bit of beef here. I'm a little miffed that the Landspeeder is more durable than the Hippogriff. I don't know about you, but I feel like, the fully enclosed armored car of the Guard should probably be a smidge more durable than the convertible. Like these guys, they've got the soft top down, they're feeling the wind through the Vox grills, they're having a great time. For some reason, the Landspeeder is toughness 8 and the Hippogriff is toughness 7. And the Landspeeder has got 9 wounds and the Hippogriff has only got 7 wounds. It's a bit of an odd one. I think, doesn't the Hippogriff only have like OC2 as well? Maybe it's OC3, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's a bit weird how the Landspeeder is. It's so much more durable than the Hippogriff, but whatever. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Space Marines are the poster children of the setting. I've kind of come to accept the fact that when you play every faction outside of Space Marines are basically just the NPCs that get to play into the Space Marines with the main characters. Like that's just it. Like it's funny. I actually dabbled with Space Marines a little bit during 10th edition, and it was completely eye-opening to me how main character it felt playing Space Marines. And this is when I was running a bunch of Firstborn, and I was like, hang on, you got Space Marine players that are complaining about all these things. And I'm like, I would kill to have these rules in the Guard. But anyway, that's by the by. So if you scroll past all of this lovely pictures and information and all this kind of stuff, by the way, it can also do the shoot and scoot thing. I'm just saying. So it's faster. It's faster than because I think the Hippogriff moves 12 inches. So it's faster than a Hippogriff, tougher than a Hippogriff, more wounds than a Hippogriff, and has the same, more firepower, I would say, than a Hippogriff, and has the same ability as a Hippogriff. Do you see what I mean when I say Space Marines are the main characters? This thing will be about 80 points, 85 points, by the way. You can have any flavor you want, as long as Space Marines. Look, call me an absolute barefaced traitor, but I have been tempted more than once over the last year to actually get into Space Marines in a big way in 40k. Look, guys, I love playing the Guard. I love me Guard. And I love me Mordians. But I'd like to be the main character for a little, for just a moment, if that's okay. You know, they're making all the intercessors look like firstborn. You know, they're calling to me, chat. They're calling to me. Anyway, probably 10 minutes into this bloody stream highlight, we finally get to the beef, right? Which is the update to Fly. And do you guys remember how, like, a couple of weeks ago, I said I think Tau might actually be broken, and everyone's sleeping on them. But if Tau go into 11th edition, basically with what they've got from 10th, plus a lot of the shit that we're seeing with 11th edition, that I think they might be broken. I actually think the more information that comes out, the more I think Tau are going to be one of the best factions in 11th. Like, if you see a bunch of Tau players crashing out about 11th, understand that's a psyop. That's camouflage. I've learned this. I have fought to fight the Tau. We must first understand the Tau. We can ill afford another. Was it Agrippa? What was the campaign? The second Damocles Gulf Crusade. Anyway, we can ill afford another Damocles Gulf. So a lot of Tau units have got the fly keyword, right? And I think the new fly rules, if you're a Tau player and you've not gone from 6 to midnight with these new Tau rules, I can't help you at this point. Right? Like I said, the Tau, what makes a man turn Tau? Is it a lust for power, or was he born with a heart full of metagaming? So, I think the new rules for the Tau, the new rules of Fly are going to massively benefit the Tau, and I think if they're crashing out about them, I think it's all a camouflage. Now, I think they do it to make it seem like they're weaker than they actually are, when really they've got a bunch of broken shit. But they want people to feel sorry for them. They don't want people to realize how good they've got it. All right. So let's have a look. Most importantly, it can soar right over the intervening terrain thanks to the fly keyword, which has updated movement rules to cut down on fiddly measurements. Instead of getting out your protractor and working out just how far flying units move up a slope, you now simply cut 2 inches from their movement and ignore any vertical distance as the crow flies, they say. Unless you're the land speeder loving white scars, then it's as the Burcut flies. Okay, fine, whatever. Flying models. That doesn't really help reading it. I mean, can I open this as an image? There we go. Flying models. Models with the fly keyword and units such models are part of are said to be able to fly. Everyone can. Flying models can fly. No shit, GW. But this has been the way they've written the rules for 3 years, so the joke's kind of dead at this point. Some rules also refer to such models / units as flying models / flying units. Each time a flying unit is selected to make a normal, advance, fallback, or charge move, before moving any models in that unit, the active player can declare that it will take to the skies. Take to the skies, brothers! That's kind of cool. Dawn of War 2 kind of reference there. If it does, while resolving that move, subtract 2 from the maximum distance. Each time a flying model moves, ignore all vertical distance for the purpose of how far it has moved. It can move through all types of model, including enemy models and monster / vehicle models. It can move horizontally and vertically through all categories of terrain feature. So basically, if you take to the skies, you can just take 2 inches and fly over anything and everything on the board. Now, bear in mind, you can move through engagement range. You just can't land in engagement range. So when you realize, so that let me go let that sit there for a moment. So you can move through someone's engagement range. You just can't land in it. So you just move completely over it. You can't screen them out. No one's screening. No one's bloody screening. I said this earlier. Send me to the black ships. I said this weeks ago. Screening is fucking dead in 11th edition. But so the thing is, some people will rush in with the sponges ready to wash GW's balls and say it isn't really a big deal. They're going to be like, well, they're going to be like, well, a bunch of infantry flies already, and that just moves through the terrain, right? So if you've got infantry that can move, this is not going to make a big difference. It's like, obviously I'm not worried about the infantry, okay? Because the infantry will just go through all the breachable terrain as it has done for the last 3+ years, okay? I'm not really worried about that. I'm worried about the fucking flying monsters and vehicles, okay? Like, I'm a little worried. Like, I'm not... Like I said, I think the Tau are going to benefit from this hugely. Every Tau battlesuit... So let me explain a little bit. I don't think this is massively going to affect melee all that much. I think there'll be some example, like some people are saying, oh, it's the time for the Helldrake to shine. Fuck it, maybe about time, right? I think the big ones in terms of like melee where it's going to affect it are going to be like Catan. We thought Catan spam was going to be over at the end of 10th edition. No. We're bringing that baggage into the new edition because Catan will fly. But Catan are already running around and wrecking people, right? So, like, yeah, I suppose it was a bit facetious to say I'm not worried about the combat point of view. I just feel like the stuff that's already fucking me in combat is going to continue to fuck me in combat, I suppose. But you know, like the wing, what are Emperor's Children going to take? Winged Demon Princes again? Oh, okay, so I'm still getting eaten by Winged Demon Princes. I'm still going to get eaten by probably like fucking Angron and fucking chickens for 1,000 Suns slash like demons and all that kind of stuff, right? So the stuff and Catan. So I feel like the stuff that was already running around, I feel like the melee stuff that was kind of like already running around and eating me in combat is just going to continue to run around and eat me in combat, but just even better than before. I've kind of already just accepted that melee units are just doing whatever they want in 11th. Like, I can do this because I fucking said so. That I've kind of... Maybe I'm just overlooking it because my brain is already just like... I've been through the 5 stages of grief. And I'm like, oh, there's another buff for melee? Why not? Throw it on the pile. Why not? You can't over-decorate the Christmas tree. Off you go, sunshine. Right? Maybe I am overlooking it, and I should be more concerned about how this is going to affect like flying monsters. You know, Emperor's End saying Fulgrim in chat. You know, maybe I should be more concerned about this. But I've kind of already resigned myself to my fate that, you know, flying melee, that melee armies are already having everything they want from 11th edition. So whatever. Okay. But I think like the big one. I think the big one for me is what this does. The big one, I think that this is going to affect this is going to affect different factions disproportionately, because whilst everyone has access to fly, not everyone's fly is equal, and I also think that factions have got more. Some factions have got more access to fly than others. And so, yeah, oh wow, this is gonna make my guard Valkyries like a little better if I'd want to use them in like hover mode. Like, okay, gee, thanks. Oh yay, this might affect the new land speeders a bit better. Oh, cool, thanks, GW. Yeah, no, the faction that I'm probably a little bit more, the faction that's probably going to get affected by this a lot is going to be the Tau. I think the Tower probably... I mean, I'm completely going off the top of my head on this. I haven't crunched the numbers, but I feel like proportionally to almost any other faction that I can think of off the top of my head, the Tau have got the most like flying vehicles. Because Eldar have got quite a lot, but it's like it's like Vipers and like Falcons and shit like that. But the Tau, all of their battle suits are vehicles. They used to be sort of like monstrous infantry back in the day, and then they got like the battlesuit keyword, which made them like some sort of unique thing. And then I think in 10th edition they all got the vehicle keyword. And the reason they all got the vehicle keyword is because giving them the infantry keyword meant they could like breach through walls and fuck everyone up and mash everyone up, right? Dark Eldar have got flying boats, but they're mostly just for like transporting things, like the Ravagers doing a bit of damage, right? But I think there's going to be a lot of examples of a lot of factions which have fly, but I really think that Tau have got it the most, because every single battle suit, every single crisis battle suit, is now going to be able to fly over terrain. Fucking Riptides, geez, and you guys know, you know it, I know it. The moment you give those fucking things an inch, what do the Tau players do? 3 Riptides, 20 fucking battle suits, smash, 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 smash table. We know that's what they like to do. Tau players, don't even deny it, okay? I'm not angry with you. I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. I've been saying this for a little while now. You do you, but stop trying to pretend you're not doing it. Like, own it. Don't say, oh, I like Tau because I like the battle suits. Oh, it's interesting that the exact battle suits that you like always happen to be the ones that have got the best fucking loadouts. Anyway. Anyway, Ghost Keels, Riptides, all of the fucking battle suits, all of the Tau vehicles, from the Piranha up to the fucking Skyray and the Devilfish and the Hammerhead. It's I think the Tide Water, Marco's bet the fucking Tide Waters fly. It's all got fucking fly. And then think about this inside of the Monk card attachment. Oh, you've all got fly and you've all got advance. You've all got assault on all of your weapons. Think about the new fucking like Twin Lance bollocks. Think about how this is going to work with Twin Lance. I'm going to move out. Now I don't need to move round the wall. I can just move over the wall. Shoot you in the fucking ass and move back. Because I'm pretty certain they can still do jump, shoot, jump, the Twin Lance. They just got a bit of a points nerf, right? So pretty much everything that the Tau players have historically and both historically and contemporarily, if that's a word, like to spam has been battle suits and flying back and all that kind of shit. And all of them are going to massively benefit from this. It's and the funny thing is, I think GW knows it because look at the example they've given. Look at the example they've given. This Riptide battlesuit can fly. It makes an advanced move with a maximum distance of 16 inches. Before moving the unit, the active player declares that it will take to the skies. The move's maximum distance is reduced to 14, but while making that move, the Riptide can move through all enemy units, including vehicles, and all terrain features, ignoring any vertical distance that would normally be counted to ascend and descend terrain features. So the Riptide, if it wants to, can fly over all of this, land here, and no dramas whatsoever. Now, here's the thing, right? I think there's some other bits in here, but we don't really care about any of this, like whatever. So here's the thing, right? I know a lot of people, especially in the Tau community, are going to watch this and going to go, oh look, it's just Mordian glory grifting on the Tau hate. Right? I bet you've thought that. I bet there's a legion of comments that have already been left because of that, right? And I know a lot of people, they just say, "Oh, Mordian, you just hate the Tau. Anything that the Tau get, blah 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 blah. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. You're just leaning too hard to that meme." What many of you forget is that I play Tau. I have a very extensive Tau collection. I have multiple Riptides. I have all the battle suits, all the Crisis battle suits. I've probably got about 8,000 to 10,000 points of Tau. I've got probably I've got 60 fire warriors, I've got maxed out pathfinders, I've got piranhas, I've got sharp knives, I've got sticks, I've got electronic ball breakers. I've got Tau. And not only have I got Tau, I have played Tau pretty much, not exclusively as in it's the only faction that I've played, but the only time I've played Tau over the last 6 years, over the last 2 editions, arguably the 2 most competitive editions we've ever had, I've played them competitively. I've taken both 9th and 10th edition on multiple occasions. I've taken my Tau army to cutthroat Shark Tank GTs. We're not talking the local RTTs. I've done that as well. But we're not just talking a few local RTTs. We're talking 5 round majors, super majors, all that kind of shit, right? So I have some experience with the Tau. I wouldn't say I was a faction specialist. I wouldn't say that I'm the best tower player out there or anything, but I will say this. This is not coming from a position of ignorance. It is actually coming from an informed position. And let me tell you, the last time let me tell you something, right? As someone who runs Tau and runs Guard, I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to sort of be able to comment on how... well, that's not the best way of putting it. As someone who plays Guard and Tau, let me tell you, as someone who plays Guard a lot, and then when you try out Tau, it's like... is it Goku and the chains come off? It's like that. Tau are basically like Guard. You've got all the firepower. You've got pretty good points values these days as well. You can get a lot in the Tau army at 2,000 points if you know how to do it. And it's like having all the firepower of the Guard, but more. It's like having all the points you want for the Guard, but more. And then you get ultra maneuverability. Especially when you run something like the Monk Card attachment. And the last time I ran my Tau, I took them to a proper competitive tournament. And I actually managed to podium with them. And the reason, and one of the biggest things that I took away, and one of the biggest lessons that one of the things I shouted from the rooftops, and the lessons that I learned, was how the thing that allowed, one of the big things that allowed me to get that result, to podium at a proper Shark Tank GT with Tau, was the fact that they were so damn maneuverable. Like, it felt like I was running at light speed around the battlefield. Oh, I needed to get an angle for shooting? Whoop, I got it. If I went back... Now, bear in mind, I already felt super maneuverable. If I went back to that tournament with the new fly rules, I think I could have... I got third. I think I could have got higher. The ability to just jump out. The one thing that was limiting my Riptides is they had to go round the L-shaped ruins. And bear in mind, I play on UK terrain. So remember, we're not talking big open GW terrain. I'm talking dense terrain. The shit that you're all going to be playing on in 11th edition, because the boards are the official GW terrain is getting a lot denser, right? It's getting denser yet more open, right? But anyway, the ability for my Riptides to not have the extra maneuverability they would have, just be able to go up and over, the firing angles that I could get, the firepower that I could bring to bear at the click of my fingers, at the drop of a hat. Insane. Absolutely insane. If you're... I'm not... And here's the thing. I'm not even shitting on the Tau. I'm not even really complaining about it. I'm kind of jokingly going, oh, the Tau. But let me say this. If you're a Tau player that loves to spam battle suits and Riptides, I think you're going to enjoy 11th edition a lot. Because as the Tau, you've already got access to the fantastic guiding rules, which basically undo the 11th edition terrain. You as an entire faction basically get an exception to the 11th edition terrain. Because you just go, guide with a marker light, I get +1 to hit and ignore cover. Now, bear in mind, that was already really fucking good. take into account now that stealth and cover don't stack. So before, and that's a new piece of information, right? So before, I was saying, well, Tau have the ability at the drop of a hat to just get themselves back onto the amazing shooting that they love. Now you actually get to go even further than that. Because at the drop of a hat, you're like, we're back to 10th edition of shooting, baby. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. No double negative to hits for anyone in the game, especially not for us. So not only have you got the super duper guiding, which is going to serve you very, very well in 11th edition, because you're not going to have any -1 to hits. On top of that, all of your, because of the way the terrain rules have changed, even if you aren't able to ignore cover, maybe you're just getting the +1 to hit from the guiding, guess what? All of your AP now matters. So some of you are worried about dedicated spotters. You don't need to worry about that. You're sorted, right? Not only is your guiding going to be awesome, not only is your firepower going to be better than ever, but now your maneuverability has just been supercharged with all of your favorite units, all of the battle suits that you love. And furthermore, we don't have the full picture yet, but the fact that we've got these asymmetrical missions where you could, depending on what, I think we can all guess that Monk Kai will probably allow you to go down the purge route. Guess what? You don't even need to fuck about with messing around with objectives anymore. Take purge. We haven't got the full picture, but I think it's reasonable to say that most of your missions are going to be around fucking killing the enemy, and it's an open buffet for the Tau. All the firepower you want, all the maneuverability you want. No need to expose units and hold objectives that you don't want to. Just fucking blast the enemy off the table. And even though the terrain's got more dense, guess what? It's like I said, it's got more open, because you can't hide on an objective out of line of sight anymore. So if someone wants to hold an objective, guess what? You can see them and you can blast them. And did you guys see the new Tau detachments? They've got the one that increases the detection range as well. Woo, baby. Very, very nice. Very, very nice indeed. So I know this has sort of gone in a slightly different direction to what everyone expected, which is, this is me, this is like a Tau beefing video. It's not really. The point I'm making with this is that the new fly keyword, the way fly works, is going to make a lot of the really gnarly melee shit that was already messing us up even better at doing that. Okay? But the angle that I don't see anyone talking about is how it's going to affect shooting flying units, and how Tau are a faction which have the most, the easiest access and the most straightforward and probably the most prolific access to shooting, flying, vehicle damage dealers, and how all of this is starting to go into the melting pot. It's all going into the broth, the Tau broth. Okay, they've got the maneuverability they want now. They've got the firepower. They've got the mission design. It's all coming up Tau. I'm telling you, it's all coming up Tau. I actually, like, the one thing that Tau players and Guard players, to be fair, were most concerned about was all the stacking of negative to hit modifiers. That's gone away now. If you're a Tau player and you're still concerned about 11th edition, bro, there's no help for you. Like I said, at that point, I believe it's some sort of strange psyop camouflage to try and fool people into thinking you guys aren't going to be very good. And then when 11th edition drops, you're going to be fucking sweeping left, right, and center. You're going to be blasting. So I started blasting. That's what I think is going to happen. So, in summary, I think the new fly rules are going to be ridiculously impactful. And I don't think they're going to be equally impactful across the board. And I think GW burying these fly rules inside of a land speeder puff piece is very interesting. I think it's very interesting. I heard, to sum all of this up, or a last little comment. A last little comment to leave you guys with. About 6 months ago, Chapter Master Varak said that he had heard that the design, sort of the idea behind 11th edition, every edition favors certain units, right? And the idea behind 11th edition was that it was going to be all about, because of like we've seen this like with Armageddon and how they've been talking about, it's all about fighting, like Wazdak and fighting on the plains of Armageddon. 11th edition, it was going to be all about fast-moving vehicles. Well, I think we're starting to see more and more proof of him being right. And when you actually start thinking about it, Fly is a very powerful ability. And as I said earlier, Tau have got a very good access to it. But if I was to, I think there's a little bit of beef here. But I think it's mostly been kind of like jokey beef. And it's mostly been, the intention behind it has been to kind of like highlight an angle which I don't think I've seen a lot of other people talking about. But if I was to put all of the memes and the beef to one side, all the memes, the jokey beef to one side, and actually just end with just a little genuine concern. I've played these games before. For all of the complaints people have had about certain aspects of 10th edition, there was a reason behind many of the changes. There was a reason why Fly had changed to the way it was from 9th to 10th edition. Many of the issues that I've described to you guys in this bit existed in games like 8th and I think 9th edition. There's a reason why they changed it so that Fly limited vehicle movement. Because go back and look at some of the crazy pictures from like 8th edition where you had like multiple repulsor executioners like stacked up on top of like an L-shaped ruin, like a bit, like a UKTC one, right? Being able to just see out and just dominate the entire battlefield with their fields of fire. There's a reason why we took that away from them. There's a reason why we took away the ability for vehicles, because what used to happen is vehicles could just ignore cover. Now they basically got that back. Technically it's -2 inches move, but I think overall it's basically being ignored because there's a lot more advanced and shoot out there than there used to be back in the day. There's a reason why this stuff was taken away. And seeing it come back six plus years on, when the game has only got more lethal, to me, I think it's a recipe for disaster. We're basically back to 8th edition ridiculous Fly rules, but with 2 additional additions worth of power creep and damage output stacked on top. I think when you put it like that, I think there is a reason to be I think there's a reason to be a little concerned, or to highlight that there could be some pretty big potential problems with this. I mean, at the end of the day, guys, movement wins games. And this is a huge boost to the movement of flying damage dealing units. And the problem that we're going to have, I keep thinking of more bits to say. The problem that we're going to have is this is going to create exactly the same issue that we had with 8th, where flying vehicles massively outclassed non-flying vehicles. In 10th edition, in 10th edition, flying units have got a noticeable movement advantage over tracked units, but tracked units can still kind of like keep up a little bit. Like the gap isn't that wide. Back in 8th edition, the gap between non-fly vehicles and flying vehicles was ridiculous. You know, to the point where people are like, well, if it doesn't fly, there's no point in taking it. And I'm worried we're going to get, like I said, I'm worried that lessons of the past are being forgotten with 11th edition. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. Or of course, if you're watching this live, let us know what you think in the chat right now. There you go. They may not just be Isby Marco. They may not be able to sit in the corner and table you like in 7th and 8th, but they'll still be tabling you in 11th. Oh, 100%. I mean, guys, Monk Cat only works the first 3 turns. The tower are going to come at you, and they come at you hard, and they're gonna batter you. Yeah. It's me, Marco. I just remember 7th edition in my last tournament where I was tabled by a tower player in 2 turns, didn't even move out of the corner. I dropped the Fire Warrior squad, and that was it. Yeah, man. It's going to be... I think Tower are going to have a fucking field day in 11th. Pixie, the terrain layout seemed to make it easier to track vehicles, monsters, and whatnot move. You can sit behind the 2-inch wide terrain and go over it, so that will close the gap some. I guess but here's the thing. Pixie... You're right in the context of 10th to 11th, but you're missing. But in 8th edition, terrain was more open than in 10th and 11th. Well, 11th edition terrain is more open than 10th, but it's not more open than 8th. And so the issue you're going to have is tracked vehicles are going to be. The gap is gonna be there, because basically flying vehicles are going to have the mobility that they had in 8th edition, and tracked vehicles aren't. Yeah, we're gonna be going back to some of the match. Like I said, some lessons are being forgotten. I personally believe, and I don't think it's a particularly hot take, I think the writing's on the wall with this. I think 11th edition is going to be the most lethal edition in all of Warhammer 40k. I think it's going to be more lethal than 7th. At the very, very least, I think it's going to be the most lethal edition of New Hammer. Hugely. Because think about just from a broad perspective, think about how many buffs we've seen to mobility, and think about how many buffs we've seen to like damage output, especially on like melee units, right? Look at like Cleave, we've got blasted melee now, and then think, wait, have we actually seen any buffs to durability? I mean, we thought there was going to be a big buff to shooting durability because of -1 to hit stacking with cover. But now that's basically not a thing, because we know that stealth was the biggest version of... Stealth was basically the most prolific source of -1 to hit. And now that's not a thing. That's not... They don't stack anymore. So... We haven't actually seen, and actually, when you realize that, yes, people are going to be -1 to hit, but now all of the AP -1 weapons matter again. That actually, indirectly, the cover system probably actually boosts damage output, ironically. Because a whole suite of new weapons are now relevant again. And when you think about it, we've seen basically no real buffs to durability and huge buffs to maneuverability and damage output. It's going to be... I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. I think, ironically, if they'd made 10th edition... I got peanut mouth. I think, ironically, if they'd made 10th edition, 11th edition, sorry, a 4-turn game, it wouldn't have been impactful. I think... From a psychological point of view, they were never going to be able to sell it. But I think most people are going, the game's going to be done by turn. It's already like this a lot in 10th. It's going to get like even more so that in 11th. And I think there's going to be, I think the vast majority of games will be talked out turn 4 and 5. Yeah. Pixie, 8th is more open and fly was crazy, that's true, but the type of terrain used meant if you wanted to hide, you had to sit behind a big ruin and then move around it. In 11th edition, you can sort of move over. Fly will be very, very strong in 11th edition. I agree, Pixie, I agree with you. Fly will be very, very strong in 11th, yeah. Dave Downs, it greatly boosts mounted flight. That's a good point. A lot of Eldar jet bikes. They're going to be loving that, yeah. Oh, God. Eldar and Tau are going to be having a great time. If flying just take to the sky to go over enemies, then they get a nerf to boost the rest of fly. True, you can probably just. I think flying infantry will basically be. Well, no, because then a lot. Yes, but then they've received buffs in other areas, like more reliable charges and stuff like that. So I think flying melee infantry is going to be as good as it ever was, if not better, in the big picture. But I think the real winners from the fly rules are the mounted and the vehicles and monsters. Yeah. Marco, just back to 7th edition tower now being a problem. Yeah. Pixie, 26-inch move. Reaver jet bikes can fly wherever with 24 inches. That's pretty sweet. That's crazy. I didn't even know they could move 26 inches. I'm guessing that's some sort of like ability or stratagem or something crazy. Yeah, crazy. I think fly is going to be huge. I didn't even really think about the mounted thing. But yeah, jet bike meta incoming. I could absolutely see jet bike meta incoming. Should have done that jet bike army Mordian. I mean, I still have I have most of the models for it. I just haven't built it yet. I can still do it. I can still do it, man. Don't you worry, I can still do it. Yeah. Orc choppers can got fly and can move insane in speedwire. Hey, that's a good point. Yeah. They're what, the death copters? Yeah, man. Again, we need a bigger table. Yeah. We need to go back to 6x4. Like, it's just, the boards are tiny. The armies are bigger than ever. And the maneuver and the numbers just keep going up and up and up. In the space of 6 years, I mean, it's just... Yeah, man. We probably should be playing on an 8x4 at this point. 6x4 probably isn't even good enough. But yeah. The turn... I do think Alpha Strikes are back on the menu. I'm going to make a bold hot take here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a classic scene from competitive 7th edition where the 2 players roll off to see who's going to go first, and if whoever wins the roll off, they just shake hands, and whoever wins the roll off, just go, good game, you've won. Some of you weren't there. I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago. I was there. That's not a meme. That's not something I saw once. That's something I saw all the fucking time. 2 players roll off. Whoever got the first turn, yeah, mate, you've won. Good game. Because that's how powerful Alpha Strikes were. I could definitely see that happening again in 11th. Want to say talk to crossbow? No, that was in 8th edition. This was from 7th edition. Yeah. Like I literally people would finish their people would set their armies up, roll one dice and shake hands. Like there would be, you know, if they were like feeling like, oh fuck it, might as well give it a go, they'd play out the first turn just in case someone really fucked up their dice rolls. But there was a lot of re-rolls and stuff just like there is today, so the dice were pretty reliable. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I mean, let's just look at this for a second. Let's say I'm a guard. Hang on. If let's say it's guard versus Tau on this layout here. If, let's say the guard player is in the red, the Tau player is in the blue. Makes sense. As a guard player, I deploy my army here, here, and here, and maybe behind this. Yeah, sort of here, here, here. If I'm a Tau player, I can go, how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. Well, I could just go straight across, right? I think it would be possible for me as a Tau player in Montcar, because you've got a lot of scouting stuff as well, to go to here and shoot. What about Retaliation Cadre? Can't they go 24 inches in Retaliation Cadre? I'm pretty certain they can move pretty fucking fast. You could probably, as a guard player, if you hide your army here and here, and then in this ruin, I think the Tau player can basically cross the distance and start blasting you straight away. Either they come up here and they get the angle. You gotta think, how much can you realistically hide behind here? Not that much. So they just go bang, shoot here. So that means you're forced to deploy basically everything back here, which means you're giving up your natural expansion objective. Yeah, it's so fucked. Oh my god. Catch you later, Eric and Russell. It might be a little better on this deployment. You can hide back here, and back here. This deployment's a little better. I think you can hide from the Tau Alpha Strike here. I think this one is much more exposed. This one is a little better. Yeah. I think I need to look over my Tau codes when I get home. Vespers, maybe stupid levels are broken. I may be able to do something similar to Fireflies and K47. I may be able to make Tau players US. Let's have a look, man. Why wait when we can look now? What makes them so good? At the end of your opponent's turn, if the unit is not within engagement range, one or more enemy units, you can move them to the battlefield and place it in strategic reserves. Also, if you go first, you could turn 1 deep strike them. They've only got ballistic skill 1 though. Ballistic skill 4 plus though. Strength 5, 8 minus 2, damage 2 is pretty nice though. Neutron, rail rifle. I mean, they're all right. I'd like to know what you think makes them so broken, but they look all right. Yeah. Definitely not a bad unit. That's for sure. Let's have a look here. All righty. Ho ho. What have we got? That's the exact layout I got tabled in 2 turns. What, the sort of diagonal long ways ones? Yeah. Marco's, he's back there right now. Marco's having Vietnam level flashbacks of the bullshit Tau game. To be fair, it's probably about time that I would bullshit and ruin everyone's games again. We've got a whole generation of new Warhammer players. We've got a whole generation of new Warhammer players who've only played 10th edition and who have never really experienced the absolute butt fucking that broken Tau can hand out. You know, they've heard the stories, but they just think it's a meme at this point. It's not a meme. These aren't fables. These are testimonies handed down from one generation to the next, and they don't get it. Well, you're gonna learn. The tree of Tau hatred needs to be watered with the blood of tabled noobs from time to time. There you are. I played football back then and broke a helmet that next Friday night. You were so angry, you were just like charging stuff. I love it. Alright, gotta finish this payday. That'll take the hunger off. And then I'll see what else we'll talk about tonight. We've got loads of stuff today though. I pre-recorded 2 videos. I got 3 stream highlights. Basically got the content for this week sorted. Unless I want to do any double episodes. Double episode days. Which I might want to. But yeah, it's been awesome. Very productive day. Simon, hey morning, can I say a huge thank you for what you do in the community and how much work you put in. You brought me back to 40k again. Hey Simon, that's very, very nice of you to say, man. It's absolutely my pleasure. I love making videos. I love making content. So it has been my pleasure, mate, and I'm glad that you've enjoyed the videos and that you found them helpful. There you go. Amazing, man. Thank you, bro. Very kind of you to say. Slim Jimples. I just traded in all my unbuilt army of Tau and mostly Creep for credit to buy K47. I think it's all worth it. I got my Raven Guard and Orcs. To be honest, mate, K47. It's way better to have K47 than Tau. Come on. Look, there's a reason they were all unbuilt, right? There's a reason they were all unbuilt. There's a reason you got rid of those guys and not your Orcs and your Raven Guard. You know it, I know it, we all know it, right? So, well, I don't think this changes anything to do with that, right? The reason you got into K47, you haven't been meta chasing with Tau. There you are. It's me, Marco. Tried for the rugby team in college and my knee blew out. It would have been fun. I played rugby for a little bit, but, well, for a long time, but not in college. Well, I played it in college, not in university. Yeah. I love rugby. It's a great sport. I've not played it for 15 years at this point, but I played it from the age of 4 or 5 up until the age of 18, and I loved it. It was a lot of fun. And then I went to uni and just was like completely just let myself go. BK, yes, the good old days where Tal sat at the back blasting, except their battle suits were rage units and hopped out of line of sight. That's it, man. We're back to the good old days. No, not GW's like, we heard you want to go back to the good old days, and the community's like, not those ones, not those ones. Squidfist, you'll be the first to see a Tau column. It will not be a pretty sight. Here's the thing: you won't see the Tau column. Because they'll, they always shoot from behind on their side or stealth. But I know the reference. There we are. All right. I want to make a little note. And there's a few topics that I haven't covered that I want to make sure I don't forget about. Where is broken? And then put a little line under that. And then I want to talk about new guard detachments. I want to talk a little bit about, what was it? I gotta go and have a look now. I keep forgetting the topics I want to talk about. That's why I want to write them down. Oh, new Battle Shock beef. Yeah. And then, yeah, those are the two topics I haven't talked about yet tonight. We might talk about them later, but we've been doing a lot of like stream highlights and stuff, and I feel like I've kind of been like, talking at the community a lot. So I kind of want to give you, I know I've been like doing the polls and you guys have been able to say what topics you want to cover and everything. But I do feel like I want to give the community a little chance to sort of weigh in on a few things, and rather than me just basically sort of farming stream highlights and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Simon V77, any tips for Siege Krieg this morning? As I'm not sure if 60 Krieg will be enough troops. Honestly, Simon, I'd wait till we have the full pitch of 11th edition. I suspect that the way that guard force design seems to be going, 60 infantry might be enough. It might be that you don't necessarily, from like a competitive meta point of view, you might not be that you want to go down like a massive like 100+ infantry wave. As cool and thematic as that is, that might not be the best way to sort of approach the game from a more like competitive point of view. But you might not give a shit about competitive or meta or anything like that. My option honestly would be, my advice honestly would be, just, if you've got any spare models in your pile of shame right now, doesn't matter what it is, work on that first, and then use that to bide your time and wait for more information to come out for 11th edition. There's some things that we know, like Bulgren are looking very good, and Luminous battle tanks are looking very good, but we don't know exactly what units specifically are gonna be good just yet. And a big one is we don't know what detachment points siege detachment is going to be, how this might combo with other detachments and all this kind of stuff. So the best thing, and obviously it's all, and as Dave Dan said, it's all about the points exactly. So it's definitely a case of paint what you've already got. It's a good excuse to paint stuff that's probably been sitting in your pile of shame for a little while anyway. And then when we have more information, you can make a more informed decision. I am very... I am one of these people that often, jokes and says, oh, you shouldn't wait and see. It's obvious. It's obvious when things are obvious. But this is one of those times when it is appropriate to wait and see. I think it is important. An important bit of context. It's not that you should never wait and see. I lambast those people that use wait and see as an obvious bullshit defense when they know they're wrong, but they're not willing to admit that they're wrong. That's the difference. Sometimes it is absolutely appropriate to wait and see. Sometimes it's very obvious the direction things are going in. Yeah. Marco, if it doesn't change, what are your thoughts on the siege attachment? If it doesn't change, I think it'll still be a bit shit. Siege will still need exactly the same fixes that it needs right now. You need to get rid of the range qualifiers for the incendiary shells and the creeping barrage. And you need to just have creeping barrage be just pick 3 units. This is or pick 2. But not like this weird random and then it caps out at 3 bollocks. No, just make it where you pick 2 or 3 units. They just have got lower move. They just get the -2 movement. Doesn't matter if they're 1 inch away. Same with the incendiary shells, and you do that, and I think siege goes from being a relatively shitty detachment, although fun and fluffy, relatively shitty, to a genuinely competitive detachment. Do I think it becomes overpowered? No, not at all. Do I think it's finally able to hold its own? Yes. Is it going to be a detach? See, I was actually chatting with the old Warlord games. I know, I'm always chatting with them, but hey, they ring me. I'm not just me, just like the groupie. They ring me sometimes. All right, we ring each other. And one of the things that we've been discussing is some of the changes to automated infantry. And I can't say too much around this because obviously I've got the NDA and everything. But hopefully I'll be able to give you guys some more information soon. But at the moment, there's only one choice, isn't there? Which is with automated infantry, you always take the HMGs. There's no reason to take the MMGs. You always take the HMGs. And what the changes to that are coming up are going to do is going to make it an actual decision. And it's not to say that both of these options are equal. I think there's a really a good chance, a very realistic chance, that HMGs still end up being the best option. But the gap between the HMGs and the MMGs is going to be much reduced. The point where it's like, if you like the look of the MMGs, you can take them and know you're not fucking yourself. You know you're not completely fucking yourself. Yeah, the HMGs are better, but these are good enough that I can take them and still have fun with them and not feel like I'm wasting my time. And that's what needs to happen to Siege. You might think, why are we talking about K-47? That's what needs to happen with Siege. Siege doesn't need to be the best attachment, but it's obviously but it's crying out to be a popular detachment. Because Krieg are one of the most popular regiments in all of 40k. Okay, I'm actually going to re-say that. Krieg are one of the most popular factions in all of 40k. They're probably the most popular guard regiment. There's a reason why they're getting so much plastic attention. But they're one of the most recognizable, fan favorite factions in the entire game. Bold take, I think more people like Krieg than Crimson Fists. And that Space Marines are a big are a big deal, right? Krieg, you know, people fucking love their Krieg. So the siege detachment is obviously the Krieg detachment, and it's obviously crying out to be popular. But the gap is just so wide that even if you're a vibes player, you don't want to like, after a few games, you don't want to take the siege detachment because you feel like you're fucking yourself and you're wasting your time. That's the problem with it. And the way you fix it is, like I said, just get rid of the range qualifiers and get rid of the weird random aspect of the creeping barrage. You do those two things, and does it become the best guard attachment? No. Does it beat Grizzled Company? No. Does it beat Combined Arms? No. But does the gap close enough to where all those Krieg players that want to fucking play Krieg in the proper Krieg detachment and feel the vibes and feel the immersion, feel like they can do that? No, they're not picking the best one, but it's good enough for them to want to take it and to be able, and the lack of power gets balanced out by the extra immersion they're going to feel. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have a look. Anyway, let's have a look here. Got a super chat coming in here. Wise Old Worm, thank you for super chat, man. Just finished my kangaroos, and now I have my first full K47 army painted. Pictures discussion with the list too. Let's have a look. Nice. These are so cool. Oh my god. These are so cool, man. I love the purple berets, bro. These are awesome, man. I'd love to know what the purple berets are. What, like, regiment or what force, or if it's just like a custom thing you've come up with. But they're great, bro. Nice. So cool. I remember that Hornet, man. I remember the cross and the candles and everything. Yeah. That's cool, man. Dude, this is awesome, man. I love you've got the Navy squad in there. I'm loving the basic infantry with the flamethrowers. This is awesome, man. Oh wait, I remember this. Other Navy squads, Grenadiers. I remember the Lewis guns being like the Tesla rifles, right? So you've got two squads of Grenadiers with a Tesla rifle in each one. And then you've got two squads of basic infantry with the flamethrower at each one. And then is that 1,500 points? Then you've got two Guardians and a Hornet, and then two Kangaroos and like a Sherman with a heavy anti-tank gun. Interesting. It's quite a chunky force. Like, how many dice is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. For a K47 army, it's quite meaty. Coastal defense theme. I love that. Whose army is it? This is Wise Old Worm. It's his K47, his fully completed K47 British army. 1,500 points. That's cool. That's you might have inspired me a little bit here. You might have inspired me. You see, I've been doing a lot of basic, the Imperial Guard theme, as it were. I've been doing that a lot with my Americans. But I think I want to try it out for every faction, right? And seeing you do it with the Brits has definitely got me thinking, bro. How interesting. How interesting indeed, sir. They can't Legends of Sherman. Exactly, man. I'm going to bring the way of the way of the normal infantry. I'm going to guardify every faction in K47. And I think the next one I might do it with is going to be the British. The Purple Hornet is meant to be like a Red Baron type character. That's so cool, man. Yeah, I love the crewman sticking at the top with the cross and everything. Dude, it's so good, man. You should be really proud of the army. It's absolutely beautiful. Let's have a look. So, Inexperienced Platoon Commander, British Grenadiers, Extra Bloke, and Heavy Tesla Rifle. British Grenadiers, the same again. Rifle Squad, 9 blokes, the Flamethrower, 9 blokes, the Flamethrower. Priest Kangaroo. You've got an HMG on each one of those. Nice. That's actually a really good shout to put the HMG on there because it means they've got a bit of pen. They can contribute to the DACA, which is awesome. You don't want if you're going to take, I don't know if they always come with the HMG, but if you paid for it, it's a good choice to pay for it. Hornet, Guardian Lightwalker, and the Firefly. Oh, it's got the super heavy AT gun. Very nice. So the only thing, and this is just, to be clear, this is just suggestions. If you make no change whatsoever. But if obviously you've just completed the army, you might be like, Mordy, I just want to like sit with it for a little bit. But I don't know if you're like me. The moment you complete an army, you're already thinking like, okay, how can I tweak it and change it and improve it and all this kind of stuff for the next time, right? I would say, let me just passing on a little bit of my own experience. Do with it what you will. Just share, as one conflict player sharing with another conflict player. I tried the bigger basic squads with the flamethrowers. And what I found was that really the only thing I wanted was the flamethrower. And so if you noticed in my last after action report that I did, I actually took the smallest squads I could take. I even went down the bolt action route. I took the smallest squads I could take with flamethrowers, which is 5-man engineer squads. You may find that you've taken like a bunch of extra blokes in these basic squads. You may find you're better off just taking the minimum strength. Like, it may be even worth exploring the bolt action route. I don't know. For the Americans, your basic infantry squad has to be 6-man strong in K47, and you get a flamethrower. In bolt action, you can go down the US engineer route, and that minimum squad size is 5. And because you're trying to get the smaller squad you can, but not be a flamethrower team, because you want it to be, have a bit more. You want it to be able to do. You want it to feel like a proper squad, basically. But if you could do the same thing for your Brits, it might be worth checking out. If you could take minimum squad size like 5 for Royal Engineers and put a single flamethrower in there, that might be worth it, because that would save you 44 points on each squad. Now that's going to get you 88 points. Now, I'm not certain what you'd spend your 80, and you might even say the same thing with the Grenadiers as well. And I think they're like 20 points per bloke as well. So that it might end up saving you like roughly 120 points. Now, I don't know what you might want to spend that 120 points on, but I think that's pretty close to getting yourself an extra Guardian Light Walker. And Guardians are very good. They're very, very tasty. So, and that would be an extra dice in the bag as well. And yeah, so it might be worth exploring that. It might be worth being like, okay, if we trim a bit of the fat from some of these other squads, which, you won't lose any effectiveness from them, I guarantee you won't feel any difference between a 6-man Grenadier squad and a 5-man one, right? Same with the basic infantry. I guarantee you won't feel any difference between a 9-man one and a 5 or 6-man squad. So it's like, okay, if we're not going to lose any effectiveness, and you can take that testimony from me, you won't lose any effectiveness, and you can save some points. What can we squeeze can we squeeze an extra unit into the list? Just an idea. As for the rest so I'm not saying the units you've picked are bad. I'm saying you might be able to trim a little bit of fat and get a bit more out of the same list, right? So you see, I'm not telling you to swap any units out. The other thing that's worth mentioning is or another route, if you're like, I don't really want to buy and build another walker, I get that. You could, controversial, you could get an extra order dice out of this army without buying a single new unit. You're already paying for the transports. There's potential for you to get an extra basic infantry squad by simply taking those spare blokes that we talked about, taking like 6 to, if you can spare like 4 men from each squad, that's like 8 blokes, right? You could take that and put it in the basic infantry slot in the walker platoon. Oh, but you've not gone for walker, you've gone for an armor platoon. No, probably wouldn't quite work then. I was gonna say, because you get an infantry slot in the walker platoon, you could put a basic infantry unit in there in one of the transports you're already paying for. It's an idea, but yeah. No, I think the simple thing of just trimming a bit of the fat and getting an extra guardian is probably the most straightforward way of doing it. If you wanted to do that. And the other thing to mention is the Sherman Firefly. I think that's a really good choice in this list. It's a very effective, from a conflict point of view, it's a very affordable bit of long-range anti-tank, which I think your list needs. I think you've got plenty of anti-infantry, including big scary infantry like Shrek Wolfen and stuff, between the fists on the Guardians, the fact that you've got 4 flamethrowers in the list, the fact that every squad in your army, every unit in your army has basically got pen, because you've got flamethrowers, and, Tesla rifles, and even the bloody transports have got HMGs, right? So I think you're absolutely, you've got it sorted on anti all kinds of infantry, which is great. I also think you've got close range anti-tank as well with all those flamethrowers, because flamethrowers are great at dealing with tanks. I think the one weakness your list actually has is that, would have had, I should say, would be a bit of long range, just fuck you, big pen. And I think you've solved that with that Sherman Firefly. Because for 215 points in K47, that's dirt cheap. Because you're playing at 1500 points. Yeah, it's dirt cheap. So yeah, I think it's a really, really good list. Like I said, I just play around with trimming a bit of fat out of those basic squads and using it to get maybe an extra walker in the list if possible, or an extra unit of whatever you want in the list if possible. But if you made no changes whatsoever to the list, I think you'd still end up with an awesome force. And I will say this: it looks proper. It really does look very, very proper. It looks good. So yeah, there you go. I think you've done an awesome job with the army, mate. I think the list you built is power. I think the list you built is more than effective. I think the theme you've gone for is amazing. It's great to see there's no computational systems and all that kind of stuff. No robots. And I think the paint scheme is sick as fuck, mate. Very, very good. Yeah, you can maybe sneak a Stuart in there. Yeah, exactly. A little bit of extra armor. Can't go wrong with it. Can you get a Tesla Stuart as the... Oh, no, probably just a bolt action Stuart, right? Yeah. Maybe. Depends what theme you want to go for, right? Yeah. Yeah, depends what theme you want to go for. But you could definitely get an extra... unit in there. Very, very cool, sir. Very, very cool indeed. All right. There we are. All right. And you know what, guys? On that note, I think we might... end up wrapping the stream there. I've been streaming for nearly 7 hours. We've covered a lot of topics, covered a lot of ground today. And... yeah, I've been away for 2 weeks. I've been away for 2 weeks, but I don't want to come back and just do like 8 to 10 hour streams every night, because I'll just undo all of my rest and recuperation. Yeah. So I think just a mere 6 hours and 45 minutes will be enough. When do we get a 24 hour stream? I haven't done... I can't remember the last time I did a 24-hour stream. It's been a long while. I'll have a quick look. I don't really do them that much anymore, to be honest. They used to absolutely knacker me. The last one I did was December 2023. Wow. So basically it's been all of 2024. It's been 2.5 years. Shit, man. It's been 2.5 years since I did my last one. I didn't realize it had been so long. That's mental. The first one I did was the Tyrannid one, and that was in Feb 2023. And the last one I did was the dwarf painting. I think it was painting dwarves. Yeah, for 24 hours. Crazy. Oh, not the first one. Sorry. I did one in August 2020. I've done 3 in total in the channel history. 3? Yeah, 3. I did one in August where I painted all my bolt action for my British. I did one in August 2022, one in Feb 2023, painting all the Tyranids, and one in December 2023, painting all the dwarves, I think it was. Yeah. 24-hour stream on Saturday, please. I don't think so. I think I'm doing something on Saturday. I think I'm doing a big bolt action thing on Saturday. So yeah, there you go. Anyway, you degenerate bastards, we're gonna wrap this bad boy up. What do I want to say? I want to say thank you. Thank you for joining today's stream, to all of you that did. Thank you to all of you who chatted away during the stream as well. Thank you to all of you who took part in the big discussions that we had. We had 3 big discussions today. And thank you to all of you for all of your super chats and your member flexes and your gifted memberships and all that kind of stuff. It's I'm still getting back into the flow a little bit. It's amazing how 2 weeks off makes you so rusty. I'm still getting back into the flow a little bit, but I have to say I'm loving being back on the streaming. Like, it's been you know, two weeks away was a surprisingly long amount of time, but I'm really looking forward to getting back into the content, and I'm really looking forward to getting back into the 11th edition. Look, I know I sort of shit on Fly a bit earlier and said, you know, the 11th is probably going to be like hyper lethal. But one topic I do want to talk about, and I'll probably talk about it tomorrow, is how I'm actually feeling. Really, even with all of the issues I think 11th edition is going to have, I'm seeing more and more stuff that is making me feel hopeful for it. Yeah. I'm going to make a note of that, actually. Like, I don't think we're out of the woods yet. And I think there could still be some pretty bloody serious chicanery. And I'm still 99, not even 99, I'm still 100% convinced that the first 6 months of the edition is going to be bonkers. I think it's going to be like the beginning of 10th edition, where the game launched like completely broken. Like a big example of what I think could be a big broken moment is, how does cover work? Does the whole squad need to be in cover? If I put one squad in cover, if I put one model in cover, does it give the entire squad the benefit of cover? That, I think, could be a huge breaking point. Because at the moment, cover affects armor saves, so it's done model by model, because the process happens at the end. But going into 11th, it's going to happen at the beginning. And how do you work that out? Do you do a simple majority? Do you do, if one model's in it, they all get it? Do you do the whole unit has to be in cover? Who knows? I don't know. But that's one of the big fucky wookie moments I think is going to happen at the beginning of the edition. I think the asymmetrical shit's going to be broken to all fuck. I think it's going to be one or two very obvious, most powerful forced positions, and that's the ones that everyone jumps on. So yeah, I think 11th edition is going to be utterly gigafucked at the beginning, but I think that my hope is coming from the fact that I'm seeing more and more shit which is making the game look more immersive. More and more shit that's making the game look like it's trying to actually simulate stuff. Not just massage game mechanics, but actually like represent shit happening on the battlefield. Like the indirect fire stuff that we talked about and the recon squad that we talked about. That's all great. That all points in the right direction. And as I've said with Konflikt 47, my beloved, I'm very willing to overlook some pretty fucking glaring balance issues if we can get the vibes right. So yeah, I'm holding out some tentative hope for 11th edition. I'm still not fully convinced, but I'm more convinced than I was. Yeah. Pigsy, people are always excited for new editions, as am I, but I am feeling like there's less excitement than normal. I agree with that. I think 10th edition, I think the latter half, we're getting into a new topic now. It might, I mean, I could do a power hour, but I'm happy to save it for tomorrow. But I do think the community is a little scarred from the last couple of years of Warhammer. And I think it's for multiple reasons. To give you the summary, maybe the taster. I think the amount of stuff that's been legend from a gameplay, like playing the game point of view. I think so much stuff has gone to legends. I think so many things have been ripped out of the game in too short a space of time. I think GW's approach to factions and breaking them off and making them thinner and thinner and thinner. I think the idea of like certain there seems to be a big issue with like certain factions just auto losing into other factions. I just think the balance patch is becoming what seems to be ever more erratic, where some things get nerfed before they've even landed. Some things last months without being treated. Like obvious shit, like Catan, all that kind of stuff. I think from a gameplay point of view, there's been a lot of reasons for people to get a little jaded and a bit burned out. And I think with it being continuation edition, there's a lot, even if people aren't consciously or publicly willing to admit it, I think there's a lot of people who are worried about that, who know that baggage from 10th is coming into 11th. Like, look at everything that we've seen so far. Do you think Catan are getting worse or better? They're getting better. Much better. And then I think, look, I know the collective eye rolling is going to be audible through the screen. But I think the shit GW's been doing IRL has not helped. I know it's a fucking dead horse, but the shit, I think it's not the topic of female custodies, which is in the specific, which is necessarily the issue, but there's this feeling that it's kind of, I think it has left some scars. We're not going to get into it. We've all talked about it 1,000 times before. Everyone's sick of it, right? I get it. Everyone is sick of it. I'm not fucking 7 hours of stream. We're not going down that rabbit hole right now. Okay. I think to summarize it succinctly, I think it has left scars on the community. Whether even if you are a fan of female custodians, I think even the most ardent fan can admit it has changed things. And then so I think with the shit that they've done in game, and I think the shit that they've done IRL as well, and the shit that they've done to the setting and the lore, I think there's a lot of people who are feeling different about 40k. I think maybe some of the illusion has been shattered, some of the luster has been lost. I don't think it's irrevocably damaged. I don't think it's I don't think it's irrevocably damaged. I don't think it's DOA. I don't think GW is gonna blow up or anything like that. They may do. They may go full Enron. Who fucking knows, right? What I'm saying is, I think there's a lot of reasons why people are feeling a little bit different to 40k these days that maybe they have done even in more broken editions. Yeah. Maybe we're just getting old, Mordian. Lol. We all sound like the old guard of the 90s. I think there's a huge element of that. I think there's a huge element of the changing of the guard. I've said this multiple times. I think a new generation. I think the torch is being passed. I think the old grog. This is gonna sound. It's gonna sound bad, and I bet a lot of people will be upset with me for saying this. I don't even know if I fully believe this, okay? So don't hold me to it. It's a fucking 7-hour comment, all right? I think there's an element of some of us who have been playing the game for a very long time might need to accept that we are the old men now, Ace. I think maybe begrudgingly accept it. I think I think there's a new generation of wargamers who don't know the ways of Midhammer and who don't see the game through that lens. And they never will. And like you said, we sound now like those people who railed against the change from sort of 2nd to 3rd edition and all that, and all that. People who railed against the change from sort of 7th to 8th edition. We kind of sound like that now. Yeah. So I think there's... Am I saying we're wrong? No. We're not. But I do think we have to kind of recognize there's a new generation coming up, and they are going to see the game differently, and they're going to interact with the game differently, and they're going to have different expectations of the game, and they're going to want different things from the game. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I think there's an element of it, but I don't know if that's true. I wouldn't say it's the whole story. Slim Dribbles, I don't know if it is the old guard. I just started playing in November of last year, and I'm already tired of GW rules butchering the law that maybe want to play it in some places. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the funny thing. You know what? I hear that all the time, Slim Jimbles. Sometimes I think, and I know I've just said that whole thing about maybe it's a bit of a changing of the guard, a new generation, but I have always believed that there's a specific something that makes someone be a wargamer. It's probably autism. But you have to be a bit fucking tapped in the head to choose to play war games over like video games. It's a lot more time intensive. It's a lot more expensive. And you have to actually go out into like the real world and meet fucking people to play the game. Playing video games is so much easier. I want to play an RTS, even a Warhammer themed RTS. Boot up I pay one time. I fucking pay one time and I don't have to leave my fucking house and I don't have to see anyone in real life. It's so much more convenient. But there's a certain something, a certain character trait, which I think makes wargaming appeal to a certain mindset, to a certain kind of person. There's a certain mindset that is attracted towards wargaming. And so I do think there is an element, I do think there's a chance that I think there's a chance maybe there's a new generation coming up. Or maybe that thing in our head that makes us wargamers isn't being satisfied by Warhammer the same way it used to be. that make sense? And I think my evidence for this, and it's kind of some of the evidence that like someone else in chat said. I can't remember where it is. But I can't remember where it was. But someone in chat was like, there's just other better games out there now. And I think, yeah, there's I think that's a big part of it. I don't think that I think that Warhammer has changed where it's not scratching that wargamer itch, that intangible thing that doesn't appear on a spreadsheet. That intangible thing. I don't think Warhammer is satisfying the specific kind of autism that makes someone choose to play war games as much as it used to. And I think other war games are coming in and they are scratching the itch. And I think it's that itch that's being scratched. It's that desire to have that itch scratch which is turning people's heads. More than any IP, more than any models, more than anything. That's what's turning the heads. Is experience a story with the person you're playing with? 9 times out of 10 in my games have just been games and not stories. That's it. I've been saying this for a little while. 40k now, everything in the game, well, not in 10th edition, everything in the game was around, everything in game was about servicing game mechanics, not about writing a good story or creating an emergent narrative. That's the difference. Tilted, Simeon, exactly. Right now, Warlord games are scratching that itch for me. Both Bot Action and K47 feel like war games, and I've always had a great time playing them. Exactly. And I think that's what has kind of. I think that's a great point. And I've played plenty of games with K47 where I've lost badly, and yet I've not come away with that same bitterness that I've had with 40k. Because there's more to the game than just winning and losing. There's more to it than just being a game. Yeah. K47 scratching that story itch for me. Before I knew there was a real term for it, I called it organic storytelling, but apparently there's an official term for it that's used in video games, which is emergent narrative. Like so I've sort of started using that term. 40k lacks emergent narrative now, massively so. And I think the emergent narrative is what people seek from wargaming. That's the itch we're talking. That's the specialtism. The specialtism is the desire to experience an emerging narrative, which can come in a very unique form from a tabletop game, and that can come more from a tabletop game than from a video game because there's a more tactile nature to it. Yeah. And so, why am I hopeful for 11th edition? I'm hopeful for 11th edition because I'm starting to see elements of that emergent narrative come back. Like I said, it's really cool to see a Cadian recon squad infiltrate forward, spot an enemy unit, and call an artillery barrage down on that unit. That's awesome. That is an emergent narrative. Like there's a story being told there right away, and it feels like that's what's happening in game. Yeah. For me, it's about walking away with moments, memories that I talk about days later. I'm not getting that with GW products right now. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I've played a lot of Warhammer 40k 10th edition. I have very few epic story moments to tell. I have a lot of very clinical game breakdowns. But the only real epic story moment I can really remember is when I took Triple Death Strike. My favorite tournament of all of 10th edition was Triple Death Strike. That was awesome. The last event I went to for Konflikt, I will never forget when my humble, basic infantryman flamethrowered a Merlin to death. Like, the odds of that happening are just infinitesimal. And my humble National Guardsman packing his fucking flamethrower has a Merlin, like, barreling down like a tripod from War of the Worlds, like charging down him. He just pulls the flamethrower. It's like, let's rock! Pour it on him, Jimmy! Pour it on him! I'm painting him up good, boss. Like, awesome moment. I will never forget that moment. Yeah. That's one of those conflict moments I'll never forget about. Yeah. Yeah. Or when Iron Hand was doing cool thing. Exactly. Exactly. I will never forget at the beginning of 10th edition when Iron Hand Strachan soloed a Tyranid Hive Tyrant. There's no way it should have. Not only soloed the Hive Tyrant, soloed it in 2 rounds of combat. Because I charged Strachan into the Hive Tyrant had like 4 wounds left. I charged Strachan into the Hive Tyrant, did 6 hits, did 6 wounds to the Hive Tyrant because of Strachan's rules. And my opponent passed all of his 4+ invulnerable saves. Statistically, he should have passed only half of them. Strachan does 2 damage each. He should have killed that Hive Tyrant. The Hive Tyrant then strikes back at Strachan, and Strachan takes like 8 wounds from this Hive Tyrant. And Strachan passes all of his 4+ invulnerable saves. So we go over to the next round of... my opponent then falls back, because he doesn't want Strachan to fight him first in his turn. Strachan manages to, like, not get shot at. Charges back into the Hive Tyrant again, and this time kills it. So, I will never forget when Strachan soloed a Hive Tyrant. That was awesome. All of my good stories. But all of that shit went away with... That's what I mean. It's been the last 18 months of 10th edition have been the problem. The first 18 months were pretty good. The last 18 months, something changed. Maybe they just started working on 11th, I don't know. But, yeah. Even 9th of them are pretty epic stuff. I'll never forget in 9th edition when I took on the unnerfed Skitarii, veteran Skitarii army. And I beat with a pure Scions army. So you're talking like the best of the best meta army versus an absolute niche meme theme list, pure Scions. And I beat it by a single victory point. Awesome. Loads of really like my Scions fought tooth and nail. I remember what the board like. I remember what my opponent, a chap called Jack, just the back and forth. I'll never forget the Dreadnought from 9th edition. Like my opponent charging Angron into Naught Dead Dog, and Naught Dead Dog just being like, I didn't hear no bell. Yeah. 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 Yes, memorable moments. I have forced my brother to play 40k with me multiple times, and he slugs through it. We played one game of K47 and he lit up with excitement over me killing him in a cool way. Been thinking about that game for 4 days. Maybe want to make battle reports. Do it. Honestly, do it. I love making content. Like, I love making content, and I always encourage anyone to give it a go. Give it a fucking go. Worse, you don't have to commit to it for life. Make a few battle reports, have your fun with it, and then forget about it. It's fine. It's enjoyable, the process. Yeah. And also it helps you preserve some of those memories. Occasionally I'll go back over some of the not too often. I'm not a weirdo that watches all my own content. But occasionally I remember a particularly epic moment in a battle report and a tournament report, and I'll go back and see, read the comments and see the reactions to it and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Oh, you make video stuff already? Well, there you go, Slim Dimples. There you go. We've got a big... I've missed a big super chat here. I do apologize. Glenn Lee, thank you for the Death Strike chat, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Glenn Lee, thank you so much for the incredible support. Can we get everyone in chat right now? Spamming 07s down in chat. Do your best Briggs impression. Let's fucking go. Glenn Lee coming in with the big mega Death Strike chat at the end of the stream, absolutely blasting it off. Glenn, one of the reasons that I've actually been like chatting a bit longer, but I thought I was going to go about 20 minutes ago, is because I saw your big super chat come in and I was just like, fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah. So, dude, thank you so fucking much, man. Thank you for the incredible support. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, thank you, thank you. 1,000 times fucking thank you. Woo! It's popping up, boys! Thank you so much, Glenn. You absolute mad lad. From the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty and coming in with the absolute mega giga Death Strike. Get some rest. I will do, man. Don't worry. I will do. I need to. I probably need to end the stream now, but I did want to make a big deal out of it. I want to say a big thank you. I don't mind keeping the stream going for like 2 or when someone does a big super chat like that, I never mind keeping the stream going for just a little bit longer, just a little token of my appreciation. I always feel it's a bit, I don't know, it seems ungrateful if someone does a big super chat and then you just go thanks and then cut the stream off. That makes sense. So it's something I like to do. So don't worry, man. But yeah, thank you so much, bro. And like seriously, 07 back at you, buddy. Thank you, man. Holy shit, bro. Nice. That's cool, man. Glenn Lee's always coming in with those cheeky death strikes at the end of the streams, man. I love it. Lathriel, also if you have covered it before, but Subnautica was a huge disappointment. Don't give me any spoilers. I've played it for about 8 hours. I'm really enjoying it at the moment, but I don't want any spoilers whatsoever. I've been enjoying it. Mrs. Mordian actually enjoyed it on as bought it, and she's been enjoying it as well. So yeah, there you are. There's no damage mechanic. You can't kill anything. I mean, that's always been the way with like Subnautica. Like the intent. I mean, firstly, it's early access, right? So I wouldn't. I mean, regular Subnautica was in early access for years and years and years, right? So that doesn't really bother me. And secondly, the point of Subnautica is not to you're not meant to kill things. I think if you play a lot of Subnautica, like Subnautica 1, then if you play a lot of Subnautica 1, then you get to the point where you want to, like, the hunter becomes the hunted becomes the hunter, right? You become the hunter. But I played a lot. I played through Subnautica 1 properly. I dicked around as like in an exploring mode for quite a few hours, and I played it through properly once, and I really enjoyed it. And at no point did I ever feel like I wanted to be like the hunter. I was like when I saw like a Reaper, I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. right. I want like that. The point is, you're meant to feel like, oh shit, there's something big and scary. I need to get away from that. Yeah. So that the fact that there's but surprisingly, the fact there's no damage mechanic doesn't I mean, it bothers me a little bit, but it doesn't massively bother me. And do you know what's funny? If you hadn't told me, I probably never would have noticed, because I didn't kill anything really in the first game. I mean, the only time I killed something is, the ones that drop the teeth. I thought you had to kill them to get the teeth. I didn't realize I just dropped them. So I tried killing 1 or 2 of those, and I didn't get any teeth for it. And then when I I googled it, and it was like, oh no, there's no, you just have to wait for them to pick the metal up and they drop. I didn't kill any of after that. Yeah. 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 I'll also say they told that it's a design mechanic and there won't be any Titan hunting late game. So I mean, I'll say this. It's in early access. I didn't play Subnautica early access, but I did get stranded deep day one when it came out. And let me tell you, that game is and Rust as well. That game is those games are very, very different now to when I played them. I wouldn't be surprised if they take on player feedback and, in the final product, there'll be some changes to accommodate. Maybe if you can't kill the Titan, there's some way of driving it off. You can't kill it, but you hit a certain cap and it scurries off because you've battered it, right? That I think that would be a good compromise. The idea that you can't kill these things, they're just that fucking good. But the fact that you have a way of just being able to drive them off, even if just temporarily to get a bit of respite, I think that would be a good compromise. Who knows if they'll do it? But if I was a guessing man, I would say they'll probably do something like that, man. Yeah. The whole point. It's in early access. Really, all I'm really expecting from the game is I get to float around and explore a new world and sort of tap into some of the new game mechanics and see some of the new technology. I got the wrist glide things. They were kind of cool. That's all I'm really expecting from it. And then I'll probably, after 10, 20 hours, I'll probably put it to one side, forget about it for a bit, and then just come back to it in a year's time and see how it's changed. Yeah. The user license agreement is also a nightmare. I mean, they're all a bag of shit these days, aren't they? Read Subnautica 2, EULA, you don't own it. I mean, I don't approve of that, obviously. I think, I don't like the idea of renting shit that I've paid. I've not rented it, I've paid for it. Right? So I'm obviously I'm massively against it from a moral standpoint. You're not going to see me on the picket line defending that kind of corporate attitude. I will, however, say that it's probably never going to affect you. And I also wouldn't be surprised. I also wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that shit is leftover baggage from all the Crafton drama. You got to think. You've seen the scumbaggery of Crafton. Unknown Worlds. I don't think that was a thing that Unknown Worlds put in it. Again, if I was a betting man, I reckon that's some shit that Crafton made and put in. And I wouldn't be surprised if that shit goes away toot sweet. Because I'm pretty certain that Crafton and Unknown Worlds aren't going to be able to reconcile that relationship. And I suspect they will be going their different ways as soon as they can do. Yeah. So, again, I wouldn't worry about that too much either. So, yeah, there you go. All right. So, Lathriel, I think in summary, I think you've got some very valid concerns, but I wouldn't completely give up on the game. I would enjoy it for what it is right now, keep an eye on it, and I suspect that you'll probably have a lot of your issues resolved in the fullness of time. Yeah. And if in doubt, you've always got Subnautica 1, and which is an absolutely amazing game. Yeah. They can never take that one away from you. What have we got? What have we got next? Gluttony, the Fifth Sin. Thank you for super chat, man. Thoughts on the Lemurous Punisher for 11th edition? I think it's still a bag of shit. Unfortunately, the Punisher's fundamental problem is its gun hasn't got an AAP, so it doesn't care that cover's changed in that way. And the main ability it has is a bag of shit. The Punisher's only saving grace is it's cheap. And do you know what's cheaper and better? The Vanquisher. Actually, that reminds me of a couple of things. I need to do a video talking about changes to heavy.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Because I think the Vanquisher, I thought it was bad, but I think it's back on the menu with the changes to heavy. That's a good point. And there's one other thing I wanted to check as well. Oh yeah, war gear costs coming back. Yeah, there's loads of stuff that I've not talked about since I've been away. But I think, like I said, I think this week's streams are all going to be like catching up. I might not do any hobby streams this week. I'll see how it goes. But I think this week's stream is all going to be about catching up. And I think, because I got a lot of stuff that came out of the last 2 weeks that I haven't talked about. Yeah. Let's have a look. Chronicle Sofos. Hey, morning. I had to tap out yesterday, but did you ever get to my super chat about my most recent Old World tournament? I think so. I think I covered all the super chats. I can't remember. Yesterday was a very busy stream. Like Matt, Joe. I'm not complaining. Had a lot of super chats coming yesterday. You guys really made me feel welcome back. Don't get me wrong, but I'm pretty certain I covered all of them. Did you? Was it? Was it just a super chat, or was it like a super chat relating back to something in stream discussion? Because if it was related to something in stream discussion, then just at me, do it right now on the Discord, at me again in the Discord, and reply to that post and at me in it, and I can follow it back up, and I can check if I looked at it. I probably won't look at it tonight because it's a bit late, but I can always look at it tomorrow, and you can know I'll be looking at it tomorrow, so you can tune in. Yeah, because I don't like missing people's super chats and stuff. Last thing here before I go to bed. Skeletal Commissar, thank you for super chat. Before you go to bed, Firstborn Ultramarines in stream discussion. Ooh, I do love a bit of Firstborn. Whoa. Let's have a look. Firstborn Ultramarines made from Space Marine Heroes, Wardens of Ultramar, Ultramarine upgrades, and a 3D printer. Planning on doing the entire second company from 8th edition, but for now, working on tanks. That's so cool. That's so cool, man. I love it. I mean, you know me. I'm a big fucking sucker for Firstborn and stuff like that. Nice. Those are pretty cool, man. Those are pretty fucking cool. Good effort, man. Damn, good effort. Damn good effort, sir. Damn bloody good effort. Awesome shit, man. I love the Goblin Green bases as well. That's cool. Let me have a look here. There we are. All right. All right. Lathriel, thank you for becoming a channel member, sir. Thank you for doing your part. Man, welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. There we are. Backstabber. So, what's the thoughts on Antilu for 11th edition? Now they've confirmed they can in fact target hidden units and get your point drops. I've already covered it in stream. I'm going to be making a stream highlight out of it. It'll either come out tomorrow or Thursday, so you'll be able to get all of my thoughts on that. Overall, I think artillery from a power point of view has got worse, but from an immersion point of view has got much better. So, there you go. Praetorian Dwarf, 13 months. Excellent, baby. One more hour, audience. Come on now. No, I've got to go. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, guys. I've still got to let a bunch of people into the bloody channel from the last 2 weeks. So I've got a lot of post-stream admin to do. I might even do it tomorrow morning. I'll see how it goes. So I'm sorry, man. I'm going to bed. Commander HHL, stop it! Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Fucking hell. You guys are going to all start spamming super chats, aren't you, to try and keep me up for a bit longer. First world problems. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm gonna rush off before you all try and keep me here for an extra bloody hour. Bloody hell. All right, because you know I'll do it. You know I'll be here. You know I'll feel bad. I won't be able to cut the bloody stream off because you know, like I said, I don't like taking the money and then running and all that kind of stuff. So I'm bloody. That's it. I'm bloody. I'm going. I'm going before you guys get the better of me. All right. But on a serious note, Simon V, quick super chats announced. We had that in one of the painting streams. I think you guys kept me painting for like an extra 3 hours. I think it was ridiculous, like a 9-hour stream. Because for like, just for the last sort of, every time I was about to go, like this like trickle of like $1 and $2 super chats were just like constantly flowing. I was like, fuck's sake. Oh man, but like I said, I wasn't really upset. It was a good problem to have, and I was very appreciative to the community for the support. Yeah. All right, but gentlemen, on that note, thank you all for joining today's stream. Thank you all for your incredible support. Thank you all for the incredible conversation. I think we've covered loads today, and like, you know, like at the end of the, and even at the end where we were talking about like, does 11th edition feel a bit different? I think it does. It might be worth having a revisit of that topic at some point. Although I think we have talked about it a bit before, but I'll make a note of it. Yeah, but we've talked about it before, so I might not want to revisit the topic too much, but we'll see. We might just talk about it organically when it comes up in stream, right? But yeah. Simon V77, now you gotta stay. Thank you for the super chat, man. I'm not staying. You know how in Wolf Wall Street's like, I'm not fucking leaving? I'm not fucking staying. I'm going. Thank you for the support, though. But seriously, thank you to you, and thank you to everyone who joined today's stream, liked, subscribed, super chatted, and all of that amazing stuff. But the sun is coming up now, so I need to go to bed. I hope you all enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for watching. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.